Good evening. It's Friday, March 2nd, 2007 with Radio Racket Radio News. I'm Kyle DeWitt. Better late than never. According to an internal memo from Clear Channel Radio's CEO John Hogan, the company has agreed to terms of a 3-year deal with Arbitron to encode its stations here in Philadelphia and purchase the ratings data. The memo goes on to state that Clear Channel is still looking into other electronic audience measurement options and is still co-funding a test project in Houston. Arbitron Senior VP of Press and Investor Relations Tom Mokarski told us here at the Racket that Arbitron does not comment on the status of negotiations. No exact date is mentioned on when Clear Channel is to begin encoding or if they already have. The big announcement came only one day after Arbitron released the first set of pre-currency ratings numbers yesterday. While the numbers are virtually meaningless without Clear Channel stations included, there were some pretty impressive moves made by some stations, going from 15th to 8th overall in the 6+ numbers. Ben and WMMR also made nice moves up the chart. This was the first of 2 monthly installments of test numbers that Arbitron will release so stations and advertisers can get used to the new data. Seemingly in a pinch with the first pitch that counts about 1 month away, the Phillies announced this week that Flyers TV announcer Jim Jackson has been hired as the pre- and post-game show host on the Phil's radio network. Jackson will also continue with the Flyers, but with the team well out of playoff contention, there should be very few conflicts this season. It was widely speculated that WFAN's Yankee beat reporter and Philly native Sweeney Murdy, formerly of WIP, was the man the Phillies wanted for the spot, but he reportedly turned it down. WADV in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, is fined $4,000 by the FCC for violating power restrictions. The station, which is only authorized for 5 watts at night, either failed to lower its power or turn off its transmitter at sunset on numerous days in late December of 2005 and January of 2006, according to the official FCC violation notice. The Southern Gospel formatted station is owned by WADV Radio, Incorporated. With Radio Racket Radio News, I'm Kyle DeWitt.
It's a great motion picture.
We had a party unsurmountable.
And that's what we're having tonight. Up and running on the Radio Rackets. Audio 18, show number 43 tonight. 43 weeks of this. Forgive me if you're listening. Radio Rackets. Kyle DeWitt.
Hi, Groge.
Roscoe Browning.
Hello, Groge.
Steve Bryant. Is the mic? Yeah, give it a big. There we go. That's what we have to do with Lou Dell. Oh no, You thought that was just shtick when Ludell was here.
That's what I have to do before I make love. God, who knew? It worked with microphones, too.
You have to whack the stick.
I spend lots of time whacking the stick.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
Welcome, Steve Bryant.
I wish I'd have stayed in school. No, it's terrible.
It was either you tonight or American Vespucius, and you won the coin toss.
I am so impressed by this studio. This is so cool. No, come on. I've worked in radio. I've worked in radio, man. I've worked in real shitholes. This is a really nice shithole. No, this is a really nice studio.
Thank you. That's what we were shooting for that. You know?
At least someone thinks so.
Nice shithole. Yes. Radio Racket Audio 18. My name is George Brewstar, but you already knew that. You didn't care, so we'll get on with the show. So many things to tell you about tonight. For archival purposes, because people are rolling tape on the show. 2nd of March, I don't know why people just they air check the show. Right? 2nd of March, 2007, for your archives, and we're glad you're here. I always tell you that there's a lot to talk about on the show. Tonight, Steve, you picked a good week to be here. I didn't realize when I was looking at the message board and the posts that we had talked about, you're coming in here.
Yes.
I said, and I don't remember exactly how I phrased it, but I said, Steve Bryant is flying in from Nashville. Oh, that's right. The headline was, Steve Bryant flies in from Nashville, to be on Radio Racket.
And boy, are his arms tired.
Yeah. Well, I was going to do that, and then I said, no, that sounds like something the king of the cliches would say.
Hello, over here.
Yes, you are the new king of the cliches. If only you could master the saying of,
honey, his eyes are really tired. Yeah. Arms are really tired.
Where am I? But I didn't mean for it to say, Steve Bryant
kicking in.
Steve Bryant flies in from Nashville to be on the show. I meant Steve Bryant flies in, he will be on the show. Do you understand what I'm saying? The way the headline looked without the comma, it looks like we had a big budget. Right. We flew you in here.
Wait a minute. You're not picking up the airfare?
No, I told you. We do everything the John Madden way, except the cruiser is not nearly as nice.
The bus isn't coming?
Yes, a broken down school bus. It is the show that talks about radio, the big time audio broadcast, week number 43. Kyle, are we doing anything for the first anniversary? I think we should not.
For the show?
Yeah, because we're coming up on 52 weeks.
Well, I got 2.5 months yet.
We'll buy you a cake, George.
I don't want your cake.
All right, then you're not getting it.
Well, I don't know if we should do...
like a clip montage show? Is that what you're thinking?
Clip show.
And set it to like Kenny Rogers Through the Years or something.
Through the Years.
I was just about to say...
We had a party unsurmountable.
So, Steve, this is how it all looks.
This is great.
Now, whenever I listen to a show or anything on a radio station that I have not visited the studios, I have a mental image of what the room looks like, of what the studio looks like. Now, you've listened to the show for many hours over the past year.
I got no place else to go. Oh, sorry.
What was your mental image of what this place would look like?
Very close to the way, I'm not just saying that, very close to the way it looks. I figure you'd be there in Starship Command with all the devices and dials and vibrators around you.
Yes, vibrators. Well, I have the cell phone here.
That's true. And I figured there'd be the satellite desks, as there are here for Kyle and for Roscoe. And then there'd be this hideously uncomfortable chair and this microphone that I have to lean over
and work into from time to time.
And my L4, L5 are already going out of sync from doing it. So this is a great way to screw welcome to screw the guest.
But he's impressed.
I'm impressed.
Yet still he's impressed.
I think it's great, man.
Well, thank you.
It's a very cool layout.
I'm glad you brought up L4, L5. I have the same problems.
Okay.
Roscoe, why don't you hand Steve the microphone stand that's on the floor over there, the one that you don't like? Because at least that has gooseneck on it, and maybe during the next break we can put the gooseneck on that, so that you won't have to lean in.
That would be fine. I don't mind leaning in.
Not quite a boom like I have here.
Wow, this is like a sexual device. Boy, you could have some great pleasure with this.
Yeah. Ludell's listening, going, they didn't offer me a gooseneck. I had to lean in for 5 hours. I didn't realize that we had it. I just looked over, and there it was. Regular listeners of the program know Steve Bryant from his many contributions to the show, namely the song parodies. We call you our song parody genius.
I'm very flattered.
And,
Thank you.
Well, you do a lot of good things for us. You've never sent us an invoice, so we would like to thank you very much for that.
They haven't arrived?
They have not arrived.
Doesn't matter. They're not getting paid
I didn't
anyway.
I didn't pay the mail bill, so we no longer get. They shut off my mail service. Yes. They know you from being a regular here on the show, and some of our other listeners, of course, are well aware of your long, illustrious career in broadcasting. Probably the most obvious one nationally being QVC. But you did all kinds of things in radio, and a lot of people think of you as Mr. QVC, but they forget that you were on all of these. I mean, we were talking last night, all of these hokey radio stations and things and various
I was on all the old call letters.
You remember all the old call letters?
I worked for all the old call letters.
And you remember them, though.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. Well, I started off when I was in college. I got my first job at WLDB in Atlantic City. Lewis and Dottie Brennan, I believe, that named for their initials, and it was in a mobile home in the middle of Atlantic City. It was. Can I say shithole on the radio? What's worse than shithole? I mean, it was
the original shit shack.
It was awful. It was awful. And the only reason they hired me, because I had no experience, but I went in and said, I want to work in radio. I have always wanted to do this, and I know I can do a job for you. And she said, "Do you have a record collection?" And I said, "Well, yeah." She said, "Do you have a lot of that progressive rock music?" I said, "Well, yeah." She said, "That's what we want to do here. We want to play the progressive sound now." So I went in and played the progressive sound. The first song I played was Phil Oak's "Outside of a Small Circle of Friends." Now, keep in mind, Dottie had given me this great lecture, or Dorothy, about the great lecture about, don't play any drug-related songs, and "Outside of a Small Circle of Friends" has a wonderful line in it that says, "Smoking marijuana is more fun than drinking
You reached
beer."
right for the Phil Oaks as soon as you got that command.
I figured it's a song about apathy. It's not about drugs. It's about people not giving a fat rat's ass. So I play that, and that's like 2 minutes and 30-some-odd seconds into the cut. She comes in, screaming and yelling, throws me out of the station. I mean, almost physically. I had to gather up I had all my records laid out and everything I was going to do. I'm putting them in the cases and getting out. Get out of here! Get out! I don't want to hear me drug music! Don't hear me drug music! And the item made the Atlantic City Press because it was one of the shortest careers in radio at 2 minutes and 34 seconds. There were people you worked with at ILM that had twice that amount of time. But anyway. It was funnier when I thought of it, But
well, no, we all smiled, but I remember it's radio or audio. They can't see us smiling.
Well, anyway, I got an offer from then WRNJ, now WAYV, to do an all-night jazz show, playing jazz, and also taking listener phone calls from midnight until 6. And they said, they got in touch with me through the Atlantic City Press. They tracked me down in southern New Jersey. I live sort of in the bowels of southern New Jersey, and I always felt like I was just passing through. And obviously,
that was fun. No, Roscoe was supposed to laugh. That was meant for Roscoe.
No, I'm on good behavior tonight.
It was still funny, though.
Anyway.
Poop?
Yes. So I worked at RNJ for a couple of years, and then at WMGM for a couple of years, all the time I was in college. So it was an interesting beginning, but then I was a music major throughout my collegiate career, and the degrees are in music, but I realized I had to earn a living. I went and worked in advertising for a while, but I always stayed in radio. And I ran into Ken Garland at the old Crazy Horse.
Am I in heaven?
I was going to say, was that Ken Garland up there
Ken?
checking in and saying hi?
Ken, Elaine didn't mean it.
What was that?
That was you entering the Philly Talk Lounge.
I didn't know.
Wow.
I didn't know there was a
That's St. Peter over there.
I plugged in.
Sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to freak you out there.
I thought he was coming back.
Joe Niagara next hour.
God rest his soul. I played at an open mic. Well, they called it a talent contest. It was really pretty hip. The Crazy Horse Saloon in Barrington, and he used to plug the hell out of it on his show on IP. It was packed Monday night, just packed to the walls. They had a keyboard player. If you couldn't play an instrument, he would play behind you. And I played an original song, and I won. And Ken was so impressed. He said, "Did you ever think about cutting any bits or things?" And I said, "Well, yeah." He said, "Do you have any equipment?" At the time, I had a Tascam 80-8 half-inch 8-channel recorder, so I did a lot of stuff for Ken, gratis. But got me on WIP and kind of kept the radio thing going.
And to think, WIP at this time was the number one radio station by far.
And Ken, I was very flattered. Ken used to refer to me. The reason I'm flattered when you call me our song parody genius, I'm very flattered. I question that, but I'm very flattered by it. But Ken used to call me our resident genius at the Crazy Horse, and he would play something and say, "Here's something else from our resident genius at Crazy Horse." And I used to do these 8-part harmony things, little jingles, little sweepers for Ken, like "Here's Ken Garland, so what?" And actually recycled that for a December to remember. Screw you.
That's right. Exactly. I knew when you just sang that just now. I said,
I recycle everything.
Somewhere.
Can I get one of those?
Yeah, well, sure.
You want to use it on the air?
Here comes Roscoe. Who cares?
I love it.
It's great. I can do that. Yeah, sure. It's fun because you lay all the I know all that 16th century counterpoint crap, and I can lay all the harmonies down. Because I got no ways else. December to remember. Screw you. Very good.
Exactly.
So, but anyway, I auditioned for QVC when I was in advertising, and I got the job because I did magic during the audition, and it really impressed them that I made a product disappear, and they couldn't tell how I did it. So for 2 years on QVC, the early days of televised shopping in 87, 88, I was the magic host and kind of evolved. Really took a lifelong study. I had been in an advertising agency as creative director for 8 years, so I knew how to sell a lot of stuff. And then on QVC, just continued my education, went to seminars, attended some business classes at some local colleges. I really wanted to learn the art and the craft of sales, and wound up staying at QVC for 15 years. Retired because I held every major sales record. I was bored after 15 years. I mean, I'd pretty much said it all. I was afraid one day I was just going to go out on the air and say, I got not a damn thing to say about this fucking thing. Okay? That's all I got. I got nothing here. I got nothing. Yeah.
I would have tuned in for that.
Great. Well, it would have been huge.
Maybe even bought something too.
QVC had and still has great quality products, so I wouldn't have said this piece of shit because they had great stuff. I mean, I still shop there. I mean, they have really good quality control, unlike some of the other cable channels that are around. I met Ron Popeil. We became fast friends, and I love Ron. I visit him several times a year. He and his wife out, and they have a home in Beverly Hills. That was a 47,000 square foot home in Beverly Hills.
Jesus Christ!
He has a home on the beach just south of Santa Barbara.
Where they used to dig rabbits.
Well, this is fun. This is funny because Mel Gibson lives right down the beach from him.
Mel Gibson, huh?
But years ago, I heard while I was out there, and I won't say from whom I heard this, but years ago I heard, before the incident with the drunk driving incident, I heard Mel referred to as that anti-Semite or that effing Jew hater. It was already well known.
So within the circles, it was already
within the entertainment.
It was not a surprise when that came.
And then right next door to him, the captain and Tennille live right next door to him on the beach in Santa Barbara. He spends a lot of time up there with his kids and his wife, and just a very cool guy. So did 2 infomercials with him.
Keep us together.
The number 1 and number 2 best-selling infomercials in history, the rotisserie and the knives. I mean, they're both still running after 5 years.
Which are both actually products that work.
They work.
They do work.
Well, that's the thing. Once the Popeil infomercial hit, I was offered, I'm not exaggerating, dozens and dozens of different infomercials. Dozens of different products. I mean, penile enlargement and all this. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. There was even, my favorite was pee in the cup vitamins. This is a company that wanted me to host their infomercial. It was going to be huge money. It was a monster.
Was it an on-camera demonstration? Was that what you had objected to?
Well, they would have needed a really big lens, to magnify. To say, what's he peeing out of? I would have gotten this. Yeah, look at that.
Well, if you'd taken the penile enlargement before doing that.
Well, that's right. That's right.
Or Larry's recycled linguine.
Well, I didn't have enough carbos in my system at that time, so. As we went through the process to find out what this infomercial was about, it's the only time in my life this has ever happened to me. I got an ambush conference call. The president of the company, by the way, headquartered in Las Vegas, Nevada. That should be your first clue right there. Nevada has this criminal code that says it's okay. Hey, what? It stays here in Nevada.
Whatever.
It's all right.
You want it.
Yeah, it's great. So it's the CEO of the company, it's the guy producing the infomercial, and I think the chief operating officer of the company. It's all these high muckety mucks. And I get, Mr. Bryant, yes, please hold for so-and-so. They didn't arrange this. And I said, yes. I said, well, we're very disappointed that you're not doing our infomercial. I said, I don't do ingestibles. I don't do anything you could take into your body. And I said, well, I guess our product's an ingestible. And you know how it works? I said, yeah. I said, you send me, when I buy your $100 a month vitamins forever, I buy your $100 a month vitamins, you don't send your vitamins to me. You send me a specimen cup and a hazmat envelope to mail my pee back to you. And then you analyze, quote, analyze my pee, find out what I'm missing in my diet, and customize the vitamin formula just for me, based on what I'm excreting, from my tiny wrinkled penis.
Yeah, see, the thing is, though, your pee is going to be, I know Roscoe's, sooner or later he's going to break down. I know.
I'm maintaining composure.
I think you're doing very well.
Wouldn't your poo show more of what you... Well, anyway.
There he goes.
Stop it!
My point about the pee was that your pee is different at different times of the day. Sometimes it's yellower than others. And
it's
sometimes
the morning, cloudy. The afternoon, how much water, how much beer, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just not a... it wasn't something I wanted to do, but he said, but Steve, wait.
There's more.
We're not just about making people healthy. We want to make people rich. And I said, oh? He said, here's how it's going to work, Steve. On the infomercial you're going to do for us. It's from the school of you will buy this, you will not leave here until you sign this contract.
Yes, we've heard of that.
I heard a great. You must share that with the audience. Yes. That's a great story.
Here's the pen, sign your name.
Exactly. The assumptive close with a gun pointed at your head.
We're not leaving here until you sign this contract.
Exactly. And the infomercial you're going to do for us, you're going to show people how wonderful these, as I call them, pee in the cup vitamins are. But Steve, again, there's more. Said, you're going to be so healthy and feel so good that your friends are going to say, gee, Steve, you look great. Are you doing anything different? He said, well, I'm masturbating a lot less. I don't know, what you look so vigorous, so vital and everything. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm taking pee in the cup vitamins. It's not, by the way, not its real name, but I think that would have been a great name. So he said, so then you will say to your friend, you know what? You can buy them from me. And after you start to take them, and you start to look as good as I look, and people say to you, George, what are you doing? You look fabulous.
He's masturbating less.
Well, absolutely.
So we're looking at a pyramid scheme.
Exactly.
Here.
Multi-level marketing, pee in the cup vitamins. And I said no.
You tell 3 friends, and they tell their 3 friends, and they tell their 3 friends.
So I said no. I mean, this is the kind of crap. Dozens and dozens of things that I turned down. I have done 3, count them, on my fingers, 3 infomercials that have aired. 2 with Popeil, 1 with a Stave-On. The one with a Stave-On was for a $100 guitar with a complete how-to-learn video system, and a Stave-On is a very, very fine teacher. Excellent teacher. And I even, in the book, in my new book, I really give the details of what went down and all that. But I did those 3. I also did a 4th one for an all-natural cleaning product. When an infomercial comes out, they test it. The cleaning product tested very badly. America didn't cotton to that. They didn't really care. They give me the Lysol, leave me alone. They didn't care that, it's made from all natural plant extracts, and you could drink it, you can gargle with it. And there was one part of the infomercial where the inventor actually takes it and gargles with it. I questioned that. I didn't know that was going to happen. It
reminds me of the old Saturday Night Live bit with Gilda Radner, and who was it, Aykroyd? Who was the one? It's a dessert topping.
It's a floor cleaner. Yeah. So we did this, and they sent me a sample of the product, and it really worked. It really worked. So those are the 4 I did. Dozens and dozens I turned down. I turned down the one major penile enlargement thing because they wanted me to take the product and then give a personal testimonial. And here comes the greatest soundbite Diamond Joe and Jim Williams have ever had. I can see the infomercial now. Hello, I'm Steve Bryant. I used to be impotent and have a small penis. But now,
take a look.
But now, thanks to new PP Bigger, I have, I just all this stuff that was coming down, all the vitamins, I got several colon cleanse offers. I was a little insulted by that. I thought, how do you know my colon's dirty?
Well,
I have a very clean
colon cleanse is one of the really well-known. I mean, if you put on any AM radio, you flip through the AM dial early on a Sunday morning, and you're going to hear about someone's great American products. And what's the other one?
Look at all this green junk that comes out of your butt.
The American Health Radio Journal, is that the other one?
Yeah, I believe so.
With Ron Turner. Hello. Yeah. Let's talk about your colon today. Huh?
And the thing is, you turned down a lot of money too.
Oh, I turned down one of them was enormous. One of them was major six figures for 3 days' work.
Now,
no back end. No, I didn't get any percentage, but it would have been, a six-figure payout for 3 days. I'm sorry. All I have is my reputation.
Which
That's
is
all
worth
anybody
more
has.
than these six figures.
Because then
mine's not.
You'll never work. Yes, it is. You'll never work again. I mean, somebody. I could just see myself. There's already a problem. I've done more work in television, a lot more work in television than I have in radio. I've made a lot more money in television than I have in radio. So I already carry the televised shopping thing with me. But God help me if I had done these ingestible nightmares. And there was one magnetic mattress pad that the mattress pad had magnets in it, and when you slept on it, it put your body in perfect alignment. Bullshit! It just was what a raving crock of crap. So several. I've never really tallied it up, but I know it's several dozen.
But people do believe these things, though. They really think that this stuff is real. My favorite was the TV antenna with that phony baloney little satellite dish in the middle of the antenna that is just a piece of fiberglass that's not connected to anything.
Exactly.
People that don't realize how these things work. It's so crazy.
I'm sending mine back.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with this picture.
I was saying that all week. That was the phrase of the week, by the way. I'm doing my best Larry King impersonation right now. The guest is Steve Bryant. The book is Selling the Way America Buys, and we haven't even talked about that yet. We'll talk about that in a moment. I want to give out the phone numbers, which we have not done yet. Philadelphia, 215-609-4315. Everywhere else, it's a New York number for you. It's 718-841-7702. Steve Bryant is in the studio with us. And we're going to be talking about all kinds of things, too. Whatever you wanted to know about infomercials or home shopping, Steve is the guy with penile enlargements products. Do they work, in fact or fiction? You make the call. So you can call in. And also, there's a lot of things radio-wise going on. Steve, you picked a good week to be here.
Yeah, there's great stuff going down.
Wonderful week. Clear Channel.
PPM.
Yeah, they finally said. It's funny because how long, Kyle, when was it that these numbers came out? The first PPM numbers minus Clear Channel, which is really amazing because there are a hell of a lot of call letters on here, but none of them belonging to Clear Channel. Funny to see some
AYV.
Yeah, there are Atlantic
AYV
City stations on
AYV.
here. I don't even know what some of these call letters are.
Yeah, mine as well. Did you see where?
Well, that's right. Yeah.
Did you see where PEN is? 21st.
I don't even see it on here. Is it here?
Is that better than they were? But it was better than they were.
It was better than they were in the.
Well, yeah. You take the few
25th
stations
or 26th.
away. Yeah.
No, I just want to take a look at the list.
Take a look.
Wow.
Take a look. So, that's going on, too, and wanted to talk a bit about the idea, and we mentioned this before from time to time, FM translators for AM. A good idea, or screw the AM owners. They knew what they were buying when they bought those boat anchors of radio stations. We'll talk about that. Some deceptive headlines here and there. Yes, more message board nonsensical bunkum going on this week. We'll set the record straight. And the Radio Racket I-Team.
Yes, indeed.
Busy, hard at work this week. I think I provided the lead for the story, but God knows I didn't do anything with it. Our I-Team took the ball and ran into the end zone. So we'll talk about that.
We're going to blow the lid off it.
Is this an imaging thing?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know where we're going.
Okay. I won't let the cat out of the bag. But that's big. That's very big.
Real big.
And I think very stupid.
I will say right now, for those of you listening live, I'll acknowledge just briefly that there is a problem with our server tonight. It has been crashing. We're trying to keep it up as best as we can. As soon as it crashes, we're bringing it back up. So forgive me if you're listening, but just bear with us. And if the stream does go down on our end or yours, just if you could kindly reload.
Hi, RJ.
And, hopefully it'll be there. You know.
You always say hi. You usually say hi, RJ, when he's doing that spiel.
Oh yeah, hi RJ.
By the way, in case you're a fan of brokered. Disco guys who do 58-minute talk shows, we'll talk about
winner.
My God, was there some stuff this past week, you know?
I missed it. I can't wait.
Well, you'll hear snippets of it tonight because we had...
the lines are jammed.
Actually, here, the lines are jammed. You know, our own Walter Daly.
Yes.
Because people are saying, they said, we've never heard Walter on the show because he gets shy, you know. He didn't want to come on the show. Yet if you were listening to 1540, you heard him for about 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds.
Well, we had to put him up to it. He wasn't too keen on calling in.
Long story short,
we got him drunk, right? And he called in.
No,
he did it straight.
No, that's just his demeanor.
Oh, okay.
No. We were at my house, and Walter had to stop by to pick something up, and paycheck, Kyle. Yes, he's the only one that gets paid around here.
Right.
And but no, he stopped by the house. And I happened to have the RJ show on. He said, "Is that the RJ show?" And I said, "Why don't you call him?" I mean, I'll admit I put him up to it, but he said he would do it. He really did want to talk about the topic, which is the funniest thing.
Right.
Because if RJ had just let him go on talking about the topic, he was blaming hip-hop for all the evils of society. And I can't say I totally disagree with him, but maybe not all the evils of society. But Walter wanted to take issue with that, and RJ's hung up on him.
Mike from South Philly also got on.
I was unaware of that until much later.
I'm sorry I missed that.
I was unaware of that. It was a doozy. Roscoe.
The new cell phone got him through.
Wow.
All right.
Cool. Very cool.
All right, Steve Bryant in the studio with us, and we'll talk about his book in a little bit, Selling the Way America Buys. I am not really typical America, you know. I'm more like America Vespucius. I don't buy the way... Well, I don't know. I mean, I read the book, or at least most of it, and we'll tell you in a bit about how I read your book. Roscoe thinks it's very unconventional, the way I read a book. I don't read it from beginning to end. You know, I thumb through it and go back and forth.
Yeah, I do that a lot when I read. I find things that interest me. I hate, and I address this in the book, I hate long-winded introductions. I just bought a great book, really great book, and I was so excited. And the thing had like a 9-page introduction, which I will never read.
It's too much.
I don't care. I already know who wrote the book. I got a pretty good idea about his life. I just want to read the story. I don't give a fat rat's ass what he's done. What's the book about?
I thought most people skipped over the introduction. I do all the time.
Well, that's what I do. I mean, I do all the time. That's why my introduction, I think, to the book is like 3 paragraphs. It's like, and I say I've always hated long introductions. So thank you for buying the book, and bite me or something.
Well, we're educated here, so we do read books from time to time. Roscoe reads more than I do. I know that. You enjoy reading books. You're Steve's kind of guy. You read books, he reads them.
Yeah, and I'm proud. This is my fourth. My fourth book.
You had the camcorder book earlier,
two
right?
versions of the camcorder book. We stopped updating that because the technology was changing too fast. We would have had to do one every 6 months.
Steve, I not went physically, but went looking on the internet for the camcorder. You know, we had a baby, 6 months old.
Good thing to have.
I had many cameras and access to when I was running the televisions. I sound like RJ now. Back when I had all of my TV stations, honey.
To the 5 and 7 and 8.
But we had lots of cameras.
Right.
And one by one, they either broke down or the technology became obsolete. So I have been out of the loop for about 10 years when it came to doing this. And I was astounded to learn that everything I knew about analog video is it's gone. Yeah. It's just gone. Yeah. Can I get SVHS camcorders? And the people are laughing at me,
Yeah, it's a digital world. It's a mini DV. And the biggest ripoff in the world, the camcorders that record directly to DVD. What a genius marketing idea, but I think a huge consumer ripoff because the media is very expensive. The way to go is to go with the hard drives. Get one with a 30, 40 gigabyte hard drive built in.
Then you can do whatever you want with it.
Exactly. You download it, burn a DVD or what have you, and you don't have to keep going out and buying these insipid little 3-inch mini discs.
Right.
That I'm sure they're making a fortune. It's a lot like many of the computer printer companies have a business model where the price you pay for the printer has virtually no profit in it whatsoever, and sometimes might even have some bit of a loss built into it. Exactly. They don't want to sell you the printer. They want to sell you those obnoxious little $40 cartridges for the rest of your natural life.
In fact,
yes.
even the one that's right here in the studio, which is it's got the fax, it's got the scanner, it's it's got everything in it.
We got you beautiful dot matrix printer.
Yes, well, that was not an example of those, but this thing was only about $100, and I'm thinking, my God, it's got everything in it.
It's great, but
the cartridges I've spent about as much just in the past year.
Exactly.
Because you need a blue one, and a yellow one, and a green one, and a red one, and a black one. And yeah.
Of course, and it always, and a little warning comes up in your computer. Warning, ink is low.
Well, you know what the thing is, though, about this one that really pisses me off? When most of what I do is black printing. You know, I just print text. If the blue runs low or the yellow runs low, it will seize up and not let me even print black text until I put a new yellow one in there. That's the racket they have got.
That's a conspiracy.
That is an absolute conspiracy. And I'll tell you, I'm sick of it.
There was one company that used to make a printer, and I'm very proud of QVC. They did not carry this printer for this reason. We used to get an awful lot of product training on QVC, and we were always going to corporate headquarters, and we would sit in with the salespeople, and their retail salespeople or their direct salespeople, and learn about the product. And one of these computer companies was making a printer, and this printer didn't have a black cartridge. It created black from 4 colors.
Because if you mix the others together, you get black.
But the reason they did that, and they were very open during the training that our buyers attended and we attended, they said, of course, that's where the real profit's going to come, because people, they're mainly going to print text. This is maybe 10, 12 years ago. They're going to print text, and they're going to have to use 4 cartridges to print text every time they do it. So they'll run out of all 4 cartridges simultaneously, and then we'll sell them the 4 cartridges. and QVC said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
See, QVC had integrity.
They have
just about ripping off little old ladies of their life savings.
They have always had integrity. They've always been. I was so proud to be a part of it, and to have that, to be one of the people that helped to build that company into what it is. I mean, I think it's one of my proudest personal accomplishments is to have done that.
On the website this week in your write-up, I used the term shop jock, and then I openly acknowledged that I couldn't remember if you liked that term or if you hated it.
He really used shop jock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
he did.
Can we go to a break so I could hit him with a baseball bat? No, I know. Honestly,
I got a brick in the car.
It's exactly what we are. I have, names are meaningless. I know what we did. I know what they do. And the shop jock is a term that's stuck. The term that bothers a lot of us is the H word. The huckster, the huckster word, because we weren't hucksters.
What about hawking things?
Hawking things, the other H word. Hawking things was another. We didn't hawk. We explained it. That yes, we were salespeople.
Demonstrated.
Yeah. We does this fit into your lifestyle? I don't know. There are many times, and there are TV boards where and I'm very proud. I'm still written up to this day. People say, he would tell us not to buy things. Because I would say, we carried. I got in some trouble sometimes with the company because there were some things that I knew weren't right for certain people. Like we were selling 8mm camcorders, and I said, look, unless you're going to be very serious, and again, we're going back 12 years ago, you're going to be very serious about video, this isn't for you. This isn't for you. You get a VHS,
I hated 8mm. I hated high 8. I hated those formats.
High 8 dropouts are us. It was horrific. So, but QVC would say, well, you didn't have to say that. I mean, they had great integrity, but they were saying, let the
it's still business.
I said, I think we will sell more by doing this. And I often think about the things I did to demonstrate camcorders. There's a thing that's on my website, and I actually put a link to it on Gary's website.
SteveBryant.tv.
Yes, SteveBryant.tv, where I rode a whale to demonstrate a camcorder. I rode Keiko.
The orca? Or was
the orca,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
The killer whale. I got to scratch his tongue.
Want to see my orca?
Yeah, it was great. But we bonded. We played in the pool for about 2 hours. I mean, it was fabulous. So QVC actually helped to get him out of that tank and back into the wild. They were so impressed by this incredible creature. We were doing a lot of merchandise with the movie Free Willy.
I was just about to say, it's like Free Willy QVC stuff.
Well, we did, exactly.
Yes.
It's, cue the Who song. Oh, sorry, it was a...
Steve Bryant is with us on the Radio Racket Audio 18. I know the stream is crashing from time to time, so just please bear with us and keep reloading your Windows media player, even though you shouldn't have to, but you will have to if you want to listen to the program tonight, and hopefully we'll get that fixed just in time for the replay and you're leaving.
Cool. Oh, that's great. By the way, may I will not refer to it, but where is, or maybe I'm not allowed to say this, where's the hit counter?
The hit counter is, it's hidden in the main computer.
Oh, in the computer. Okay.
I'll show you during the break.
Okay.
I'll show you the hit counter.
I'd be curious because I know you've pegged her out several times. That's cool.
It was doing very well, but because of the occasional outages that we're having, it's starting to take a beating.
Okay.
So that's why I just want everyone to just bear with us, please, and keep listening. So Kyle, you're manning the chat tonight.
Diamond Joe has a prediction. He says he predicts the phones will work perfectly this evening since the
stream is crashing.
Streams.
Yes, and that no one will hear them working perfect. That seems about the way things would be around here, 215-609-4315, 718-841-7702. About 9 minutes to go before the break for the news. Stump the Roscoe, by the way, people. The final ever Stump the Roscoe is happening tonight, at least for now.
Until May sweeps.
Yes, and then because it was supposed to be only during February, and then the Alan Ludell show we pushed everything back. So even though this is the first show in March, Stump the Roscoe is really just a February sweeps thing, of course. So,
but we will be replacing it with the new.
We've got something new, and we'll tell you about that in a bit. Also, I teased this on the website. Big news about one of us. At least big news. I mean, what did I call it, Roscoe? Major, minor, or minor, major news?
Good news?
Oh, you hit the mic, please. Just give it a swift kick in the... Yeah, that's good. You're on.
Oh, hello?
You're on.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Is this thing on? No, it's not.
No, it's crapping out again. Hit it right on the head of the... go ahead.
Right on the head.
All right, let's go to the phones. Walter is taking your calls, so call him up. Don't harass him. Just give him your information and answer any question he wants to know. First call of the night, Walter says it is... You know who it is. We go to Pittsburgh and say hello to Brian. Hello.
It's not Brian.
You're not Brian?
It's Florida Nate. What is Walter doing?
I'm sorry, Florida Nate. Well, that's okay.
You fire that guy.
I knew it couldn't have been Brian because I hit the button and still, I was still...
You were still talking without being interrupted.
I think he's ringing. You might want to check because
Well, did you talk to him?
I talked to him for about 20 minutes while I was on hold.
And nothing happened? Or he didn't put you on the right...
He must have just figured. I wonder why he was referring to me as blind.
So what did you talk with him for 20 minutes about?
Sports?
He does like the sports. He doesn't really understand them, but, he worked with the fans, so... What's on your mind tonight, Florida Nate? And say hi to Steve Bryant.
Hey, Nate.
How you doing, Steve? Thanks for the book.
Hey, you're welcome. It was my pleasure. My pleasure.
I like the big text. It's probably for 85-year-olds, but, it makes for easy reading.
Well, as I have to whack my mic here. that's a euphemism. As I have to whack my mic here to say this, it's only 300 words, so the big type makes it look like more.
And I made that comment.
Yes, Roscoe, you did say that. Yes, you did. You did say that.
Because the connotation with large text
is that it's
type
aimed at an older demographic.
But after reading the book, it's not true.
I got a proof in 10-point, and it was just uncomfortable to read. Because I think it's about 55,000 words or so in the book.
I hate 10 points.
Yeah, it was awful. So I should take it to 12. And they, of course, they said, well, it's going to be more expensive to produce. And I said, well, okay.
Well, you're killing more trees, but at least people will enjoy it.
They'll be able to read it. And plus, it's now it's 9,642 pages. So it's like the War and Peace.
I love large print, and not just because I have poor eyesight, but you know what? The real reason is it makes me feel like I'm really accomplishing something because I'm constantly turning the pages.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think I'm really moving
there's
my way
9
through
words
this
on a
thing,
page.
you know?
I mean, you're moving like Evelyn Wood, the speed reading. They're just flipping through.
It's a self-esteem builder for Bruce Starr.
Absolutely. Now, Nate, you work in radio, right? Dick Robinson station.
Yes, I do. I work in radio down here in Florida.
I think that's great, man. I think that's really great. A young person like you working in the industry. I think.
But you're not working in sales, though, right?
No, I'm a production right now.
Have you considered going into radio sales, which may be the only job left in the business in a few years?
Well, they still don't tell me do the affidavits or affidavit. I don't know what the hell they're called. Premiere and Fox News, their commercials. I had to type in the times they played on their websites, and I didn't like that too much. And I think that's what their salesperson normally does. Just kind of laid it on me.
Well, did you ever have any desire to get into selling? I'm fishing for a good compliment about the book here, Nate. Work with me. I'm trying to.
Yes, that book really inspired me to want to get into sales.
Really?
No.
Oh, did it finally expire?
It expired.
Let me see the microphone here for a moment here.
I'm here, Nate. I'm just in the background.
Yeah, use. Thank you, Kyle.
Oh, thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Hi. No, well, Nate, thank you. It's and the thing is, and I've gotten a lot of really nice comments on the book so far, and I really appreciate yours. We're all salespeople. You know, they always say prostitution is the oldest profession.
I thought he was going to say we're all in the same business.
We're all in the same business. Yeah. We're all in the same business. Anyway, we're all in the same business. Everybody says prostitution was the first business. You know, that was the first, but it wasn't. Before prostitution could be a business, it had to be sold. So we salespeople beat prostitution by a good 10, 15 seconds.
But you're not really one and the same, though. I mean, some may be, but you're not, right? I mean, you're not prostituting yourself.
Oh, no, not at all. No, a good salesperson is golden.
I like how the book is a mix of an autobiography with sales.
Yeah, thank you, man.
I like that.
It is, yes. Gives it that personal touch.
All the wacky stuff that happened, the Barbie Jello wrestling story.
Although, you know what I did not, unless it was a few of the pages I missed, but what I did not see in the book, Steve?
Yes.
The story of you and Rue McClanahan in a hot tub.
No, that's going to be
next book?
That's going to be in Groping the Way America Buys.
All right.
We were in side by side bathtubs, and it was the coldest 2 hours of my life. That water, I was nearing hypothermia. I really was.
The book after that, by the way, will be Steve Bryant's A Night with A
Night with Rue.
No. This would have been funnier if I didn't stammer in the middle of it. A Night with Beatrice Arthur. I couldn't think of her name. Maud.
Oh, he had Betty White too. I just found that out last night.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Oh, you appeared with Betty White?
Betty White had several books actually on QVC that did quite well. And she was at my 40th birthday party, which was thrown for me by Carol Channing, who had a line of simulated diamonds.
You see, now here's the thing. When Steve Bryant name drops, like, it's for real.
Yeah, it's
and you notice that the names...
Where am I?
The names that Steve Bryant drops, do you notice something else, Roscoe? What do you notice that's different about the names that Steve Bryant drops versus someone else?
He's actually met them and
what about the people, though?
The people
are alive.
They can be tracked down. They can be tracked down.
Yes, they do.
I am very proud to say that one of Carol Channing's closest friends, is George Burns. God rest his soul. And George Burns came to my 40th birthday party at the. He didn't know me from a hole in the friggin' ground, but he came because he really loved Carol, and he said, Carol really speaks highly of you, and I don't know who the fuck you are going to wait for me, you bastard. I'm George fucking Burns.
Sounds like a cross between George Burns and Aaron Spelling rolled into one here, you know?
You're 40 years old. Give me a glass of water.
Well, Nate, I'm glad you're enjoying the book, and hopefully, you'll be able to apply it to something down there. I'm sure you will, because selling is really involved in almost all facets of life, and I know I'm not the only one who says that even if you want to be a program director in radio, you're still selling. You're selling your ideas, you're selling your station, even if you're not actually, hawking, there's that word, the airtime. You're selling, and everything you do. When you approach, let's say, Steve, when you approach...
I broke the microphone.
What happened over there?
I leaned on it.
Pulled on the cord.
I pulled on the cord.
This place is falling apart.
I'm
We need
sorry.
all wireless equipment. Yeah, next week. You know.
I'm sorry.
Wireless. We can't get the wired.
I know we
equipment
can't even get the wired stuff to work. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate the call. I hope all's going well down there with the Dick Robinson and Standards by the Sea.
Oh, yes, I'm running. I have to load him into the computer tomorrow.
When does Standards by the Sea run?
It runs, I think, 10 a.m. Central Time, Sundays.
And does the station stream?
Yes, they do.
All right, I'll have to. You'll have to send me a note about that, Nate, because I haven't heard Standards by the Sea since PEN.
And
All Sports.
And Nate, you are on the MySpace now.
Yes, I am.
In fact, you're in the top 8.
Oh, good.
Very exciting. Well, thank you, Nate. Appreciate the call, and I don't know what happened to Brian in Pittsburgh. Walter says he was on there somewhere, and he disappeared. So a short break we'll take, and when we come back with Steve Bryant in the studio, more of your phone calls and all kinds of radio stuff, including a word from the I-Team. You're an Audio 18 Sonics at owned and operated 18 America. The news is coming your way now. After 11, Radio Racket Radio News brought to you by Elite Cleaners, Audubon Village Shopping Center. Elite Cleaners, 610-666-9910. Mention Audio 18, get an 18% discount. Elite Cleaners, so much more than dry cleaning. Kyle?
Good evening. It's Friday, March 2nd, 2007, with Radio Racket Radio News. I'm Kyle DeWitt. Better late than never. According to an internal memo from Clear Channel Radio CEO John Hogan, the company has agreed to terms of a 3-year deal with Arbitron to encode its stations here in Philadelphia and purchase the ratings data. The memo goes on to state that Clear Channel is still looking into other electronic audience measurement options and is still co-funding a test project in Houston. Arbitron Senior VP of Press and Investor Relations Tom Mokarski told us here at the Racket that Arbitron does not comment on the status of negotiations. No exact date is mentioned on when Clear Channel is to begin encoding or if they already have. The big announcement came only one day after Arbitron released the first set of pre-currency ratings numbers yesterday. While the numbers are virtually meaningless without the Clear Channel stations included, there were some pretty impressive moves made by some stations. Making the biggest jump was 610 WIP going from 15th to 8th overall in the 6-plus numbers, which now, in essence, replaces the 12-plus. Ben and WMMR also made nice moves up the chart. This was the first set of 2 monthly installments of test numbers that Arbitron will release so stations and advertisers can get used to the new data. Seemingly in a pinch with the first pitch that counts only about 1 month away, the Phillies announced this week that Flyers TV announcer Jim Jackson has been hired as the pre- and post-game show host on the Phils radio network. Jackson will also continue with the Flyers, but with the team well out of playoff contention, there should be very few conflicts this season. It was widely speculated that WFAN's Yankees beat reporter and Philly native Sweeney Murdy, formerly of WIP, was the man the Phillies wanted for the spot, but he reportedly turned them down. WADV in Lebanon, Pennsylvania is fined $4,000 by the FCC for violating power restrictions. The station, which is only authorized for 5 watts at night, either failed to lower its power or turn off its transmitter at sunset on numerous days in late December of 2005 and January of 2006, according to the official FCC violation notice. The Southern Gospel formatted station, which is 1,000 watts daytime, is owned by WADV Radio Incorporated. With Radio Racket Radio News, I'm Kyle DeWitt.
Loan out.
good to have you with us. We are back. Audio 18. Big-time audio broadcast.
Yeah.
Hour number 2.
Hey, George.
Kyle and Jeff and Steve Bryant. Yes.
I'm looking at the PPM data that you had printed out.
Now, are you going to say what we wanted to get into, but you're going to say it now and ruin it for, or are you?
I don't know what we were going to get into. Was it what you just mentioned a moment ago?
Yes.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Well, no, there are. I won't mention the specific station that you wanted to talk about.
Dance around it.
There's stations on here that I can't believe are on this list.
Yeah, we have, now keep in mind, these are only the 6, as if the 12 pluses weren't bad enough. Now it's 6 plus.
Well, there's two lists here. There's a 6 plus and a 12 plus.
Well, here's a question.
There's not much difference between the two, though.
Right, no, there's not. And here's a question I have, George, and you might not know.
That's what you don't know.
When you have a PPM device,
right?
Say you drive out of market. Does it no longer work?
So you're saying if I went from Philly to New York and I was listening to CBS FM on 101.1, would it still think I was listening to Jerry Lee? Is that what you're saying?
No, but because WAYV is on that list.
Right. How does it not know it's not ZZO, for example?
No, but is someone picking that up by driving to Atlantic City, or are they listening to it in South Jersey? I'm curious.
That is a very good question. I don't know. I should know it.
That's something we need Tom McCarsky on.
But
possibly.
And for the record, for those of you who don't pay attention to Kyle's newscast,
I don't.
Yeah, I know. Well, you read the information.
Yellow.
A swift kick there. Yeah, just be ruthless. Yeah. There we go.
Hello, it's back.
You're so good at tapping heads, Steve.
But some of the stations on here, not
that there's anything wrong with that.
Now, WGLS, Glassboro. I love this. The radio station sounds nothing like a college radio station. It's on the list.
I was on GLS for a short time. I was a fill-in. A friend of mine did their folk music show called The Focal Point, and it was a cool show. Yeah. And he was dating the woman he was later to marry, and it was Saturday night. He used to say, "Would you come in and fill in?" I said, "But I'm not a Glassboro student." He said, "No, nobody will know, man. They're just listening to the music." So,
Yeah, man.
I'm Steve Bryant. I'm a comm major here.
We're so high right now.
Yeah. There are a lot of, as you would say, non-commies on the on the list here.
There are definitely some strange ones.
But guess what station is not on here?
Yes,
WPRB.
Oh, I didn't realize
WPRB
that.
is still nowhere to be found.
Which has 300 times the footprint of some of the stations that are on the list.
Yes. Oh, I can't believe I actually worked at that radio station.
WNWR on there?
No. Oh. No, it is not on the list.
It's probably lower
now,
than
here's
PRB.
what,
something.
That's because that's not the weekend numbers.
I need to extrapolate. Honey!
We're doing 0 to 5 plus.
Where are the Saturday numbers? 3 to 4.
The guy who does it his way.
They don't measure babies.
Here's what makes no sense to me, and this is what Roscoe was alluding to. Now, there are stations on here. Okay, for example, WDBK, which is...
the Pete Palma station.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Now, we know that they're doing some good stuff over there. They've got the alternative rock on the FM. They're doing some good stuff over there. So what I'm about to say is of no judgment on the programming of the radio station. They're doing great things over there, but I don't care how good the programming is if nobody can hear it. Now, what is that, Jeff? 100 watts? 200 watts?
Yeah, the signal's not very good. You can get it on the Ben Franklin. Well, then again, what can't you get on the Ben Franklin Bridge?
Yeah, I mean, you can get it here and there. Yeah. But the average listener, presumably the people who have the PPM, you would not think would be able to get the station. Now, I'm looking at the one for Cume that is, without giving the specific number, claiming that there are in excess of 25,000 listeners regularly every week. Now, we all know that station barely makes it out of Camden. In fact, I think there are parts of Camden County that can't even get the radio station.
Yeah, that number is probably the most suspicious one on the entire list.
But here is what really doesn't seem to make any sense to me, and if someone out there...
It's probably someone from the station got a PPM.
That's probably
okay,
what left it on next to the radio.
And just left it on, yeah. But well, look, though, here's what I really don't understand.
And they multiplied and had baby PPM.
They have 6 plus numbers, and then 12-plus numbers. Now, I'm talking average quarter hour here. Now, you take, for example, DBK, and unless I'm misunderstanding this, the rating for 6-plus is double what it is for 12-plus. Now, you mean to tell me that half the station's listeners are aged 6 to 12? Please, someone tell me if I misunderstand. There must be something. I am completely misunderstanding here.
Sure.
No, you got that right.
Yeah, it could be...
You can't tell me half of that station's listeners are ages, exactly, 6 through 12. So something, I don't understand it. But, interestingly, B101, KYW right up there at the top, OGL, XTU, MMR. The station's not participating. I noticed that the Salem stations are not on this list either. The
FILNTV?
Yeah, they're saying that they were not encoding. Now, of course, we knew about the other ones. STW and Wilmington not on the list.
Are they?
They're not saying they were not encoding. I don't know why they wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know either. Is JBR on there?
I believe it is.
I only looked at it briefly.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, it is on the list.
Is it above PEN?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it would be
not too much higher.
It's a Beasley property. They're all the Beasleys.
Exactly right. Even though it's out of market, although some people saying, "Oh, it's Philadelphia station," and you've got other people saying, "Well, how dare you talk about a Delaware station on the Philadelphia board?" And then you have some boards that move the post from the Delaware board to the Philadelphia board to the Delaware board from the Philadelphia board, then they move it back.
Go to life.
And speaking of PEN, by the way, Kyle,
we got to get out the IT music.
Yeah, there are some things going on. Steve, I don't know if you've been following this.
Steve Bryant in studio, by the way.
Steve Bryant, did I neglect to say that at the outset?
That's okay. I'm just a
that's
just a damn guest.
Bad host. I never said I was any good. I-Team, let's cue the music.
Absolutely.
Are we at that point now, Kyle?
This is exciting. I've never been here for a live I-Team update.
We are
the music. Dim the lights.
They wear masks. I didn't know that. Wow.
And now,
Purple costumes.
the I-Team.
Oh no, those are the hookers I called. Okay, I don't know.
I want that one.
Fighting their way through the muckery, wading their way through the bullshit to bring you the real truth.
He swore.
Most of the truth.
Must be big.
It is right here. Now, something happened this week, Kyle.
Yes, George, it did.
Actually, something happened a few weeks ago, but Greater Media put out a press release this week.
They did.
About what had happened a few weeks ago. PEN finally completing the work on the daytime signal, which is at the original location off City Line Avenue, right?
Right.
So this was anticipated for a long time. Personally, I don't notice any difference in the signal myself.
Nor do I, because they're still running that IBOC crap, and anytime you go under a bridge, it goes out.
Now, the press release came out from Greater Media.
Correct.
I was going to say New Brunswick, but they're not there anymore. Where are the main headquarters? Somewhere in southern New England, I think.
Massachusetts.
Braintree, right?
Boston area, yeah.
Yes. So, press release comes out. The typical press release, the station has increased the power, better served our listeners, and so forth. But there was something very interesting that I noticed about the press release. Not once or twice, but what, Kyle, 6 times?
4, 5, 6.
References to the radio station as Sports Radio 950 WPEN. Most people wouldn't even think anything of it. Kyle, there's something wrong with that picture.
Yes, there is.
Tell them all about it.
Well, you brought it to my attention, and I did some digging, and I found out...
Well, first, explain, though, for the people who don't understand, what is so significant about the fact that it was called Sports Radio on the press release?
Well, they are currently positioned as Sports Talk 950, and 610 WIP is Sports Radio 610 WIP.
Exactly.
And they refer to themselves as Sports Radio 950 in this press release. So I did some digging, and I found out that they're thinking about repositioning. I then employed the help of the I-Team.
Sorry.
Thank you. I called the I-Team.
You have to talk like this whenever the music's on.
That's right.
When the music's
Look at
over,
their car. It's like a Corvair. It's really cool.
And the I-Team did some digging, and they found out that on Monday of this week, just passed.
So just 72, 96 hours ago.
Correct. 3 new web domains have been registered, not by Greater Media, but by someone closely related with the station. Now, let me see. I sort of want to bring Diamond Joe.
I was just about to say, because when it comes to finding things out about radio stations, by being a super sleuth when it comes to the registration of domain names, only one name comes to mind, and we say, hello, Diamond Joe.
I just got done digging for answers, and boy, are my arms tired.
Hey, I used that earlier in the show. That's my joke.
And yet it was funnier with Diamond Joe.
Diamond Joe understands the basics of timing and delivery.
So I employed
I'm
the
Roscoe's
help.
comedy coach, or at least I've been employed to be such.
So I employed the help of the I-Team.
Now, Diamond Joe, in a moment we'll talk about Radio A to Z. But first, you are the person when it comes to the registration of domain names, using this information to get some ideas. You found out the whole Fresh thing up there, and now possibly Fresh in Philadelphia, which I still think sounds like a feminine product. But
laundry detergent.
So what did you uncover?
I found 2 domains, not 3. Maybe there's a third, but I'm not aware of it. And with respect to the registrant, I'm not going to release his information, but, kind of like Kyle said, I told him, what the information was at the time. And, trust him and trust me. It kind of looks legit. But, yeah, the 2 domains are sportsradio950online.com and...
something that's going to annoy the shit out of RJ.
Oh, what?
Drum roll, please. My sportsradio950.com.
Oh, no.
Now, why are they doing that?
My Sports Radio 950.
Oh, no.
No original ideas?
That's got to be a gag. They can't
That can't be. First of all, the other one is just too damned long.
You got 106.1. I mean, you got MySpace.
How are they doing my? It's all because of the kids. MySpace.
My PHL and my Fox Philadelphia.
Steve, you have one of your guns. I want to put a bullet in my head.
Sure.
My Sports.
Can I help?
Oh no! First of all, this whole my nonsense. Isn't this a female-targeted thing that the women like hearing my in front of everything?
I know. I mean, there's that My Network TV network that they threw together, and I just learned that Fox is planning to turn it into a reality network. To which my first thought was, I thought they already owned a reality network. Fox!
Yeah, Fox Reality.
Actually, Fox Reality on digital cable in most areas if they do carry it. But yeah, Fox, half their programming, American Idol, all that bullcrap. But
So I mean, this seems like it's going to happen. No word.
Keep in mind, though, anyone with $9 can register a domain name. But
no, I know.
Would they really be that foolish to do to My Sports?
I don't know, but
what, the softer side of sports?
Well, they do carry the Fan 2 Girls program, so maybe it's a tie-in with that.
Now, I like I said, I did some digging, and I have good sources, and it does seem that this is going to happen. Now, when it's going to happen, I don't know.
Now, first of all, I would like to say something right now, because some people may think, you guys are bullies. We had someone saying this week that we are not hard-hitting enough. Others have called us bullies, so like I said, we must be doing something right.
Right.
As far as this goes, this is not an example Because it's clear from listening to the station, they're still positioning the same thing, sports talk.
Right.
Website still says sports talk. There's no indicator that any of this is actually happening or exactly.
And I tried the domains. They're dead right now, by the way. This is parked by GoDaddy.com.
Right, it just says they're parked.
But here's what I would like to say, though, for anyone listening who thinks that, well, we're getting someone in trouble, or, someone shot his mouth to Kyle, and now, we're going with it. I would like to say this. Greater Media, whoever put out that press release is the one who blew it. You cannot put out a press release. Shame on you for doing this. You are the one who spilled the beans. You think that our I-team wasn't going to notice?
Right. But how are we sure that they don't have that domain name?
That who doesn't have the domain?
Greater Media.
Well,
which one?
Apparently someone working on the Greater Media registered.
Diamond Joe uncovered someone with a direct Greater Media connections having registered those.
I'm sorry, Steve, if we hit that I-team sounder, we're going to get another investigative exclusive. The I-team investigates.
You know what, Joe, you have to talk soft-spoken when the music is on.
Okay.
The I-team investigates. Steve Bryant is not a real guest. At least in the eyes of Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I tell you, Fred, he does have some good contributions to the show. He's cool. I mean, if you're entrenched for a while on the show, then I can see you making this point. But to liken him to, like, RJ, that's just pissing in the guy's cornflakes.
That's pretty bad. I know. That was... But I responded to that. Steve, since it's come up, your thoughts on that. You are not real.
I am not real. I am not real. I simply feel that Fred Flintstone, I will say his name, I feel that Fred Flintstone is a bitter, miserable, unhappy, probably manic depressive, probably bipolar, probably not taking his meds, miserable, evil son of a bitch.
And he never gets laid, I'm guessing.
No, don't say that.
No, by righty and lefty, maybe, but...
I set him up, he knocked him down.
Thank you.
Okay, well...
Enough said.
You two used to work at COJ, you and Fred, right, Steve?
No, he was not there. And while I am privy to knowing what went on when he was there, and why he is no longer there, I won't say at this time.
Well, thank you. From our legal department, thanks you.
Yes, that's true. But, no, Kyle brought this to my attention today, and I just thought what an evil, miserable, bitter son of a bitch. Well, I'm very sorry, and I hope, go do the right thing, whatever that is.
Take on the day.
A Spike Lee movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you know what, though, Steve? What my biggest point of contention with all of that was, and I did respond to that thread, was to liken you to RJ. First of all, is ludicrous. But the things about anyone working in infomercials or home shopping, to compare that to the old days of religion, like we talk about Brother Stare and some of these god awful pun intended radio shows and brokered religion programming. I've told the story on this program about one of the religious broadcasters telling me himself that the station makes its money from being named in little old ladies' wills and cleaning out their entire estates. Mm-hmm. To compare someone selling a chicken rotisserie item
that works,
to that, I think is a bit extreme.
Well, as I said,
and possibly slanderous or libelous.
And that's being examined. I've done 3 infomercials that have aired. I did a 4th one that did not air. The 4th one was for an all-natural cleaning product that did work. I've been offered dozens of infomercials that I've turned down because they were for products that I deemed to be just inferior and scary, very scary, possibly harmful. The rotisserie, I had been a rotisserie user for about 3 years when Ron asked me to do the infomercial. And he had sent me a set of the knives. Ron's this great genius person, and he came up with the idea for doing this set of cutlery, and he sent me a set of one day I go to the front door, there's the UPS box, it's a set of cutlery and a note from Ron, use these, tell me what you think. So I used the knives, told him what I thought, and I didn't hear from him for about a year. But I said, hey, these are really good knives. These are really great. And he said, what if I told you I could sell them all for $39? And I said, really? You can do? He just found a great source, and they're great knives. So I do infomercials for products in which I believe, and for products that do great things. I am so flattered that the Tupo Peel infomercials have been so successful. The Stavon infomercial was incredibly successful. I believe it was a $100 guitar. It was no harm, no foul. It was a nice little guitar for $100 and a how-to video. And a Stavon's a great teacher. And it was just a very cool thing. If you want to learn how to play the guitar, here's a pretty cool guitar. It's not a Martin, it's not a Gretsch, it's not a Gibson, but it's a very cool guitar and a really great set of how to play the guitar DVDs. Like I said, the cleaning product worked, but the infomercial didn't test well, and it never ran. The dozens
Hello.
The dozens of infomercials I was offered and turned down would have made a ton of money, and I chose not to do it. I just think there's an evil, bitter person. I hope it keeps him or her from kicking a dog.
Well, for what it's worth, Steve, I think you're real.
I'm
Kyle, is he real?
Touch him.
I love Steve. He's very real.
We have a special relationship. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
So Diamond Joe, I guess that Steve addressed it.
Is that cool? Is that good?
Oh yeah. Well, can you hear me?
I can.
I just experienced my first phone drop. I was about to say, I want to step on you over there. I experienced my first Ronco infomercial, and that Cousin Arnold.
Isn't he something? Isn't he nuts? His Cousin Arnold is really Ron's cousin.
I believe it.
He made his living for decades demonstrating knives at county fairs, on boardwalks. I mean, this guy could probably do open heart surgery. I mean, he's that good. He's that good with a blade.
With the Ronco.
Exactly. And he's got all the lines down that he's been using for decades. It's like, look, slices of tomato so thin. He talks like Ralph. Look, slices of tomato so thin you could read a newspaper through it. Look, you can make one tomato last an entire summer. All these, you hear him on every boardwalk, and he is just this great demonstrator. And I was on the air with him at QVC once, and this is the kind of pro he is. He sliced his finger, wide open, and it was bleeding like a sieve, and he had a potato. And I didn't know this, but I guess a potato can help to stop bleeding. And he stuck his finger into the potato and kept cutting with one hand. The audience never knew that he had sliced himself, almost took his thumb off.
Then he ate the potato.
Well, that's true. Mighty tasty.
Blood potato.
Meanwhile, the tears are streaming down his face.
Well, and that's another thing you don't realize. What I think of the QVC career and think of what I did there, the times. I got to play guitar with Richie Havens. I got I jammed on air with the Moody Blues with Brian Wilson. Got to interview Tony Bennett in his New York apartment. Rode the window washers scaffolding down the Empire State Building.
I heard about that.
Taking
kind
video.
Of ballsy.
Oh, Lord.
It was great.
I would have passed out and died.
You know what was kind of scary? It was Christmas 2000. And I got the sun setting over the Twin Trade Centers for their last Christmas. I didn't know it at the time that I was getting that. I skydived, took video while I was skydiving one time, and that was great. That was just just to show what the product would do. And if that career isn't good enough for somebody, fuck you and everything you hold holy.
I must say, if that were me scaling the Empire State Building, cue the Roscoe laughter, there would have been bowel movement all over the side of the building.
I did throw those pants away, but it was a once in a lifetime.
And yet the camcorder still worked the entire time.
Look at this! It still works. So.
I got the flying chopper 1450.
I forgot about that. I did forget about that. Diamond Joe is experiencing firsthand the telephone problems.
So much for my prediction of stellar phones tonight.
Well, yes, but notice that the stream is fine now.
Holds its own now.
I wonder if there's a connection.
There could be.
Pick your poison.
Well, I was about to say, I saw the infomercial, and they can really, sell those knives like 50 for like $39.99, and I got to tell you, as much as I don't really cook that much to need like 50 knives, A chop and serve knife for vegetables kind of looks good. I might buy that from your friend Ron. Well,
I might be able to hook you up there as a friend of the Radio Racket. Let me see
the insider deal.
Yeah, a little.
I would like to point out this will be a good time to remind people that O.J. Simpson never bought any Ronco products, right? And that was confirmed when they searched the house.
It had nothing from Ronco. Jeffrey Dahmer didn't use any of it to cook anything.
No, wait, Ronco's not the one who used to demonstrate the cutting the shoe apart with the knife. That was Ginsu.
That was Ginsu. And there have been so many. Ginsu was the brainchild of two New York marketers who's. Actually, their wives' names. Now, I've heard this both ways: Ginny and Sue, and hence Ginsu. And they released the knife. The first infomercial they did for the Ginsu knife, they called it the Amazing Miracle Knife or something like that, and it died.
They weren't Asian?
Well, they were made. Come on,
they came from there.
Everything in the world is Asian, but
including George.
Very good.
I was about to say, is it the naming choice? Is it the choice between Ginsu or my knife?
Perfect.
They're making fun of me.
That's just great. You know, one interesting thing that happened. First of all, let me give absolute props to the cockroach, because I'm like just a regular cockroach listener.
You're running in a spot now. You know, when you say the cockroach rock, that's in like a top of the hour.
I heard it.
Really? I missed that.
I'm in a sweeper.
I'm running your commercial.
I get the royalty check. I get like 3 cents.
Steve, don't get excited. RJ is on one of them too. So just don't. Maybe there was some truth.
Well, we are compatriots after all.
Yeah, I know.
After all, we're all in the same business.
By the way, Larry from Larry's Recycled Linguini.
Yeah, what do you want?
Possibly Don Vito might be stopping by in the next hour.
What do you want? I got linguini. I got used linguini. Look, with that friggin' cigarette butt. Get that out of here.
And I understand that Don Vito's bid for the presidency of the greater, just outside the Vineland City Limits Chamber of Commerce, has gone down, and he's not happy about it. He's going to make a few phone calls.
I'm not happy about this.
Yeah.
I wanted to be president. I wanted a president, Don Vito. And I presented my case to these people, and they wouldn't listen to me. I don't fuck them.
Joe?
I thought Ralph Brooker Adult Emporium was the home of where things go down, but anyway. George, hit that sounder again, another IT.
Oh, wow.
He's been working.
Who's going to call in? EIT. Roscoe signs up for fantasy baseball as the unsurmountable.
The unsurmountable.
That's right, the team name.
I think I win the preseason award for best team name.
Well, you know, because Roscoe, this is very important because you are representing, as the kids would say, Kyle and I. So we are trusting you to handle yourself accordingly.
Yes, I have to bring my computer next week because the official league draft is
live
during the show.
And we are known as the Unsurmountables, I believe, right? That was a rumor? Is it true though, or is that really what we're being called?
Well, that's what Roscoe named you, and now it's just me, Kyle, and Roscoe on behalf of you guys. And we'd like to ask all the other Racketeers this weekend. There's a thread on PhillyTalk.com on the forums on the Radio Racket session. Look for the pinned thread that says Radio Racket Fantasy Football. Sign up. Roscoe's there. You want to kick his ass? Sign up now, you know?
Well, that should be the incentive.
We had a party unsurmountable.
Correct. Indeed, as Kyle would say. But, yeah, we like to get a lot of people, you know, for this league, you know, live draft during the show can't be beat. We want to get at least 6 people.
Now, how does that work, though? Because don't these drafts take, like, days or hours or something?
It's Yahoo, you know, and if you have a free Yahoo ID, it's easier to sign up and then just be signed in and, you know, during the show and, you know, during the season, you can actually go head-to-head against Roscoe.
I feel. Will this take away from people's concentration of the show?
Like you're doing the intro to Jungle Love by Morrissey.
or the Tookie Tookie Bird from George of the Jungle. Tookie Tookie. Tookie Tookie Bird say George have flaccid penis.
Which you know what though?
Oh my!
Notice that it's funny then, but it's not funny when radio stations use it for their sweepers. I've never understood that. Why do stations do that? They use the Tukey bird thing, and they think it's fun. Yeah, they put it on their sweepers.
Yeah, well, they're trying to capture the boomer audience. I mean, haven't you noticed they're going for a lot of that now? I think what's the latest movie I heard that's in production? Oh, there's a Get Smart movie in production.
Yes, I heard about that, and it coincides with the release of the complete first season.
Yes,
it's coming out though.
Brilliant show. God, that
probably
was brilliant.
Not as many stations that play the Tukey bird as stations that play imaging sweepers with The Simpsons. My God, is there one station that does not? I mean, and Simpsons jumped the shark for me because too many celebrity cameos. You know what I mean? I mean, once I turned it on, I saw freaking Instinct on there. It was over. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
and they got a movie coming out themselves too. I understand the last 20 minutes of it alone is going to be the crawling credits for the celebrity cameos.
Right. Well, and Roscoe, you were a big Simpsons fan back in the day, right?
They jumped the shark a long time ago. They ran out of storylines. I mean, there's nothing...
Do you think that the only reason The Simpsons remains on, aside from the obvious that it's still making money, the fact that they're just trying to get to that 20-year plateau and then...
No, it's a cash cow for Fox.
Yeah.
That's why
is anyone watching that show
it doesn't. They don't have to because the reruns, the residuals, the merchandise is a monster.
But you would think, though, that
Thank you, Walt Disney.
Do you need to keep the show in production on a weekly basis on the network to keep that? I mean, to keep Gilligan's Island only was on for 3 years and still is
sells a fraction of the merchandise that
and you got to figure
sell.
To have humans do a sitcom, you got to pay them more. You can just be cheaper to animate.
That's right. Although the voice talent is, and hey, rightfully so, I think, asking for a bigger piece of the pie because those are some of the best animation voices I've ever heard.
And that's why reality TV is so popular because
it costs nothing. Exactly. It's modeled.
And these game shows and all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I think we need network home shopping, Steve.
Network, that's right.
Once a week reality. That is the next wave of network TV.
Well, you know, the networks tried it. You know, NBC bought ValueVision, which is now called Shop NBC.
Right.
But what's not commonly known is they're basically leasing the name NBC.
They don't own it.
Well, NBC wanted to have everything to do with Shop NBC until they realized, in their opinion, Shop NBC was sucked, and they are bankrupt. Well, I don't know if they're bankrupt, but they're not doing very well.
I didn't realize that was ValueVision because we picked up at one of the channels ValueVision. I didn't realize it was the same
from
entity.
Minnesota. And we see the original dream, because I was I helped to consult for this whole thing. When NBC was considering, they bought like a 10% stake, and let's try it out, and they really kind of liked it. They said, hey, we'll sell all of our NBC merchandise there. We'll sell, Law and Order, DVD sets, et cetera, all the great merchandise that we'll have from these
Just like
shows.
the Radio Racket store.
Oh, exactly.
And there's lots of new items.
That's right, the fantastic new items. What do you hear about these things coming
That's what we should get Steve Bryant to do the infomercial for the Radio Racket store.
Hello, but wait. How would you like to have people look at your shirt and say, what the fuck is that? Now you can. But wait, there's more. How'd you like to wear an apron at your next barbecue that pisses everybody off so they leave and you get all the food and the beer? Don't answer yet, because if you call in before midnight tonight, there's just as much. There's a very seedy side of radio. Obviously, there's a very seedy side of television. There's a very seedy side of the world of infomercials. Obviously, we've talked about that. But every time network TV has tried, and this is interesting, something I don't know if we've ever talked about, QVC tried 2 different sitcom pilots.
What?
Yeah. They did one with ABC that was, and the premise of that, it was a basic sitcom, single mom, moves in, wacky neighbor. Only this was a Japanese sitcom, so the wacky neighbor was a giant robot. No. We have single mom, wacky neighbor, a giant robot in back. Okay, but anyway. Sorry, it's my anime thing.
Shoplifting?
You're very good. Well, the one on ABC, the single mom, they would flash graphics on the screen. Like they would flash a graphic on her blouse, Anne's blouse.
Flash your blouse, you get more ratings.
Well, that's it. Anne's blouse, $39.95. Call here, and it was a dismal. I mean, talk about testing poorly. It bombed.
This just sounds so stupid.
Oh, and the other one. Well, this is in the beginning. This is in the. We made it up as we went along because nobody had ever done this before on a full-time basis. So
well, it's happening effectively today with all this product placement. You got Randy and Paul Abdul and Simon Cowell drinking Coca-Cola.
Oh, absolutely. At least Simon and Randy are drinking Coke. Paula, we're not sure. But God bless her. But here's the other sitcom was again a standard sitcom. It was like a real right-wing family living next door to a real left-wing family.
Rush
Limbaugh moves next door to Al Franken.
Tonight at 8 Central.
Honey, where's my Oxycontin?
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, there's someone at the door.
Ladies and gentlemen, sounded like a cross between Shatner and Limbaugh.
In the second sitcom, instead of using graphics, the sales pitch was woven into the text of the script. So it'd be like, George, I am really excited that we're talking to Diamond Joe on the radio Racket. Might I say, that's quite a smashing hoodie you've got on there. Well, Steve, I'm glad you like this.
It's only
and you would do the sales pitch. And I'm looking at both of these and said, to have been a fly on the wall when anybody thought either of these was a good idea.
Well, you know what they should do? They should, in the old days of the movie musicals, where just in the middle of the dialogue, they just break out into song. Just break out into the sales pitch.
Well, then NBC tried a 1 hour sales show, 1 hour shopping show right after the Today Show, and the Today Show used to stop at 9 o'clock.
Right.
So from 9 to 10, they had I don't know if it was called Let's Go Shopping.
I heard about this.
This is what I was called in to consult on. And, of course, since I am, just a lying sack of crap,
huckster,
the whole thing. Charlatan.
That's a good word, yeah.
I did tell them the truth. I did. They told me about this idea, and the positioning for the show was something you've never done before. Watch TV and shop. And I said, guys, QVC's now been on the air
for 20 years.
For 15 years. Well, it was right after I left QVC, and my non-compete had just expired. So it was, I said, QVC's been on for 15, Home Shopping's been on for 20 years. I said, oh no, but now you can shop on a major network. I said, QVC makes more money than CBS, and that's the truth. They're like the third most successful TV network, and they're biting at the heels of NBC right now. So I said, when they showed me this, and they showed me the hosts they had, they showed me the premise, they were going to be selling Kobe beef for $500 for this pack. I said, at 9 o'clock, this is going to die. I said, this is going to die. So many deaths. And I said, I am, thank you very much. Because they said, well, we'd like you to be involved. I said, no. I said, thank you. You've paid me a lovely fee to be your consultant, and now I'm telling you, I'm going away.
They'll kill you when you see it.
Oh, I said, this is doomed. This is horrible. There's no, and they said,
might be worse than Joey.
Well, that's right. Well, then they called me. Whoa. Then they called me after the show was on for a couple of days, and it was obviously going to be a dismal failure. That I was called, and they said, we'd like to have a meeting up in New York. And I said, I can save you the time. I said, because I'm sure that meeting is going to be, how do we save it? Kill it. Take it off the air. It is a horrible idea. It's not going to work in 20 million years.
Now pay me.
Yeah, exactly.
Joe, we're coming up near the end of the hour. Bottom line, do you really think that something is going on with this PEN stuff, or are they messing with us?
Only time will tell, And speaking of time, if you have the time tomorrow afternoon to listen to Radio A2Z, if you missed it today, we're going through the eyes. That's right, we got more eyes in the optometrist directory. Let me give you a sample of, let me tell you what we started with.
Wait a minute, time out. Joe, tomorrow? Did you say tomorrow?
I mean, it runs Thursday at 10 to Friday at 10, but a portion also runs on Saturdays.
Oh, see, this is news to me. I don't pay attention. I had no idea.
It's not necessarily the weekend, because once we're done with ham radio at 10, we shut off. By the way, Roscoe, thanks for turning me on to the ham radio show. I now relay that on the stream.
The one that said the F word on 1360.
Yeah.
But anyway, you get Trainwreck Segways, Golden. We started with Color Me Bad, I Adore Me More. I went into I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. And then later on we have
Spencer Davis Group, I'm a Man.
I don't think that's here.
The Beatles' I Me Mine.
we have like Beavis and Butthead, I Got You, Babe with Cher.
Nice.
Going Straight, I Hate Everything.
Remember,
here's a blast from the past. Aisha, another bad
I love you. I want to be with you.
And take a picture.
Yeah.
And after Aisha, we have If Bubba Can Dance, Shenandoah, which kicks off 27 odd songs starting with the word if. And we close it out with Tim McGraw, It's Your Love, and Jay-Z's Izzo, H to the Izzo, B to the Izzo. So
that's one of George's favorites.
Oh, absolutely.
We put it together, and, you know, I mean, what's worse than listening to me read you the titles? Rick Astley would take a strong band. Travis Tritt, it's a great day to be. Come on, turn it in. You know, listen for an hour. Sample it. I guarantee you'll like it. MySpace.com/Roach Radio. And, you know, Thursdays at 10 through Saturdays at 10 are hours of operation.
Hey, Diamond Joe, before we let you go, it seems like the I-Team, you uncovered the unsurmountables, but you didn't uncover the big news story about Roscoe this week, which we will talk about next hour, I presume.
It's always got to come back to him.
Doesn't
you
it?
notice
Exactly.
that?
What a dick.
It's just like it just gets killing him.
Well, he's uncovered so many stories, but he missed the biggest one.
Yeah, well, Steve, I know this is normally the night you drink wine with your cohort.
Yes, the Ronco's Boxo Cabernet.
Shit, I forgot to pick up a box of wine.
I know, you were supposed to do.
Steve, you ever heard of this Fat Bastard wine?
Oh, yes. I bought it. It's not real good, but I bought it just because I bought 2 bottles, one to drink and one just to have it to show to people. I may be sending it to somebody on the internet. I don't know.
Fat Bastard wine.
It's called Fat Bastard. Yeah.
Have you? And you
RJ in exchange for the gold star that you get for that episode. Or actually, I don't think they sell Bald Bastard wine. Now, do they?
Yeah, Joe, did you do you still listen to? Are you carrying the RJ show over there?
I used to, you know.
Yeah. Did you get like a C&D or something? Did you?
Yeah, making an executive decision to change around the music programming, and Alan Sniffin's Boiler Fractions, it's pretty good. But being a Catholic, I decided to give up something for Lent, so I gave up going to Alan Sniffin's board for 40 days. I have no beef with him, but it's something, hey, I do every day. Check it out. So I figured give it up for Lent,
Joe, thank you for all of your hard work and for uncovering this good stuff from the, for the I-Team.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
We need to
work on the 1 a.m. newscast. Bobby Brown, Bobby Brown, actually had like a deal to get sprung from jail from a radio station. I guess people have gone so far from drinking your wee for a wee,
Yes, I guess we need to find other things to do now.
Yeah, more on that in an hour.
Let's bail out a convicted felon for, I don't know, that was going nowhere.
At least nobody will die, hopefully, until he gets angry and does something out there.
Out of the way.
Thank you, Joe.
Mooch off of Whitney Houston's residuals for so long, whatever's left.
Okay.
Now, how do you know Whitney Houston, though, didn't, get any of her luxuries because of, Cool It Now from New Edition?
I don't watch, actually, you say Cool It Now, it's actually, well, when you hear the story, there's a lot of references, I won't give it away. I'm going to finish working on, and 11 in your inbox under an hour, Kyle, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Sonic that owned and operated 18 America. The Voice of America News is now.
Thank you, Joe. I don't have to do it now.
Wow. Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking on the PEN thing, I know it's got to be quick. The only thing I can possibly think of is they're doing it
to spite us.
To try to stick it to IP and get IP message.
We'll talk about that next hour because there's more to the story than that and more phone calls. The lines are jammed, honey. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's Saturday, March 3rd, 2007, with Radio Racket Radio News. I'm Kyle DeWitt. Better late than never. According to an internal memo from Clear Channel Radio CEO John Hogan that was leaked, the company has agreed to terms of a 3-year deal with Arbitron to encode its stations here in Philadelphia and to also purchase the ratings data. The memo goes on to state that Clear Channel is still looking into other electronic audience measurement options and is still co-funding a test project in Houston, Arbitron Senior VP of Press and Investor Relations, Tom Makarski, told us here at the Racket that Arbitron does not comment on the status of negotiations. No exact date is mentioned on when Clear Channel is to begin encoding, or if they already have. The big announcement came only one day after Arbitron released the first set of pre-currency ratings numbers yesterday. While the numbers are virtually meaningless without the Clear Channel stations included, there were some pretty impressive moves made by some stations. Making the biggest jump was 610 WIP going from 15th to 8th overall in the 6+ number, which now replaces the 12+. Ben and WMMR also made nice moves up the chart. This was the first set of 2 monthly installments of test numbers that Arbitron will release so stations and advertisers can get used to the new data. Seemingly in a pinch with the first pitch that counts only about 1 month away, the Phillies announced this week that Flyers TV announcer Jim Jackson has been hired as the pre- and post-game show host on the Phils radio network. Jackson will also continue his work with the Flyers, but with the team well out of the playoff hunt, there should be very few conflicts this season. It's widely speculated that WFAN's Yankees beat reporter and Philly native Sweeney Murdy, formerly of WIP, was the man the Phillies wanted for the job, but he reportedly turned it down. With Radio Racket Radio News, I'm Kyle DeWitt.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm sorry. This is what I get for looking at the chat for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Why are they ripping on Rachel Ray?
I don't know, because she's hot as shit, and they're idiots.
Who doesn't like Rachel Ray?
Jim?
I
don't know him, Paul, but he's,
I don't know what she looks like.
You don't know Rachel Ray?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think she's fat. Put it that way, okay?
Oh, well, yeah, that's...
Can I at least see a picture first?
Sure, forgot about this. Yeah, we can just produce a picture of Rachel Ray right here in this... Yeah,
it is the internet, George. I think you got to smack your microphone against
radio. Oh, yes, are you...
There we go.
Oh, my.
It's working. Radio Racket Audio 18, hour number 3. And it's good to have you with us. It's always good to have you with us. The stream seems to be okay now, so the hit counter is climbing. And yes, the hit counter is real, by the way.
Whoopee. Yes, it is. I'm looking at it. I'm very impressed.
You saw it, yes.
I'm very impressed.
And keep in mind that 80-some% listen on the replay and are not listening live anyway, so it's even better. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, but wait, yes.
Steve Bryant is with us in the studio. Actually, I had never met you, Steve, until last night. Steve out with us at the Audubon Ale House with Sports Rock Showdown last night.
Okay, now I have to give props. I've heard about the Sports Rock Showdown, obviously, as everybody who listens to the Racket has.
You heard about the good news.
That's right. And I thought, well, this sounds pretty cool. I had no idea. I'm not saying this because you're sitting here, and I'm not saying it because this is the community circle jerk.
Yes, I forgot about that.
And I'm tough to impress, and outside of the people in this room and my wife, I pretty much hate everybody. And Hope Hill, he's pretty cool. Anyway, that being said, which is how a lawyer says, fuck you, That being said, that experience last night, the Sports Rock Showdown, Sports Rock Trivia Showdown at the Audubon Ale House, is probably the most fun thing I've ever seen at a bar, where people have their clothes on.
I was going to say, it was a strip bar. It would be.
Right. The 70s, Coke.
But no, it was, if you haven't gone to the Audubon Ale House on a Friday night, or Thursday night, rather.
Friday we're here.
That's right. I forgot. You have to do this. It is so much fun. It is so that and I think I know. I was on a lot of game shows when I was in college, and I made some pretty decent money being on game shows.
What game shows were you on?
I was on the Big Showdown. I was on Password Plus, the $10,000 Pyramid.
You're showing your age on that.
Really.
That's you're showing your age on the other ones.
Now the average contestant wouldn't wipe their ass for $10,000.
At least he wasn't on the $100 pyramid.
That's right. That was that's RJ started.
Wait, was Dick Clark the host at the time?
Absolutely, he was.
So you were with Dick Clark?
I was with Dick Clark, and he is.
We went to church after the show. Oh my God, she is beautiful.
I told you.
Oh, are you looking at Rachel Ray?
She was fat.
Well, is it a good picture though?
It's a phenomenal picture.
There's something wrong with the picture.
Oh, she's the chick that hosts that
the cooking show.
Yeah.
She got. We're looking at Rachel Ray here in the studio,
another.
When I worked for Scripps with Shop at Home. She worked for Food Network, and that's another Scripps network. And we had some meetings and things with her.
So you worked with Rachel Ray?
Well, never on the air. We never got to that point. And
you've been in the same room with her.
I was in the same room with her.
It's more than what we can say.
And then they went to the 10 o'clock mass.
That's right. And then Dick Clark, and I saved her life. No.
He took a stroke.
Dick Clark. I remember, because here I am. I'm a college kid. I need the money because I'm in debt out the wazoo, and the loans are piling up. I think I got to win this, and I did. I won it from Loretta Swit, who was just really fun.
Yes. And she was your celebrity partner.
She was my celebrity partner.
Yeah.
Yes. She was great. Dick was so nice. And when I was on the air with him years later on QVC, he remembered. I said, look, you've done thousands and thousands of shows. I said, but I won the $10,000 on the $10,000 pyramid. And he thought for a moment. This is one of the reasons this man is a gajillionaire. Because he said, was your partner Loretta Swit? I said, yes. Yes!
You're kidding.
Yeah, sure, no, I'm this geeky, weird.
But how many times was Loretta Swit on, though?
No, I don't think. Really? I don't think they had quite a stable, I think, of celebrities, as I recall. It was a while ago, but yeah, I was on that show, and I was on I always call it Name That Tune, but it wasn't Name That Tune. It was the
knockoff.
What was
Ron
that? Ely, Jim Williams.
I was just going to say
he would know immediately. It was Face the Music, maybe. Is that it?
Face the Music.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That ran on the cable, like on the Nashville network. Ran that, I think, after in reruns for a while.
Yeah. It was. I did real well on the Big Showdown, and it's really funny because the IRS agent is right there. When you win, you go over, and they give. Now I don't know how they do it now, but back in the day,
they just put you in jail.
They give you the option. They say, well, we can take the money from your check, but you have to sign the authorization for them to do that. Said, or you can pay the tax. However, if it's over a certain amount, you'll be penalized, and you'll owe even more. So you'll owe less by giving it to us now. Okay, I'll give it to you now. But Dick Clark, I think that's why when I hear his name besmirched, if you would, by somebody. And invoked improperly. He was so nice on QVC. I did a CD, Acoustic Blues and Views, a few years ago, and it did pretty well for an independent nobody who can't sing worth a crap.
It was a brokered CD.
It was a brokered CD. Yes, it was a self-produced CD. God help me.
Because Steve Bryant does it his way.
That's right. I do it. I don't listen to the big record companies. I do it. I do it. Actually, one of the songs had a solo on a toy xylophone. It was really pretty cool. But anyway. I suck. But Dick Clark, I sent him. I told him about it. He asked me. He was always very interested in what's happening with you. He said, "So what's going on?" I said, "Well, I'm just finishing up my CD." And he said, "CD? You sing?" I said, "Well, not real well." I said, "I'm a acoustic blues guy, and I've got a CD called Acoustic Blues and Views." I said, "There's some political blues and all original things that I've done." And he said, "Well, send me a copy of it." So I sent him a copy of it. I get him on the air at QVC. One day, he's a telephone guest. He couldn't make it in live. Right. We had an oldies collection that he was on with. And he's talking to me. He said, well, Steve, let me put some background music on here. And he brings up, there's an instrumental track on the CD, and he brings that up.
He's playing your track in the background.
He said, that's from your CD, Acoustic Blues and Views. He said, my wife and I really enjoyed it. He said, you have quite a knack for writing very, very clever songs.
So Dick Clark is a good guy.
He's a great guy. He is a great guy. Boy, and a courageous guy. And hey, I wouldn't want to do business with the man because I imagine he's fair, but I'm sure he's like Popeil, tough as nails.
Well, that's how he got.
That's exactly how he got that way.
Now,
good for him.
Do you think he did the right thing, or is doing the right thing by doing the New Year's Eve shows after his?
Yeah, I thought about it. I mean, and it would be. I've heard people make fun of it, and I really think he's got a lot of guts, and this is his passion. This is what he loves to do. I remember as a kid watching him out there. It would be 5 degrees. The snow's coming down so hard you can't see the crowd. And he's out there on New Year's Eve when he could be at one of the insurmountable parties that I'm sure he's often invited to.
Hey.
Yeah.
Unsurmountable.
I'm sorry, I was being
Come on now,
correct.
insurmountable is in the dictionary.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
unsurmountable.
All those
Actually, no.
unsurmountable
I
parties.
looked up unsurmountable. It is in the dictionary.
No, insurmountable
They're
is
interchangeable. Unsurmountable is in the dictionary.
Don't say that.
Well, they put irregardless in the dictionary,
Exactly.
which is one of the signs of the
here we go.
apocalypse.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
just like the famous story about ain't being put in. And,
Yes.
Right.
You know.
It's in the dictionary.
It's on no, and when Roscoe says that, it means it's on dictionary.com.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Oh, Jay.
No, I don't talk like that.
I didn't say that you did. I just
No, but
said
you were imitating me. Yeah.
215-674-4315. Steve Bryant in the studio with us, back to the phones. Lots of
Yes.
people have been waiting very patiently. And
Hey, George, it's Brian. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Walter says we've got Brian in Pittsburgh, so we go to the
George, what's up? Hey,
Walter's
how's
taller
it
than I
going,
thought.
Steve Bryant?
Hey, Brian, good to talk to you, man.
Hey, I love your stuff, Steve. I like that.
Thank you.
Larry's Linguini.
Hold on, Brian, wait a minute. I have to change something here. Hold on. Let me just go back to, let's go back to Brian in Pittsburgh now. Are you there,
Hello.
Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
That didn't work.
Hey, one thing, today was my friend's last air shift at K-Rock today.
Who's your friend?
Megan is her name. She did middays over there.
Oh.
And she got let go today.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that.
We'll need to get her on the program. And
Yeah, I actually had her on three-way. That's the reason why I was
I've been trying to get Roseanne to do that, and there's no way in hell it's happening.
Roseanne, your wife. We're not talking about Roseanne Barr.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I actually had her on three-way. That's why I was yelling at Walter. That's why I was getting upset at Walter.
Yeah, I understand. Now, hold on for a second. I talked to you for all of 10 seconds off the air before Kyle's news. What was going on? Because I see Walter freaking out through the glass, and he said to me, really, and it was all of a 5-second conversation, and he said, this guy's being, and they used an expletive, and I didn't know what happened.
Well, I mean, he just wasn't listening to me where I was calling from. I was trying to say Pittsburgh and everything, and I'm Brian, and you remember me, you know what I mean?
I know who you are.
Well, he just wasn't paying attention, that's all. I was trying to get him to pay attention.
Walter doesn't have a very good memory, it seems.
Really?
Yeah, it just...
Yeah, you need to be patient, is the bottom line when it comes to
I know. How old's the guy? I'm just curious.
I've never asked, actually, and he's busy taking another call right now, so he's not even listening to us.
He's very tall. He's very
tall,
tall,
lanky.
very tall, very lanky.
Now, I got a question for you, Steve. What did that dessert topping that was used as a floor for your floor cleaner? What did that taste like?
I think he's thinking of the Saturday Night Live.
Oh, what did that taste like? Ruben Clanahan.
Yeah.
I don't think Brian. It just went right over.
Sorry, I'm sorry, no, Brian.
And then he had to take a pill afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how it tasted, but it slid down real easy. But I'm bummed.
Really? Now, do you remember the Ronco food dehydrator? Remember that thing?
Oh yeah, we had that was my first introduction to Ron Popeil.
Really?
And what really hit it off between the two of us. He was going to do an infomercial presentation on QVC for the dehydrator. He had about 40 of them set up. And I kept trying to tell, I had never met him before. I said, Ron, look, I said, we have 8 minutes. We'll never get to all 40 of these. Let's concentrate on the what are the three primary uses for the dehydrator? And it's jerky.
I was going beef jerky.
Beef
the
jerky.
Obvious one.
Yogurt. Isn't it yogurt?
Fruit roll up, believe it or not. Beef jerky, fruit roll-ups, and fruit snacks, like bananas and apple chips and stuff like that. I said, well, let's put 3 of them out here and just concentrate on that. So, I invented this business, and I did this, and I appreciate your... He was very polite. He said, I appreciate your input.
But screw you.
But screw you. We're going to... So he left, and I took 37 of those damn dehydrators off the set and hid them where we couldn't find them. And then he walks out to do the show. There's 3 dehydrators. We're live with Ron Popeil, America's Inventor. Hey, Ron! And he's like a deer in headlights.
Where are my machines?
It had been doing okay all day, but in that presentation, it sold out to the wall. And we got off, and he said, people don't usually go against my wishes. And I said, you were wrong. And he said, I like you. So we hit it off.
You too sounds like Larry.
Yeah, right. He thought everyone talks like Larry. Hey, what do you know?
Now, Steve, where'd you get that theme song for the food dehydrator from? I heard on one of your fake commercials there.
Theme song for the dehydrator?
You know the one that goes da na 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 na. You remember that one?
That was
which one is it?
Oh, that's the that is actually from a 1970s music library that has now
I believe, fallen into public domain.
Which one are we talking about here?
The Ronco, actually, Jim Williams was kind enough to email that to me. He had a copy of it.
Which one, though?
Well, I use it on all of them. I use the same one.
It's a game of the States.
Make it work.
The lines are jet.
Mr. What happened with the food hydrant?
It's at the very end. It's
30 seconds long. Hold on, Brian.
It's 30 seconds long. It comes on at the end. The great thing about this piece of music was that when I was in advertising, we used it for a lot of industrial films back in the 70s and in the early 80s, and then the Swedish erotica company licensed it. And I guess they didn't know who they were licensing it to, so you got to watch Seika honking on some guy's horn while they're playing. But wait, there's more.
Is this it right here, the one fading out?
Yeah.
Final call now.
Yeah, Jim Williams had a copy of that and said,
how the hell did Jim Williams have a copy of that? He's got all kinds of things back there. I thought I was bad with my 1,800 tapes here. But.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you have a MySpace page with all your bits and stuff on there? Because I love that Larry's Linguini bit, and I really want to have a copy on my computer.
I don't have one, but can you email me?
Yes, I can.
If you email me at sbryant at bee.net, bnet, sbryant at bee.net.
I thought they're still in business.
Yeah, I know.
This is the third time we've had this conversation. Your parents had it.
No, I know that, but I'm shocked that even since the last time we talked about it, they're still in business.
Still in business. So sbryant at b.net. If you drop me an email, I'll fire you. I'm so flattered, and I've heard the compliments you've given my pieces over the.
I like it. WLL Loser Radio.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you a bunch of them. I'll send them one at a time so it doesn't clog your email filter.
Ian, can you send me that one about the poop game?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
I love that one.
Yeah, I will send that. I will send.
Didn't he call his girlfriend up and put the phone up to her? And say, the Linguini's on.
Yeah, the Linguini. Honey, the Linguini. I will tell you this: Larry's recycled Linguini came out of a bottle of really fine Zinfandel.
A bottle.
A bottle.
Or a bottle.
A bottle. No, this is. Listen, I only serve the box shit to my guests. When I need to get zapped, I'm getting zapped on good stuff. So I'm sitting up in my studio, and I've had like 2 glasses of Zinfandel, and I don't know what inspired me, but I was doing some repatching of equipment, and I started to hum because I'm old and I'm stupid.
How old are you, Steve?
I'm 56.
Really?
I'm 56, but I look about 93. So
awesome. I'm 34, but I look like 18. So.
Oh well, now we really hate you.
Yeah.
But are you busy later? No, I'm sorry.
No.
Dump button, George.
Not that there's anything wrong with this. However, no, I had a couple of glasses of this wonderful Zinfandel. It's called 7 Deadly Zins. And it's still 7 Deadly Zins. And I'm just feeling no pain, and I start to go. I'm humming That's Amore, and all of a sudden, for no reason at all, the lyric jumped into it was like divine intervention. What an odd thing for God to put in your mind, if your penis is teeny. I said, whoa, I got something here.
Call Larry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, in that department, I can't speak from personal experience. Larry's Recycled Linguini is located on the Delsey Drive, just outside the Vineland city limits. We're right across the street from Harry's Almost Homeless Shelter. Our jingle says it all. When your penis is teeny, you need some linguini from Larry.
It just...
At least you know he's not making it up. He's sincere.
And I appreciate that. No, but just drop me the email so I have your address and I can fire him back. That's the same address that's on my website. That's where the
website stevebryant.tv
pops up on my desktop.
What's your website? SteveBryant.what?
.tv.
So if I email you on your website, you'll send it off to me, right?
Oh yeah, and that's the email. That's the email link that's on the top of the website there.
So it's www.SteveBryant. .tv, right?
There is a link to it on our website, Brian. On the main page of our website, there's a big, giant link because we take the cover of Steve's book, Selling the Way America Buys.
And I'm very flattered. Thank you.
Oh, sure, thank you for.
And it's the new book. And if you remember, if you remember, Brian, you probably remember this one, when the book was coming out, which was like an endless process, I had told George and told everybody here on the Racket that I was self-publishing this one. It's my fourth book, but it's the first one I've self-published. The other ones were published by...
They weren't brokered books?
No, they were Amherst Media, a pretty good medium-sized publisher, and he did my first 2 camcorder books, and when I did Sales Magic, he said, back in '93, he said, I'd like to publish that. And that did very, very well. And I just thought, this time around, I published this myself because I use it in a lot of the sales seminars that I do. And if you publish it yourself, when you sell a book, you make more money.
You keep all of
that's right.
Yeah.
But I do it my way!
My way, honey!
I can't stand RJ's show. I think I should prank call RJ's show tomorrow.
Oh, you've got to do it.
Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up, Brian. What a nice segue here. What a great segue. You know what? Because, Steve, would it help if you kept this over there?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, it is wireless.
I can picture RJ. Let's go to the phone. RJ, it's Brian in Pittsburgh.
Hello, Brian. Pittsburgh.
This is one of the jokers.
Yeah, you know.
Worldwide.
Now, Brian, you're familiar with our Walter, obviously. Walter doesn't really seem to like you, and
I don't know why. I mean, I'm a cool guy, you know.
Yeah, but he said you were yelling at him, though.
I'm sorry, Walter. I wasn't yelling.
Brian, you're more than justified to yell at Walter.
Well, don't say that.
He's a douche, George.
Don't say that, though.
He's on the Jonathan P. Casey list.
He's on the, all right, so we have... Kyle, while I look for this, can you set this up, what happened?
Well, last week on the RJ show?
Yeah.
Well, last week...
I told you about Walter was at home with me, and I had him call, but there was more. But wait, there's more.
Right.
But wait, there's more.
Starting it all off, on a great note, was Mike from South Philly.
Which I didn't even realize until I heard.
Yeah, I didn't know he called in.
And he got through. You gotta
love that.
What's the Walter Show phone number?
He got on the air. I forget what Mike said, though. Do you have that?
I'm looking for it, and I don't know what happened.
Yeah, George, what's the number to call RJ's show?
Well, I don't know what it is right off the top of my head, but
go to their website.
He gives it out on the the show.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I think it's
RJShow.com or.
No, I don't think he... What is his website?
Yeah, you just,
RJ today, forever, right?
Yeah, you just go to...
RJ has been... RJ...
Just go to WNWR.com.
Actually, I'm on RJ's website because we are brokered brothers. He's my brokered brother.
George, I gave you the notes on when Mike...
Yeah, I know, but I can't find the media right now. Something happened.
Lane is good.
What I'll do is I'll come up and do a little... I'll say Kid Chris is cooler than him.
Does he know that?
I don't know. I don't know if he's heard of Kid Chris, has he?
Yeah, I mean, he went to him right in the beginning after fading out the music.
You didn't write down the exact time?
Yeah, I did.
We just can't find the audio right now.
He's got to find the show.
Let's see.
Yeah, Steve, do you listen to Kid Chris at all, or?
I have occasionally. It's not. He's very good at what he does, but as an old fart, it's not
for you.
It's not my style. It's not my style. And but I think he's brilliant. I think he's definitely one of the next big things.
You said that with a straight face. Speaking as an old fart.
Oh God, hey, I openly admit that. I'm pretty well. Like I said, months ago, I said this book is self-published.
I mean, you're cool though, Steve. For a 56-year-old, you're a good guy. You're cool. You know?
For a 56-year-old,
right.
Cool.
Thank you, Brian. Hey.
Once you hit 57, it's all over.
I know it's done. No, hey, you're very cool yourself, man. I have a lot about. Listen, with your visual handicap.
Yeah.
I have the greatest admiration for you because
we love people who can't see.
I can't possibly. I mean, I'm one of the worst board operators on the face of the planet.
I'm a really good board operator.
Well, that to me is amazing, and I think that is so great because I remember my first day on the air at WCOJ in Westchester, and they gave me this like 30-second crash course on the board, and that was it. It was like I have no idea. You know, so kudos to you, man.
I found it, by the way. I found it.
There you go.
This is RJ coming your.
Of course, the stream keeps cutting out.
So many calls, even after the show. So today we're just going to continue with the compliments we get.
You're a native.
We're going to continue. Did you already say
that?
We're going to continue with the compliments we get.
Ed Rendell, PennDOT,
I listened to this entire
and of course,
show.
all the beautiful people at the Anna Nicole trial.
The Anna Nicole trial. Her corpse is on trial
now. Such a moron.
Particular. What a circus. What a circus. Let's go to our first call, and we have someone hanging in there. Hello, this is RJ. Who's this? Are you there? Yes, you are. Yes. Where are you?
What's this, like the old Joe Pine show where you only hear one half of the caller? You don't hear the caller?
That reminds me of the old Ed and Wendy King party line on KDK.
Are you there? Well, we'll go to hold.
We'll go to hold.
This is worse than our phone system.
Anyway, 610.
Oh, there you go, Brian. He gives out the number. So
okay,
let's see if we can find Mike from South Philly here.
No, I got it programmed on the phone. I can just...
Well, don't give it out on our show.
I can't wait till Saturday, baby. The lines are jammed. This is Norman Jean, our little queen in the background.
I don't know why it's coming out like that.
Sounds good, though.
Yeah, he sounds better on a Victrola.
Why is it coming out like that now?
My time is your time.
Hold on, here we go.
You're live. Go ahead. What is on your mind at 3:05?
Well, first of all, I want to...
That's Mr. Rodriguez. Now, what happened to Mike from South Philly? We'll pull it up later.
It's
we'll
right
pull
at
it
the
up.
very...
I know, but there's a problem with the file. It's not coming.
Conspiracy.
Honey, I took their file.
I did it! I hacked their system! I'm a computer genius!
I had J.R. Miller do it. Do it. Thriller.
Where's the fucking enter key?
All right, let's try this. Hold
Can't
on.
find the any key.
Where's the any key?
All right, that's their stream. That's not on our end. That's on their end.
So many calls, even after the show. So today we're just going to continue with the compliments.
All right. Here we go. Friday.
Well, you know. Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Joker.
You got back up.
Well, the thing is,
Play that in the clear, so if Jim doesn't have it, because Jim can work magic with that.
Oh, Jim works magic with anything. You know what, though? The funny thing about this is, how long has Mike from South Philly been trying to get
I know.
And the gatekeeper, he always says, there's no way we're letting you on, but somehow. And I missed this because, Kyle, I didn't tune in until about, halfway. I had forgotten all about it.
Well, let's hear it.
No, it was very brief.
Hey, RJ, coming your way. Are you there? What was that? Yeah. Joker. We have so many calls coming in tonight and today and this afternoon.
Tonight.
Okay, we lost that one. We go to another one.
It is worse
Hello,
than
RJ. Are you there?
RJ, it's down in the Northeast.
Oh, what a shock.
Glad you got there. We have new shows again today.
You're not one of the jokers.
My only complaint, Mike, you said audio18.com. Say Radio Racket.
Well, either way, it gets them there.
Jeff is right, though. Either way, they get here.
And actually, Mike, engage him for a moment. Don't.
But he doesn't want to have a discourse.
It's like premature ejaculation. There, it's like, damn. And don't worry, Mike. You'll experience it too. You'll be old someday.
Yeah, was it good for you,
honey? I thought we were going to make love. We just did. Shut up.
I'm going to bed now.
By the way, March is National Condom Month.
Really?
And in honor of that, Ralph's Brokered Adult Emporium has its own line of condoms. You'll be hearing a spot about that.
Oh.
And they're ribbed on the inside for your pleasure. Fuck her.
I've got mine, thank you.
Oh, you fucking dirty bastard.
Roscoe just pulled a condom out of his wallet. That's so old.
What 30-year-old, 31-year-old, whatever, keeps a condom in his wallet? Isn't that something like we did when we were 15?
Yeah, and it forms that permanent ring.
The ring
on the leather. It
was forming on the side of my wallet.
It's old and dried out.
And don't they say that that's the worst place to keep a condom because it renders it? Why even have it then? You're getting all kinds of VDs are flying through that thing.
It's so old when you open it. It's just a bad thing when you open your condom wrapper and dust pours out. I'll get this on in a second, honey.
What's happening today? Forget about yesterday. Forget about tomorrow.
Oh, this is where Roscoe called him.
Trying to get a new caller. Hang in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're trying to give everybody.
The whole point here was, Brian, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, this is what you're going to be doing tomorrow.
Yeah, listen.
what happened was, what he's now doing, Steve, and I don't know if you noticed this, but instead of just talking with, we have our circle jerk here, instead of just having his same 4 people over and over calling, now what he's doing is he's doing the party line, where when each caller is done, instead of hanging up on the caller, he just keeps them on and just keeps toggling back and forth between the same people. So you'll hear the same caller like 6 times during the show.
He must be desperate, isn't he?
Well, of course. So about two-thirds of the way through the show, he just decides, enough of this, I'm going to get some new calls. And that's when Roscoe decided he happened to be...
Hello, RJ, are you there? Are you there? Oh, you're there. Okay, I lost that one. Let me go to this one. What is going on? Too many people every line in the place is busy. Hello, RJ, are you there? Okay.
RJ.
Yes, who's this?
Marshall, how you doing?
Oh, Bill Marshall, back from Florida.
You can hear it
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Now, is this true that Bill's the scheduled guest tomorrow?
That's what I'm hearing.
So he also doesn't have a real guest.
Yeah.
He really is coming.
Oh, Mr. Rodriguez, are you there? Go ahead.
Hello, RJ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to talk about this satellite.
Now, of course, he had already been on.
Merger.
Oh, they're talking about satellite radio merger after we did it because he's so intent on doing our act here.
That thing should never go through because it's a violation of the antitrust laws.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
Could you enlighten everybody, because we talked about this last week, but you know more. You were old enough to remember the Taft-Hartley Act.
Sure. The Sherman Antitrust Act and the Taft-Hartley Act. No, it is not. It is not a violation if they can prove that it serves the public good. And quite honestly, the case they're making looks like it's going to serve the public good. We're going to be able to choose what we want, which is what we should be able to do from the Comcast monopoly. We should say, I want A&E, but take Showtime and shove it up your ass. I want this, I don't want that. So it's going to serve people. And Karmazin, which was a brilliant thing to say, and if he meant it, and I have no reason to believe that he didn't, he said it will probably bring rates down because now we'll only compete against terrestrial radio. We don't have to compete against each other.
But don't they all say that, though? How many times have we heard industry say, the prices are going to go down, and it never happens?
Well, that's George. A lot of it, and Steve's right, a lot of it depends on how you define the medium, too. Because it's not us versus them, it's us versus us.
Well, if you consider satellite radio a medium to itself, I suppose there could be an argument for antitrust. But if you just consider it a different form of radio, and it's all audio content, then I don't see how this is an antitrust.
Well, and if Clear Channel and Viacom are not monopolies, then surely the Sirius XM merger will not be a monopoly. Because, in Europe, there are a bunch of different satellite companies. It's like chaos over there.
But I think what I was, and Roscoe had said that last week, but where I was going with that is, couldn't one make the argument that even though we joke about how Clear Channel owns the world, they still own less than, 10% of all American radio stations. There are still hundreds of different radio operators, whereas there would only be one satellite radio operator.
Well, that's true, but nothing is stopping. Nothing's stopping somebody from coming into the industry and starting another network if they wish. If they can get the capitalization.
Is that the case? I thought FCC was only. I didn't know there was.
The FCC also said you can't merge, and now they're entertaining that. Right. So I think their original thing to say there will be 2 satellite companies. I think now they realize, oh my God, if somebody can come up with the scratch, somebody come up with the money to do it, they cannot. I don't see any way they can legally
say no,
stop them from doing it. But God, when you think of the expense that's going to entail because of launching satellites and what have you. Well, there are people that have that kind of money. There are entities. They're like what's his name, the Virgin guy, Branson.
Well, yeah, but if they had the money, though, wouldn't they invest it in something that was more likely to give them a return? I mean, I still believe satellite radio has now hit its peak. I don't see it growing much more after this.
Well, the Wi-Fi thing is going to be
it's all over for satellite. Wi-Fi, WiMAX.
It's going to be something. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see. They can't make the monopoly case, though. They can't. I mean, they can try. They can try anything, but I don't see it holding up at all.
Well, Brian, if you're listening, and I know you are, we look forward to. I can't publicly encourage you to do something like that, but
I will. I'll encourage you to do it.
No, truly,
if it happens.
Yeah, if you call.
We put a gold star on your forehead.
You know what's really cool? because Brian is, like everybody who listens to this show, Brian is a radio geek. And radio geeks are fascinated by all things radio related. I mean, that's why I sit there on my CC radio seeing what I can pull in late at night.
You have the CC? Which one? You have the main one that Raleigh's always advertising?
Yes, and it's marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. Actually, the Seacrane Company has been thinking of doing an infomercial.
Really?
And, and this is something, this just makes me a bad person, because I talked about, this is a couple of years ago, I talked to Bob Crane, and Raleigh put him in touch with me, and he said, I really want to do an infomercial, and I said, well, I gave him some of the premises. I said, you got to focus, this is what you're looking for credit, you obviously have great products, and he said, I'd like you to host it, and I said, no, you don't need me as your host.
Why?
Raleigh.
Would she do it?
I don't know if she'd do. I said, if she won't do it, please call me. I said, but there's your voice. Listen, I'm a radio geek. I love radio. I love your products. I think they're great.
She's very photogenic, too.
Yeah, I'm going to say, me standing next to Raleigh, she wins. You know, me standing next to a pile of horse shit. The horse shit wins. It's a tie. But anyway, I have no self-image. But no. So I said you really should use Raleigh, because she, I'm a radio geek. She is radio. I mean, she's phenomenal. She's
it's so cold in here.
With all of your knowledge about infomercials, not just as a host, but just you're talking about the background, how it needs to be focused.
Oh, yes.
Have you ever produced one though? Well, I'm sure you were approached though about.
I actually both the Popeil infomercials, we kind of produced them together. We kind of worked that in tandem with our agreement.
How difficult would it be to have your own production company that specializes in infomercial production?
It wouldn't be difficult, because there's a bunch of them. There are a lot. There's a magazine called Response Magazine. And you can see them all advertising online and Response. I think it's ResponseMagazine.com, if I'm not mistaken. But Response Magazine is one of the industry bibles. There are so many people who do it already and do it very, very well. There's some incredibly reputable, really straightforward companies. Popeil doesn't go for all the flash and the sparkle and There was an infomercial one time, and I will never forget this. This almost made me go on the wagon, because I thought I had really consumed a little too much cheap red wine that night. I put the TV on, and I see this infomercial. Remember those riders that went up?
The Gazelle?
That wasn't the Gazelle, no, because that's
the rowing machine.
So it was like a rowing machine. You sat on it, and it was like the Easy Glider. You glide back and forth like this.
Nordic Trek?
No,
Nordic Trek. You were standing up for.
You were standing up. This is a rocker thing.
Where the seat was like on a roller.
Yeah, the seat. You pull up on the handlebars. And you go up and down. It's basically a rowing machine, but you're sitting in a more bicycle-like pose than in a rowing machine kind of pose. I forget what it was, but the first infomercial they did, because it was a brand new concept in the world of exercise, it went crazy. I mean, they made tons and tons of money. So the next project was like Apocalypse Now. I mean, they had dancers, it was like a Fellini film. It was frightening. And they had one scene where they were playing the Ride of the Valkyries. And they had no fewer than, it had to be 100 of these damn things set up in this giant studio, going in time to the music.
Yeah, so what was the budget for something like this?
It had to be enormous. It had to be hundreds of thousands.
The extras alone?
Oh, God, the
Fourth Reich.
Yeah, the talent fees, the whole thing, they're doing this, and then they would cut back and they'd be playing disco music, and they'd be going back and forth. Everything's in time.
There was RJ.
And there he went, I was the first one. I had that was my. So I would never do it, because just from the Popeil infomercials, which are very simple, very, very modest productions. In fact, they are edited by a friend of his who's a video geek and has like I have my bonus room, my recreation room in my house is my studio, and I have all the digital recording equipment and everything all set up. Well, he's got this state-of-the-art video bay set up in his room, and he edits it for Popeil, because they're friends, and he pays them to do it. But instead of going to some professional high-end editing suite, he just goes there. And it's funny, because the offer will change. pricing will change, and if he gets a better deal, he passes it on to people. And if his prices go up, he has to accordingly change it. So every once in a while, I'll get an email from him with copy to read. And it's so amazing to me that I can just sit in my studio in Nashville and go, that's right, Ron. And for only 4 payments of $42.57, and then they just drop it in to the infomercial. So there's good money to be made producing them, but there's just so many people who do it, and a lot of the companies are great. Some of them are horrible, but most of them are great.
When you are up late at night and the Racket is not on,
yes,
and you're flipping through the channels, when you watch late night TV, you'll have no trouble finding any infomercials. Even I, without cable, can have no trouble finding them. Do you watch them as if they're regular shows?
I watch them because I work in the industry, and it fascinates me. And there's some very, very good ones. The Jack LaLanne juicer. I got a chance to work with Jack LaLanne at QVC. I think he's with HSN now. They change affiliations. I mean, it's all business. Whoever makes them the best deal, and that's fine. But LaLanne is an amazing human being. I mean, he's 175 years old, and he's just great. And the juicer really works. I mean, he's got a Boeing 737 engine in his damn thing. It'll make juice out of 10-penny nails. And he's great. We had a juice guy on one time. A juice salesman who claimed you could cure any disease with the juice, and they told him he couldn't say it when he went on the air. Right. And he came on the air and he started to say it, and I had to disclaim. I said, no. I said, we cannot say it. And finally, I had to make a command decision, because he's going, colon cancer, or this. And I said, whoa. I said, we'll be right back. And they took him off.
Never seen
ever came back, and he was told, you're making really cool juice, and everybody knows you should have so many servings of fruit and vegetables every day.
But to make the claim outright,
no, you can't do that, and that's that's to be commended. That Jack LaLanne doesn't really go for that. He just goes for the fact that juice is really cool and it's healthy, and and if it
helps out with your diseases or whatever, that's great.
If it's a side benefit, it's interesting. The industry changed about. There were several lawsuits with that Kevin Trudeau.
I was just about to go into that. About how do you feel about Kevin Trudeau?
I won't really comment there, but no, I just all I can say is that he's the only human being I know who is banned forever, for life,
from doing infomercials.
From doing infomercials for products. Now, he can do infomercials. He can do for books because of the First Amendment. There's a loophole there that he said, well, it's a book, it's printed material, I can do an infomercial for my book. So he'll do that and do it. And of course, the book. Have you read that book? The Cures the Government Doesn't Want You to Know.
I have. I've read some of it. I didn't get through the whole thing.
All it does is give you places to go to. It doesn't really give you any real information, because if it did, he could probably go to jail. If he says, want to cure colon cancer? Eat grape seeds. Well, if you eat grape seeds and die, your heirs are going to take him down hard. All I can say is that the government said, from what you have done in the past, you may never again do another infomercial. You're banned.
He's also somewhat of a conspiracy theorist, too. The government's out to get you, and the medical industry is making money when all you have to do is drink a glass of water and you're cured for life.
Exactly. And people, listen, as a cancer survivor, hope springs eternal, man. I mean, there's this stuff you don't want to buy into, when they say, well, this is rather risky surgery, and that's all you got to hear. It's like risky surgery, and we're not quite sure what the outcome will be, and so you start grasping at straws. Listen, when they were going to do that throat surgery on me, if somebody had said you could drink a glass of water, I'd have drank the damn water all day long. I'd have drank so much I'd have blown my kidneys out. Anything.
When was that?
For a week.
That was about 2 years ago.
Because I remembered hearing about it on Philly Talk.
Right.
But I never really got the specifics. What specifically, if you don't feel like going into this, that's fine.
I had cancer of the epiglottis. I had a small tumor, and every time I swallowed, I could feel this little thing down there.
Right.
So I went to my general practitioner, and I told him about it. He said, well, I can't see down there, and I don't have a scope. You have to run the fiber optic tube down your nose to take a look.
Right.
And he said, well, let's do this. Let's put you on antibiotics for 5 days. You might have a little infection down there. Let's punch it out. If in 5 days we don't punch it out, you're going to an ENT, an ear, nose, and throat guy. So I went to an ear, nose, and throat guy. Unfortunately, the first guy I went to put the scope down and said, you have a tumor. And I'm like, that's the one word you don't want to hear. But he said, these are usually benign. He said, so we're just going to put you in and we'll excise it and you're done. You're done, not a problem. He said, we'll biopsy it just to be sure. While you're on the table, they biopsied it and the cancer was so extensive, he didn't have the equipment or the expertise to remove it. So I'm there with an open cancerous lesion in my throat, having to go to one of the top specialists in Nashville over at Vanderbilt University, who then had to perform about a 5-hour procedure to make sure I could still talk. And he had to remove the entire epiglottis. Now, I never smoked, but I was raised around smokers. I was always around secondhand smoke, and that's where they figure it came from.
And beer drinkers.
As I was healing from that second surgery, which, by the way, is hell. I mean, anybody who smokes, I just want you to know that was, in my 56 years, the worst pain I have ever had in my life. It felt like somebody had an acetylene torch running in my throat for about a month while it was healing. It was hideous. It was awful. And I also didn't know if I was ever going to be able to talk again.
Which, for what you do, is
exactly. And I
for an average person, it's still.
I was with Shop at Home, and one of the good things their president did was she sent me a get well card. She said, "We hired you for your mind, not for your voice. I want you to just get well, and what happens happens." Then, because I grew up on a farm, and I was always exposed to the sun while I was healing, they found a melanoma.
Oh.
But not just a melanoma. They found the effing mother load. I have on my back, I have a scar that goes about that long.
Like this?
Yes. Oh. Yes, exactly. Exactly like that on my back.
Kyle showing skin.
Yeah. Kyle had a C-section.
Jeez. You okay, man? Is that
I am all right.
Okay, well, good for you.
They removed the tumor from my kidney. We can talk about it later.
Wow. Well, good for you. Congratulations.
Yeah. It wasn't cancer, though.
Okay, well, good. Well, hey, that's.
I'm not a member of the club.
Picking up the tab was the beastly.
They had to remove this melanoma, but it was so spread. It was 500 stitches down my back, and then they popped a lymph node from under my arm to make sure it hadn't spread. Unfortunately, when they popped the lymph node, it had not spread. So that's good news. Unfortunately, I was coming out of the shower one day, and I looked down under my arm, and I saw this little thing sticking out. So I reached down, and I pulled it, and it was a suture that they had left in there, and it was like 12. Well, here it gets worse. I pulled it out. About 2 days later, my arm starts to swell up, so I can't put it down. And I got this globular thing that I had this hideous post-operative infection, which became this hideous staph infection when that almost killed me.
Oh, yeah.
I love doctors.
They're bad.
So I'm buying every Trudeau book that's on the market. I'm going to take the natural way but anyway, but now I am cancer-free and have been cancer-free now for over a year, and life is good. But if anybody out there smokes, I just want you to know that I never did. But if you ever have to have that surgery, and also now when I swallow, not having an epiglottis, it's always an adventure, because the epiglottis is what keeps the food and liquid from going down into your lungs.
Right.
So
you have to swallow differently than I would.
I had to learn a whole new way.
Tilt your head a certain way.
It's I just sort of shake it around. It's like I use a plunger. Just get it down.
And with that nice vision, we take you to the Voice of America.
George, you're a smoker. I'd pay attention.
Audio 18.
I just kept pointing at him the whole time, didn't I?
And I'm going to step outside now.
For a cigarette. Agreement.
Radio Racket time, 109. Or as the terrestrial people of yesteryear would say, 9 minutes after 1 o'clock at 109. 51 before
51 before the hour.
And time for the Radio Racket Radio News, the special edition for special people. That's brought to you by AM 930, the Cockroach.
I need you to cue up a soundbite.
Radio A to Z, every Thursday beginning at 10 p.m. and all day Friday.
Cue up, see, that's what you don't know, please.
Okay.
And I'll point when I'm ready.
Yeah, hold on.
It's like a real radio person and a producer.
I wasn't ready for this.
Except we're producing on air.
Let's see.
That's the reality aspect of it.
That's part of the fun.
Yes.
If they were prepared and they did show prep,
and if they didn't have jobs, the show would be better.
Yeah.
They didn't have babies and jobs.
Well,
just imagine how much better. Maybe someone without babies or jobs should do the show.
Possibly.
Yes.
Okay.
I
don't have a job or a baby right now.
I'll point to you.
You do have a dog, though.
MySpace.com/Roach Radio for AM 930, The Cockroach.
Right. Good morning. It's Saturday, March 3rd, 2007. With Radio Racket, Radio News, I'm Kyle DeWitt. Presented by AM 930, The Cockroach, Radio A to Z, the weekly music show that's more orderly than the Walter Reed Medical Center.
I thought it was brought to you by the Gyro place.
Rap City?
Yeah, because I didn't read that because I thought that was part of this.
I don't know what to tell you, dog.
Whatever.
Yo. It's his prerogative. Dateline, Washington, D.C. Clear Channel's WIHT Hot 99.5 morning host Kane wanted to give Bobby Brown a second chance after being arrested for failure to pay child support. So shortly after Brown accepted a deal to work at the station for 1 week in exchange from being sprung from a Massachusetts jail, Kane ended up telling him, "Cool it now." According to a conversation on the Hot 99.5 morning show on Friday, Brown claimed he was already released from jail when Hot 99.5 ponied up the bail money and was under the impression he'd only be getting paid for being on the station. Kane called out Brown's attorney for lying to him and the station regarding the bail offer, and later decided to rescind the offer for Brown to work on the station. The moral of the story, George? When someone offers you assistance in your time of need, don't be cruel.
Because I would never be that cruel to you.
Exactly.
I was going to say, to a heart that's true.
That's where I was going.
That makes sense.
That's the old
but I knew we were talking about Bobby Brown.
Yeah. That's right. All right. Yeah, very good. Winging a fine. The FCC has imposed a notice of apparent liability on Sports Radio 610 WIP for, how the hell did I miss this?
I was going to say, what?
For apparently chickening out on allowing a listener to participate in the popular Wing Bowl. The unknown contestant who earned the berth to the epic esophageal extravaganza by winning a wing-off was deemed disqualified due to his association with a competitive eating league that is a rival of the IFOCE, which the Wing Bowl complies with, and that he did not reside in the WIP listening area.
Well, how is that defined?
It was because they had it set up Philadelphia versus the world, and they only had 5 IFOCE eaters.
No, but what I'm saying is, how would one define the WIP listening area? Is it by
Arbitron, I would guess.
So the 8 counties?
I guess, yeah. To which the FCC, citing that those criteria did not appear in the contest's official rules, told WIP, "Eat me." In a related story, the FCC also served a liability notice to a 23-year-old employee at Abbeville, South Carolina's WABV for apparently offering a caller on the request line to push his stool in.
Oh, no.
What?
No.
Now, why is Roscoe not laughing, but Kyle is?
Because I'm much more mature.
You hear the word stool,
yeah, right.
and immediately one thinks that Roscoe would be laughing.
But you're the one who's laughing.
Do you even know what stool means?
Of course I know what stool means.
It's furniture. I know. Yeah, right.
It's scatological. Roscoe knows all things scatological.
He must. Miami Heat. A vehicle fire caused damage to a building housing 4 Cox radio stations in Miami on Wednesday. Cox? Is that funny?
Can you say Cox Radio on the radio? Oh.
I think so. It started with 99 Jam's morning host Big Lip Bandits Ford Expedition catching fire, causing smoke to billow into the station's building.
Wait, so a station? Oh, it was not a station vehicle that caught fire.
No, it was Big Lip Bandits Ford Expedition. As well as some exterior damage, nobody was seriously injured, and all of the stations remained on the air during the incident, including Hot 105. But that would be irony. Okay, time to make the defamation suit. Dateline, Canada. CFRB personality Bill Carroll and the Global TV Network have been glazed with a defamation lawsuit by Canadian donut and coffee chain Tim Hortons. Carroll alleged that the eatery received a subsidy from the Canadian government to open a franchise in Kandahar, Iraq, but clearly there were a lot of holes in that story. The lawsuit is worth $35 million Canadian dollars.
No Seaman Donuts at that place in Kandahar.
You got that right. Boy, is his arms tired. Former QVC personality, author, and Radio Racket contributor Steve Bryant flew in from the Music City to join us in our really nice shithole here at the Sonic Step building. He looked back on his multifaceted career, expressed his disdain for small print and that miserable son of a bitch, Fred Flintstone, and promoted his new book, Selling the Way America Buys, which is now available on Amazon.com. It's happy time! Happy birthday, John Bon Jovi. The rock icon and owner of the Arena Football League's Philadelphia Soul is halfway between dead and alive, and the least one at age of 45. Did you know his blaze of glory in music kicked off in 1980, singing lead on a holiday song called R2-D2 Wish You a Merry Christmas? This puts into perspective whether his entire music career was living on a prayer. Happy anniversary, CBS Radio. On this day last year, you filed a lawsuit against your former breadwinner, Howard Stern, for restitution of over $200 million in shares of Sirius satellite radio stock, which may have been sullied thanks to Stern's promoting his new show on Sirius. Sirius later settled the $200 million lawsuit by paying $2 million. Happy Trails, Penn Jillette. Today you abruptly ended your syndicated free FM radio show, citing not being able to do more than an hour. And on top of it, you even dubbed yourself a showbiz wimp who doesn't even know what hard work is. To which one Mr. Joseph replied,
"See, that's what you don't know."
With Radio Racket Radio News, I'm Kyle DeWitt.
Thank you, Kyle. 17 after 1.
Yeah.
In the East.
Yeah.
I suppose you want some theme music here. I was so busy with the soundbite here. No.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Pretend like that glitch did not happen. Thank you to I said Ron Joseph. Thank you to Diamond Joe. Sorry.
Hey,
forgive me if you're listening.
Diamond Joe in the chat says, "Damn, forgot to plug Rap City." 718-684-1416.
See, that's what you don't know.
Yeah.
All right, before we go back to the telephones, I want to finish up what we were talking about here with the Fool.
3819 East Tremont Avenue, Bronx, New York.
Yeah, let's see about this here. Too many windows open on the computer. All right, I got to kill this for a second here. No.
Don't you think big money will try to... Hey, Mel Karmazin is involved with it. He'll get through.
We're talking about serious subjects, not the stupid shit you guys talk about.
Yeah, remember when that was going to become a weekly bit?
His plans, or I guess his ulterior motives.
Looking for Roscoe.
Group that they should be
Roscoe.
the greatest station in the world.
Roscoe was calling in.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Big star. Okay, Kathy, you want to hang in there, honey, a minute?
Hang in there.
Okay. Okay, hang in there.
I didn't do it that time.
Let me go to another call that's coming in. Hello, RJ. Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, RJ. How are you?
Oh, no, that's someone else.
Hello, RJ. How are you?
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Steve.
Here it
2 weeks, I'm going to try to call in, and we'll be going down to Florida in 2 weeks.
Okay, you can get us on the internet down there, too.
Well, I'm going to be calling.
Yeah, funny thing about the internet, it seems to be everywhere.
Do a live report from Disney World.
Okay, that's
By the way, I was Stephen
Thank you,
Wayne.
Mike Phillips from Port
That's me.
Richmond. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Bye-bye. Hello, RJ. Are you there? You there? How are you there? Are you there? Hello, Steve. Are you there?
Hello, RJ. How are you?
Okay, who's this?
This is Steve.
From where, Steve?
I'm calling from Wayne.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind? Yeah, okay, there we go. I knew it was one of the...
the little pranksters there.
Now, I don't condone cursing on the FCC licensed station.
Oops.
But I do think it's very interesting, Steve, that whatever it was that you said had one expletive within it, and he managed to get everything out except the one
expletive. Yes. The forbidden word. It's like the lambada. But asshole is radio's lambada, the forbidden word.
And then, in keeping with the fact that, RJ has indicted the entire Greater King of Prussia area.
Yes.
Anyone connected to King of Prussia.
They're all jokers.
They're all jokers, and they're all connected to me. It's always about May.
Bruce Starr.
Hello,
I know it's Bruce Starr.
Like when Jill called in to the Joe Bag of Donuts trivia question.
Oh, that was great.
And said, well, where are you calling from? I'm King of Prussia. Oh, that's the trouble right there. We can't have anyone from King of Prussia. How dare you?
He lives not in Wayne. He lives most likely in King of Prussia.
Maybe around the corner.
We know who they are. We cut them off.
I'd like to state unequivocally, though, that I am not Steve from Wayne.
Yes,
Steve from Wayne is somebody else. not I.
But we always get a kook. Let's go back to Kathy. Oh, Kathy, are you there, honey? I don't know. I'm not sure.
RJ, I love you.
Anyway,
I love you, RJ. I listen to you. Remember, I used to go back. Remember when you were on that Western in Channel 10, and I would go there, we would go back in the back of the thing, and you would touch me.
I was on Action in the Afternoon, Joe. He had more lost calls than we do. He had more lost calls in an hour than we do all show.
That's because he doesn't know how to work.
At least we have a legitimate excuse. Now, here's where Kyle calls this, where he's ripping on us. I didn't think it was all that bad.
No,
but other people said it was bad. So.
But he's alluding. He's alluding. A prankster on the line. We have a lot of fun, though. We really do. We have so many people that want to get through, and we do siphon off some of the trash. And once in a while,
how do you siphon trash?
Guy gets caught on the line there, and we get him on the screen.
He called you a trash guy.
I knew it wasn't Steve. That's why I was.
Well, if he knew it wasn't Steve, why did you take the call?
Right, exactly.
You know. These guys have nothing to do on a Saturday afternoon.
He's so pissed off right now.
It's crazy. Still got to isolate that one from a couple of weeks ago.
Listen to me. If I'm going to, just have a prankster call, if I have something to say, I really would say it. You know what I mean?
But
now, as this is going on, I am at home listening to this, and Walter is over at the house. And I said, Walter, why don't you call him? Because he actually took issue to something that RJ had said about hip-hop music. So I said, well, there you go. Call him up.
Walter being of the colored persuasion.
Well, we don't use that word anymore, Kyle.
Oh, he's Negro.
We don't use that word anymore.
He's darky.
Bugaboo. Steakhouse.
Now you've got him upset now.
Come on, Walter.
He just smiled. It's okay. That means it's okay.
It's because I said steakhouse.
But Walter, he said, I want to call in. What name should I use? I said, just use your real name. So here's how that went.
Nonetheless.
That's right.
Maybe they'll learn something.
And the funny thing is, I should say this too.
That.
While Walter was making the call, and I had him do it on the speakerphone, I heard everything that happened with the call screener. I must say, this perhaps was funnier than what made it onto the show. What's your name? He said, Walter. Where are you calling from? I told him, don't say King of Prussia, even though we're in King of Prussia. I said, tell him where you really live. So he said, Nicetown, Tioga. The kid asks him again, where are you calling from? Then he said, Tioga, Nicetown. Where are you calling from? Kensington. Where are you calling? He kept changing the locale. It was very funny.
Why?
Because the guy kept asking him over and over again.
No, I mean, why did Walter keep changing the name of his town?
Just because he could.
Okay.
And the thing was, then the call screener asks, and I heard this myself, caller, are you a legitimate caller?
Have you stopped beating your wife?
To which point even...
Did you kill Mary Jo Kopechne?
What did you say, Walter? You said... Yeah, he said, does anyone ever answer no to that question? So then he says, well, you can't curse. So...
our numbers are 610-667-double.
One of the funniest things, RJ's cohort. Maybe they'll learn something.
Yeah.
UNWR. 667.
And I know who that is, by the way, too.
UNWR. You could see that guy is not a baby, Not
He's still talking about Roscoe.
An 8-year-old, but he sounds like an 8-year-old. Isn't that a shame?
He's bored with his computer.
Yes, I think they play too much with the computer. They should play with something else, a Bible or...
Is he advocating jerking off in the Bible?
Or
only the Old Testament.
I used to look at maps when I was a kid.
He's such a fucking moron. I love it.
Apparently he wasn't looking at road maps.
They weren't maps of the U.S.
U.S., 76.
It happened too fast. I get a chance to pull it up now.
I was driving down Interstate 202.
Oh boy. Okay.
And County Road 276.
U.S., 76
No.
on interstate.
Went from New England to Florida was the rest of that.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see. Now, Walter calls in, but I don't think you really hear much of Walter.
And read the Bible. Walter is on. Maybe this is another fictitious one.
Well, then why is he taking the call?
Why even go for it?
Because anytime someone who calls in that
he doesn't know, right.
It's got to be a jokester.
Yeah. Hello, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Wait a minute. What are you saying? You're not going to go on the air? I'm too sharp for you. Go ahead.
I'm too sharp for you.
That's another one we got to clip out.
That's a perfect soundbite.
That is
He's about as sharp as a balloon.
I hope the Racketeers listening and rolling tape are taking notes.
Yeah, there's a fake too. Pal.
And then he imitates Walter. This is the best part. He imitates Walter.
Go to acting school. You're a fake. Goodbye. Oh, Jay. Sounds like, a 45 RPM record playing at 33 in a second.
Yeah, but how come we thought this was a real voice then? I want to know that. Why?
Actually, to RJ's credit, that is a good description of how Walter sounds.
And then this is where my name comes up, and I wasn't even I commissioned the phone call, but
Well, wait, they might have caller ID over there, because you said he was over your house when he made the call.
Well, yeah, he did call.
Making the call?
He did call from my house. I told him to star 67. Maybe he didn't. Now that I think about it, maybe that's
the whole.
Here it is.
Someone we might know.
We know some kooks, don't we, Rick?
Yes, we do.
Rick, you meet so many.
A lot of Georges out there.
Now,
a lot of Georges.
A lot of Georges.
Whole lot of Georges going on.
My first name made it out on the 50,000 watts. I feel so blessed.
Let's talk about George Reeves.
Yes.
Mike from South Philly is on the Big Time Audio broadcast. Hello, Mike.
Hello?
Yes, Mike.
It isn't Mike.
What?
Good old Walter.
No, Mike was on the other line, I think.
Yeah.
He's a New York line. Mike from South Philly.
Wait, is this a joker?
You're a joker. I'm too sharp for you.
Yeah, we were on to your game.
How are you guys doing this evening?
Oh, it's Abbeville.
Yes.
Yep.
Abbeville, South Carolina. Hello.
Mr. Walker, sir.
Yes, I loved being featured in the 1 o'clock news. That was fantastic.
Did you really? Were you really cited?
Cited for what?
For
fecal matter.
Stool?
No.
Do you guys not get that?
I almost fell off my chair when I heard that. I'll admit that was funny.
Do you guys not understand?
Maybe I did.
I
got it the second I heard it. And if anyone there doesn't understand it, I'm not going to explain it.
For pushing his stool in.
Yeah,
where does stool come out?
Okay, I understand that, but I don't understand why a radio station would be fined.
Never.
The individual was.
But why would the FCC be involved?
unless he vividly described it. And
you talked about it on the radio.
No, I did not get fined. He just made that up.
Well, why'd you do it?
I didn't do anything. He just made it up.
Why? Yeah,
or Walt or Diamond Joe.
He made up the entire thing.
No, I know this for a fact. All of Diamond Joe's news is absolutely accurate. He triple checks his facts.
So then
he's obsessive about it.
I can tell you this is fake. It was fake.
Well,
he never mentioned you by name, though.
Yeah, but anyways.
Maybe it was someone else.
So it could have been somebody else at the station.
So you give and don't receive.
It could have been your morning guy. That sounds like a wacky morning stunt. Hey, I'm going to push my stool in.
Anyways.
Hey, push your stool in for a tool.
I don't understand.
I have no idea. I'm so old and stupid.
I
finished reading your... Racket. He said he's old and stupid. I heard him say it. I hear keys flying right now. Fuck you. Honey, not you, Paul. Not you.
Honey, he's not being sincere.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, I finished reading your book a couple days ago. Like I told you in an email, it is a really good book, and
Thank you very much.
Everyone's got a copy of the book now.
It's great. Well, it's
how's the brokered book going to make any money if all these copies are floating around?
Wait a minute. The purpose was to make money. That's what I did. Oh, I'm sorry.
I recommended it to a radio friend of mine who I was talking to the other day.
Oh, well, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much.
I told him he should pick it up, and, I feel your pain when you have to keep smacking at the microphone to get it to work. I have to do that here every now and then, too.
Except Paul has to smack the transmitter. You get on the
That's very funny.
More than just microphones.
When you're 50-60, you have to start smacking your wiener to make it work.
Do you want to see the transmitter on my live webcam?
I was in the middle of drinking. Thank you, Steve.
Yes, hook it up on the webcam, yo.
There's water all over the board now.
Hey,
when I heard the 1 a.m. news story about me, I was drinking, and I almost lost it on that, too.
Wait a minute.
I was drinking, I almost spit it all over my console.
Nice.
There, the picture should update on the webcam any minute now, but,
hey, we hit the headlines on Radio Info again.
Oh, we did?
I was banned from Radio Info, those fucking bastards.
Yeah, I saw something.
Yeah, they banned you? I mean, God, what do you have to do to ban?
For using the word bumfuck nowheresville.
Well, you can't do that.
Post.
Yeah, that's the F word. That's clearly in their terms of service.
What is this? Not the Racket?
And using the phrase bitch, moan on another thread.
Well, that's a good word.
And they edited the profanity, but they banned me.
Well, that could be construed as gay shit, though,
What, bitch?
Moan,
No, someone on the Boston board who constantly comes on and all they ever do is complain, and I said to the person, all you ever do is come on here and bitch, moan. Hasn't your mother ever taught you if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at
The
all.
Boston board is a wasteland.
I know.
It is pretty scary. But
yeah.
Of course, that say that you and I have both been there, but but it is pretty. Some of the boards are.
Some of the boards are better than others.
You can hear the crickets chirping in the background.
But,
the Nashville board is one of those. It's pretty.
And there's a lot of stuff going on in Nashville. You've got 3 full-time locally driven talk stations down there, right?
2.
WTN, WLAC.
LAC.
And what's the other one?
There's no third talk station.
Still more than we have here.
It's what's interesting? The city of Brentwood got an LP FM license, and I saw this on the FCC site because I got no place else to go. No, so I saw that they had. I said, "Wow, the town of Brentwood has a LP FM license." So I emailed the city manager about it and said, "Hey, what are you guys going to do with this? This is really pretty cool." They didn't answer me. And I kept emailing them. I wasn't getting any answer. So I CC'd the FCC.
These are public officials.
Yeah. I said, just tell me to F off. Fine, I'm sorry, it's a racket. Tell me to fuck off. But for God's sake, just, at least get back to me and say, fuck off, it's none of your business. So I carbon copied the FCC. And that got their attention. I said, they gave the license to a religious college.
Why?
Because they weren't going to use it.
Well, then why'd they apply for it?
Well, that's what I wondered about. I mean,
I wonder what's going on.
I don't think it's now. What I'm not saying.
You're not making an allegation.
It seemed odd to me that they would give they gave it or sold it to this religious college, but I think they gave it to them.
That just something doesn't sound right there because
something wrong.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
It just.
I agree. That's goofy.
It didn't seem to make sense.
Wrong with this.
Because I really thought it would be cool to have an LPFM in Westchester.
PA.
Yeah, Westchester, PA, yes. And, never got off my butt to do all the filing stuff.
Yeah, you would never be able to get it licensed there. You'd have to pick like Birmingham or West Goshen or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Or outside the Vineland city limits.
Well, that's true. That's true. Actually, there is a low power FM coming up on just outside the Vineland city limits.
There is.
Yes.
There are 2 of them, actually.
Two that actually
are going to church and
it seems like they're all religious or educational.
Unfortunately, I have a friend who hates LPFMs. Exactly the reason, because they're all religious wastelands.
And that's not why they set it up. They set it up so communities could have a voice, and that was a cool thing. Do you remember there was quite a scam going on years and years ago? This had to be maybe 12 years ago. I saw an ad in the Philadelphia Inquirer. It said, radio station for sale. In the one ads, and I thought, the
classifieds. Yeah, I do remember hearing about this.
I said, this has to be a scam, but let's find out what kind of scam it is. So I called up, and what it was a Part 15 network. of stations.
They were the 1610s, and they were all looped together.
All looped together around
the I-Team, Steve.
Steve Bryant. I
uncovered it, and the more little 1/10 of a watt transmitters you had, or 1/100th of a watt transmitter, whatever.
100 milliwatts.
100 milliwatt. The more 100 milliwatt transmitters you had, the more expensive it was. Their top of the line package was like I think $75,000. And they would blanket. There was one area of Center City that had not been blanketed yet, and they would blanket this area of Center City for $75,000.
The transmitters cost about $1,000 a piece.
Yes, the good ones. The
very good ones.
I don't know.
They're worth it too.
I don't know if they were using the good ones.
Most likely they were, because that's the only way with the $1,000 one. The only way to really successfully sync them all together.
Well, then they would also sell you an advertising package and guarantee you instant revenue, and it was one of those. Was Don
Lepre involved in this?
I don't know, but it was like, more Americans are killed every year opening a salt shaker than driving in their cars. This message brought to you by Martin's Pizzeria, who reminds you, we'll open the salt shakers for you. And there was all these phony public service ads that were really commercials that they go into these mom and pop businesses and sell them.
May as well have like Ralph's.
Ralph's Brokered Pito. Yeah. It's like, that kind of thing. It was very, very, very odd, but I thought...
There was the cat in Cape May who was selling on eBay a Part 15, saying that it was a full station.
Yeah.
And...
he had a whole bunch of little 100 milliwatt repeaters.
Yeah. Someone I know sells, I don't know if he still does, but had ads in the back of Radio World selling those
Chris
Part 15 transmitters. Yep.
Yeah, he was teamed up with, you were friends with his former partner there.
Steve Conte.
Yeah.
Oh, that bastard.
Oh, come on.
We're talking about Steve.
We don't know about his family
Conte
history.
threatened to sue me once.
Well, maybe you deserve it.
Yeah, maybe you did deserve it.
Every week it's Paul going, he hates me. Well, he hates me. They banned me. They sued me. They C&D'd me. After a while, Paul, do you ever just take stock and say, maybe it's me?
Well, that's after me and Steve had a little disagreements over the past couple of years.
Steve's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
I was going to say, Steve was very helpful when we attempted to buy that Providence station. Remember that, Kyle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he got us some lap dances at the nudie club too.
Yes, a very nice guy.
I like him. I don't know him, and I like him.
If you want to go see it, my webcam picture's been updated now. The old piece of crap.
So what else is going on, Paul?
Change the subject, Paul.
Yes.
And a hell of a radio voice, too. Funny guy, too, because he was on the HJY with Jeff Charles, who sounds a lot like Don Imus, only he's funny. And there's no...
Not before HJY, Charles.
Is he still there?
Oh, yeah, he's there. John Laurenti's not there. He's in Boston now. They have somebody else teaming him up with, because Charles can't run a board either.
Yeah, but
people who can't run. The man's been in radio for 30 years. He can't run his own control.
The whole thing with these Part 15 AMs, and, I looked into this back when I thought radio still had a chance to be viable. I looked into this, and a good deal, first of all, it has to be AM. The 10th of a watt on FM is worthless.
And it's not a 10th of a watt on FM. It's regulated by field strength.
Well, yes, but there is also a cap on a 10th of a watt. You can, regardless of how low your field strength is, you cannot go over a 10th of a watt, I believe.
FM is 250 millivolts at like 3 meters or something like that.
Yeah, it's not even worth pursuing.
Which is like a city grade signal of 20 or 30 feet.
Yeah, it's not even worth pursuing. But with AM, you really need to have good soil conductivity, and we certainly don't have that around here. And I think yours up there is even worse, right? Well, you're down in South Carolina.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we just north of me, between me and about Charlotte, is some of the worst ground conductivity on the planet, with the exception of maybe along the beaches in the Carolinas where it's all sand.
Yeah, now some of that can be good, but I know that's a big part of it, and there are parts near where Roscoe was last year when you were out in Kansas and so forth. I know there they say that a Part 15 AM will cover 4 times as much space as one would hear.
Now, the ground conductivity where I was in North Dakota was amazing, partly because the ground conductivity, but partly because there was no electrical noise out there.
All right, I'm putting a stop to this now. Enough of the geek bullshit, all right? I'm tired of it.
Well, we were trying to, I at least was trying to illustrate the point that Part 15, these Part 15 stations for sale
Oh,
it's such a... You talk about scams and so forth.
That's finding a radio geek with a spare $25,000.
You want to know the funniest thing? We know somebody who was seriously thinking about buying one of those.
We do? Really?
Yes.
The Cape May station?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Someone we know says he's going to buy a station.
Yeah, you know, I do. Did I isolate that? Or did I?
I gave you the notes.
Yeah.
I'm buying my own station.
Yeah, well, thank you for reminding me. I had forgotten about that.
Wow.
It's not going to happen. It's just funny to hear.
It is.
It'll be all disco! And Carol Beth!
And me talking over the disco.
Carol Beth all
Beth.
morning, disco all day! No, but the king of the cliches told me before he had his meltdown, and before we threw him under the bus, that he was seriously thinking about buying that Cape May Part 15 on eBay. And I said to him, what are you getting for your $30,000?
I know someone who... I think I know what you're talking about, too.
Yeah, what are you...
Now I know what you're talking about.
I said, what are you getting?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, you get... It wasn't this a bunch of transmitters, a building, and someone did buy it.
You've got to be kidding me.
Is it on the air?
I'm pretty sure.
How would anyone know unless they were
that's true. They're walking in front of
it. If this is the station we're referring to, and it's the same person I'm thinking of, I know exactly.
It was down the shore. It was in Cape May County. It was either Wildwood or Wildwood Crest or Cape May.
1700.
Yeah, Wildwood. That's right.
And I know if it in fact went through, I know someone who bought it. They're down in Florida.
Wait, they moved it?
Yep. Moved all the equipment.
What's it, like a diner where you hear like the diner? We bought the old Manella's is now in Florida.
That's right.
I don't know if they ever finalized everything, but I remember a person who was really, really interested, and I think I recall him saying he did buy it, but I don't know if the equipment ever made it down the deal.
What are you buying, though? I mean, other than some CD players and a
bunch of transmitters, the equipment, the building. I don't know, because the station was like in a shed.
Well, buysellradio.com, which used to be a really good resource, but now, I mean, it's you think my website's not updated. You should see Buy Sell Radio. There have been stations.
Once every 3 months, yeah.
Oh, there are stations. I remember when Kyle and I...
All the old call letters?
We're looking into buying that station in Providence. So that was, what, 02?
There's one not too far from me that's for sale, that's been for sale for like 2 years.
There are some that are still on there from that time that have said sold for years, like that one in Pinedale, Iowa. But... now, there is still, I believe, on buysellradio.com.
Never sold either.
What?
Pinedale never sold either.
Oh.
Paul, are you even listening to the conversation, or are you just sort of talking to those voices?
Would you like me to pot him down, George?
No, that's right. Roscoe doesn't like you, Paul. I remember from the last week now.
I like Paul.
I never said any such thing.
No, last week when Paul was on, because I heard the replay, you said, it's time to hang up on you now. Remember? And then you leaned over and hung up the phone, remember?
Yeah, I did do that.
Yeah, yes, you did. Yes, you did. I almost forgot, by the way. We still have to play Stump the Roscoe, and it's 1:45.
No, before we start playing the game, I actually called in to mention a couple things, if you don't mind.
Well,
go ahead. But that's not why I called.
40 seconds.
I did want to mention to Steve, when you talked about cancer and stuff, my mother's a 2-time cancer survivor, too.
Good for her.
And
Excellent,
she's had
Paul.
non-Hodgkin's lymphoma twice.
Oh, man.
Once about 9 years ago, and then this last time, I think it was about 2 years ago, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma of the bone marrow. I tell you, that woman's tough. After having 3 kids, you can beat anything.
Hey.
She made it through. You would never even known she was sick, going through chemo. She was.
That's terrific, Paul. Excellent.
She was absolutely amazing. And she had and she had a heart attack too before she had cancer. She's been quite sick, and she's done pretty well.
That's great.
That's damn.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to bring up too, that FM translators for AM stations. You guys had mentioned that.
Yeah, and then we never did anything with it.
I think it is a good idea, bad idea. I think the idea is stemming from little pissant AM stations, and we're not applying for one here, and we don't plan on applying for one here.
Well, if you could, why wouldn't you?
But, if we could, we might investigate it, because an FM translator, 10 watts at 150 feet, would cover more than my 27 at night would.
Damn straight.
Maybe.
Yeah. And now you can get Brother Stare to pay $300.
I think the idea for FM translators on AM stations stems from AM owners who are pissed that they're you know what I mean. They want something that's not owed to them. They think they're owed something.
Exactly.
You know, because all these other stations have full-time signals, and they can't compete, and they're trying to get something that they shouldn't have.
I am so glad you, as an operator, and I realize you're not an owner, but as an operator of a small AM station, I am so glad you said that. Because, you know, the NAB, it's my understanding, loves this idea. Now, they fought LPFM tooth and nail, which engineering-wise was the same exact damn thing. Oh, they're all for the translators.
I've never understood that either. They said 100-watt LPFM at 100 feet would be a bad idea, but a translator 250 watts, which is the max power but has no max in height,
they're
is not
liars.
a problem.
They're liars. That's all it is.
And I have a friend, I won't mention names, but a friend of mine works for a 5,000-watt daytimer in the Northeast, and he is constantly bitching and moaning about the fact they're a daytimer and complaining about how they're on the same channel as the 50,000-watt clear south.
Wait. You said he's the owner?
No, he's more. He does a bunch of stuff over there. I don't want to mention what he does because it would give it away.
Well, you know what? The bottom line is these guys. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they bought these places.
That was my point. He knew what he was getting into when he started. He's chief engineer, the morning man, answers the phone, stuff like that. And he knew what he was getting into, and he's complaining that they get clobbered at 6 a.m. in the morning when they sign on. I'm like, dude, you knew this going into it. What is the problem?
Exactly.
You're acting like you are owed something.
And therein lies, I think, the greatest question of all, Paul. Who gives a fuck?
I know, my night signal sucks, and I know it. But I knew this coming into it, and I'm not. Do you see me complaining about the night signal? No.
Hell no.
I work with what I got and deal with it, as should everyone else.
That's how I handle my penis.
Paul?
Like a 5,000-watt daytimer?
It's a 5,000.
At this age, it's 5 watts at night.
Paul, ignore everyone else in the room. In my continuing quest for content,
powers down early.
I appreciate that.
But it covers the whole valley.
And the FCC also issued.
Oh, I forgot by turning your mics off to turn Paul off.
Sorry, I already potted him down.
Thank you, Paul. I hope you'll be playing Stump the Roscoe. And yes, that was Jeff who hung up on you and not me. Stump the Roscoe, give me the song.
It's the funniest thing I think I've ever seen.
Everyone get on here for Stump the Roscoe because it's getting late.
By the way, I want to say a special hi to Gary, who is listening.
How do you know?
Gary Serpendi's on the chat.
He's on the chat.
I've never seen this here. No.
So it looks like Stump the Roscoe is going to spill over into the 2 a.m. hour.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go quickly, so you need to guess your things right away. You need to.
I like women with big breasts. I like women with big butts. I like Gary. He gonna go make the donuts.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking
I feel the blues in my soul.
Is that the first time we've ever had live music in this?
How sad is that?
All right, all of you flunkies, I want you guys to get ready for your Stump the Roscoe. I need you to tell Kyle whether or not you're in. I see Jim Williams is already in. America Vespucius. Anyone else? So, let's see about this here.
When do we before we get to start, you can do that. We can talk about this. When do we want to go up, the three of us, and Steve, if you're in town, you can come too. Go up to... meet up with Diamond Joe and take in a Yankees game.
Whenever you want.
Oh, wow.
Give me the schedule. All right. Now, this is the final edition of Stump the Roscoe. To recap, here's where we're at. Because, who was in the lead? Florida Nate, I think, was in the lead for... Steve, I guess we need to get Steve Bryant in on this too.
Okay. Well, I have not played.
I know. There's no chance in hell you can win.
No chance in hell I could win. I can't win because I'm an associate.
Just to make it sound better.
Exhibition purposes only.
Okay, that's pretty much how I handle my penis.
Joe. The amount of penis references in this show is starting to rival a previous show.
I'm having flashbacks to the Scott Tildy, Pete Paula
that we
show.
had.
The one that you sighed about the following week.
Now, if I sigh...
Sorry,
Will you get all bent out of shape if I sigh next week?
No, because I'm sober now.
All right, let's see. Diamond Joe. Jim Williams is in. All right. To recap, here's where the standings are. We did adjust we adjusted the scores for Tom Lawler, who I don't think is on with us tonight anyway. But,
no, he's listening to his HD radio.
But he had added a few in. He had tried to guess a few, and they didn't make it through. That was the night we were having the chat problems. So we took care of that. And now you're right, Kyle, the web is really slow tonight, so I'm waiting for the scoreboard to load. And I'll tell you right now, here we go, the scores right now, weekly running tally, which will end. It'll no longer be a running tally after tonight. I am in the lead. Now, keep in mind, though, I cannot win the shirt.
Correct.
Diamond Joe cannot win the shirt. Kyle cannot win the shirt. Roscoe won't win anyway.
RJ was eligible, but he chose not to play.
Yes. All right, so George has 21. Diamond Joe, 18. Kyle, 17. Those three cannot win. Florida Nate, 15. So he is in the lead for the T-shirt.
He says he wants that T-shirt.
Mike from South Philly at 14. I thought Mike was calling in, or didn't Walter say he was?
Yeah, I guess he hung up.
Mike from South Philly has 14. Jim Williams and Tom Lawler tied at 13. Mark in Connecticut at 12. Roscoe at 10. Paul Walker at 9. And Brandon Vegas at 5. So that is where we are at. And it'll be the final ever edition of Stump the Roscoe, which is good because I think it's starting to get stupid. So,
Cut 13 is the first one.
13 is the first one, and I need all of you flunkies to get your responses in as soon as possible.
Okay.
Stump the Roscoe starting now. Song number 1 on the Radio Racket.
Baby, every time I see you, I think of... Sorry.
Baby, baby, falling in love. I'm falling in love again.
Now, obviously, we have another song where the speed is off, I can tell.
Baby, baby, falling in love.
Diamond Joe, what is going on over there? Is this the way the songs run on the cockroach?
Well, George, I thought I had the pitch up there, but I guess I didn't.
Steve, does that sound too slow?
Yeah, it's
way too slow.
It's too slow. It's like a Barry White song before.
Baby, baby, falling in love. I'm falling in love again.
Does that sound about...
I got a tone reference here.
Oh, my goodness.
Play it again. Way up.
It's too fast.
No, it's too slow.
Oh, it's too slow.
Yeah.
Try that.
Even faster.
How about that? Are you sure?
Baby, baby, falling in love.
It sounds like it's playing too fast, Steve.
It sounds not.
The vocals sound.
This wasn't the Chipmunks reunion tour? Oh.
You really think it should be faster?
I thought. Well, play it again. Play it again.
This is starting to remind me of that Free All right now that we just kept playing over and over.
Throw me under the bus.
107.5 Frack FM.
Oh.
Yellow.
Baby, falling in love. I'm falling in love again.
Duct tape and bubble gum, ladies and gentlemen.
Baby, baby, falling in love. I'm falling in love again.
And I think we're out of duct tape, by the way.
Now, there's something wrong with this picture.
I could never see.
Something just does not sound right, because I know that record very well.
Yeah, the pitch is off.
And there's just something that just doesn't sound right about that. Kyle?
No. Other one. Last one.
Is this what Diamond Joe says it is?
Yes. By the way, that's what it is.
Yeah, there's something Either maybe it was one of those late night infomercials he got the song from, where it's not the real studio version. It's the
songs are not the original version.
Yeah.
The CD package doesn't exist.
That's up way too high, guys.
Yeah,
that's
too high.
way too high. Come on. Wait, down. More.
Why are you flapping your
Because
arms?
you're not doing it quickly enough. It's 5 of 2. All right, votes. What do we have here?
Okay.
All right, let's see. Florida Nate says he will not get it.
Okay.
Paul Walker says he will get it. And now we're hearing all the votes.
I don't care.
Okay. Let's see. By the way, Diamond Joe says Roscoe still won't get it.
Okay.
Surf says, geesh, it's a fucking record. How hard is it to play? Jim Williams says, I'll say no. Mark from Connecticut says he'll say no.
I believe he will know it.
Oh, Steve Bryant with the confidence.
Florida Nate said he won't. He said it already. Okay.
All right, anybody else?
Who's up? Is it...
Well, I don't know who's all playing, but I have Diamond Joe, Jim Williams, Florida Nate, Paul Walker, and Mark in Connecticut. And then there's us, the four of us. Steve has already said the answer is yes, that he will know it.
I guess that brings it to me. I say, and again, this is against my better judgment, I say he'll get it.
All right.
I'm such a sucker.
He should know it, but he will not. George votes no. And Roscoe always votes yes, so we'll have to see if he knows who it is. Pitch notwithstanding, you either know the song or you don't. Who was that?
I'd like to vote no.
Now, you must always vote yes.
You son of a bitch.
Covering your bets there. Good.
I have no idea.
All right, well, that was Hamilton. At least it was supposed to be Hamilton, Joe Frank,
I don't think that
Reynolds.
was the original version. It didn't sound like Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds.
No, it didn't.
Because Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds, I believe, were also White Plains. There were like 3 or 4 groups, and on one of those shows, like the Midnight Special or something, they were all scheduled to perform on the same show.
Right.
And there's a great story. They had to change costumes and put wigs and stuff on so nobody would know it was still them.
Even Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds weren't those guys. They were still going by Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds, but 1 or 2 of them weren't even in the band anymore.
Well, exactly.
Cut 26.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Roscoe did not get it, so he gets he gets an X, which means that George gets a point. Kyle does not get a point.
Asshole.
Steve Bryant does not get a point.
No, that's not very nice.
Diamond
But
Joe.
it's the truth.
You are
Williams,
so filled with hostility.
Florida Nate. Mark in Connecticut. We all get points, and we move on
to 26.
26. The second song on the final ever edition of Stump the Roscoe. All right, huge hit from the late winter of 1994.
Love that song.
All right, let's see about this. Who do we have now?
Jim Williams says the Saturday
How
show.
about the funky music that.
The Saturday show vote of confidence. Jim Williams says yes.
Saturday show on AM 1240, 1440 WSOJ. He says no?
No, he says yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Diamond Joe says yes. Florida Nate says, B95, point ones. N-Dub must think. Well, think fast.
We move on. Paul Walker.
Waiting. Diamond Joe says yes. I said that.
Yes.
Mark says, shit, I'm on the fence. Well, shit or get off the pot.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Paul says
Walker.
no.
Or get off the fence.
Okay. Anyone else? Florida Nate or Mark?
Bad place to shit. Florida Nate says no.
All right, Mark in Connecticut.
Mark?
No Mike in South Philly.
No, he disappeared.
Is there a way to turn off that chiming? That's really getting annoying.
I need it for the Stump the Roscoe soundboard.
All right, last call for Mark. Steve Bryant, will he know it?
Yes.
Yes, he will know it, you say?
Mark says no.
Mark says no. Kyle?
Again, against my better judgment, yes.
Kyle says yes.
He has to know this.
I agree, he will know this. So everyone is saying, well, no, not everyone is saying yes. Florida Nate, who needs every point counts, you know, because he's in the lead for the T-shirt. Paul Walker and Mark all saying no, the rest of us saying yes. Roscoe?
Ace of Base.
It is Ace of Base.
All right.
It is Ace of Base. Very good.
Way to go, man. Way to go.
Very good. George gets a point, and Kyle
gets your
gets
better
a point.
Judgment. You're the asshole.
Steve Bryant, Diamond Joe.
I forgot this for the first one.
Jim Williams.
Don't include me in the internet totals. I mean, I'm just playing for the heck of it tonight.
Well, are you ashamed to be a part of it?
Because I'm going to have one friggin' point, because I've only played 1 week.
Kyle?
Yes.
We're going now to...
we are going to... You're going to love this, George. Okay. Cut 41. 41.
Is it Phenomena?
Oh, I wish.
Here we go. I'm ready when the...
Third song of the night.
You get an extra bonus point if you can tell me a movie that this is very prominent in. It plays for about the last 30 minutes of the movie.
What I feel, I can't say.
Anyone know the movie?
I'm not one for cinema.
No.
If it's not Back to the Future, I'm not interested.
If the music didn't have two people fucking against it, I wouldn't know what it was.
Goodfellas. It plays for like the last half hour of the movie.
How did we forget that, Steve?
I don't know, because it's a great movie.
I should know it.
I own that
over here, he'd know it.
I can't believe he didn't know that.
Son of a bitch.
That just was fact.
All right, funky music, Kyle.
Okay, 1 second. I'm slow on my windows here. Okay.
Steve, did we offend you? Oh, I thought Steve was getting up to leave the room. He's just getting cookies. Can you bring over some cookies for G-Bay?
G-Bay. Florida Nate says Mr. Browning, which I guess refers to poop, will not get it.
Who was that?
What?
Florida Nate.
Florida Nate says no.
Browning, poop is brown. Mark from Connecticut says no. As
says no.
Paul Walker.
Paul Walker.
Diamond Joe says Roscoe should know this. But no.
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams says the Selling the Way America Buys vote of disdain. Thumbs up. Thumbs up to the book. Thumbs down to Roscoe in this one. I'll say no.
Steve Bryant.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
You have voted yes for every single one. Are you just doing that to be nice?
Yes.
Okay.
No, hey, I saw him in action last night. And I thought, well, okay.
Was an unusually good showing.
Yes, it was.
You were really impressed when I got new shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. I'm really torn on this one, George. I really am. Because I kind of agree with Diamond Joe with what he said, but I can't say it.
Then why mention it on the air?
Well, if I said it, it might give something away.
No, I said why mention it at all on the air, what you just said. There's no point in mentioning it if you can't complete the thought.
Most of the people playing are in the chat room, and they can see what was said.
Now I want to see what's being said.
I am going to say no.
Okay, well, Kyle saying no. George Brewstar recognizing that this is totally the music of the era he is very strong with. He's probably played the song numerous times on radio station. But But sometimes he's stupid and he won't know. So, Steve Bryant, the only one.
No, that's not nice, George.
Saying you... What, the Steve was the only one?
No, that you called me stupid.
I said sometimes you could be stupid, and this appears to be one of those times.
You're getting very Kyle-esque.
Was that like you?
Yeah.
But I liked it.
Well, of course you're going to like it. It's being like you. I'm sorry.
It's so cold in here, my tongue stuck to the microphone.
I was just about to take my sweatshirt off. It was so warm.
Oh, God, it's cold.
And the heat's, I just put during the last break, I took the thermostats up to 60.
I can't feel my extremities.
Well, I'm 56. I haven't felt them since I was 51, so it's...
There you go.
He will not know it. He should know it, but he will not know it. Jeff, Roscoe?
You are correct. I don't know it.
You don't know it?
The song
I've heard the song. I can't think of it.
What is Life is the name of the song.
Life?
And it's that wacky Beatle.
From George Harrison.
I knew it was a Beatle, but it couldn't have been the Beatles.
Well, why didn't you just name a Beatle?
No. It had that Beatles sound, but I knew it wasn't the Beatles.
Everybody gets a point except Steve Bryant.
Tony Sheridan.
See, Diamond Joe said on the chat that he thought you would guess the Beatles.
It had the Beatles sound, but I knew it wasn't the Beatles.
That's such a great song.
It actually sounds like a lot like a Badfinger song, more specifically.
Well, yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, it does. God rest their souls.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete Ham's the only name I can think of, but I know a lot of the other ones are dead, too.
Two of them hanged themselves.
Yeah, I know. At least two of them were... I know Pete Ham was a suicide, and...
Cut 29.
Jim Williams, Florida Nate, American Vespucius, Mark from Connecticut. Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah.
29.
Just so you know, I'm going to need a bathroom break after this song.
29. Song 4.
Great song.
Yeah. Used to play Wildwood.
You gotta understand, you're old enough to know the makings of a man.
The Merkins of a man, what?
It's hard to settle down. Am I asking too much for you to stick around? Every boy wants a girl he can trust to the very end. Thinking that you walk your way.
Where'd the bass go? Oh, by the way, you're going to have to disinfect this chair.
When I see lips begging to be kissed.
Stop! I can't stop! I was the backup singer on that.
Where's your funky music? Come on.
I thought you'd find that funny.
I did. I laughed. Let's see. All right, here come the votes. Florida Nate says he'll get it. Florida Nate, get off your knees. You're blowing the game. All right, who's next? Nobody liked my he's blowing the game joke. Hey, get off your knees. You're blowing the game. You ever heard that?
Paul Walker,
it's good,
Mark from Connecticut, Jim Williams, Diamond Joe.
Diamond Joe says yes. Jim Williams says yes. Paul Walker says, if I almost know what this is, he should...
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark, the Mighty 990 in Hartford, says yes.
Right?
Yes.
All of the Racketeers saying yes. Steve Bryant, as usual, saying yes. You always say yes.
I like the man.
I, too...
I respect the man.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I, too... Somewhat foolish, but thank you.
Well, if you don't know this, I'm going to urinate on your shoes, but...
Can I go to the bathroom before you do that?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Now, George, was he just trying to throw us off there?
Was who trying to throw us off? I wasn't even listening to... What did he say?
I forget exactly what he said, but I'm going to take him as not lying there. I'm going to say, no, he does not know this.
What did he say?
He alluded to the fact that he didn't know it.
All right, so everybody's saying yes except Kyle, because Bruce Starr says yes, he will know this song from 1966.
The song is Lightning Strikes. The artist... It's Lou Christie.
The artist, Luigi Zacca, better known as Lou Christie. That is absolutely right.
And I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right, well, we can fill time without him. How do we do Stump the Roscoe without the Roscoe? Wash your hands.
Yes.
All right. Audio 1818, Sonic 700 operated at 18 America.
The next cut is 39.
Say it again.
39.
That's the number after 38. Okay.
Correct. And before 40.
40. Don't forget, Brokered Radio tomorrow, 3 p.m.
Yeah.
On your local 50,000-watt brokers. What brokered stations are in Nashville?
Trying to think.
RJ, write this down.
I don't think. Well, is it WAMB? Wait, there's a station in Franklin. It's not. I don't think there's any full-time brokerage station.
You have never been in the press of Dick Clark.
Yes, he has.
Yes, I have, RJ. And
give me your shit.
it's minty.
Have any of you guys been to Hollywood? Have any of you guys been to San Francisco?
Okay, my bladder's empty. We can resume game now.
Don't give me your shit.
Well, how are we going to play the game of the states?
I said my bladder's empty.
Oh, no, I'm talking to RJ.
Oh, by the way, I forgot.
Unsurmountable.
In the time.
Yes, go Unsurmountables. Racket to Radio Racquetball. Fantasy team.
Bruce Starr gets a point. Kyle does not get a point. Roscoe gets a point. Roscoe's beating Kyle. Steve Bryant gets a point.
Wow.
That's your second point of the night. Diamond Joe gets a point. Jim Williams gets a point. Circle gets a square. Florida Nate gets a point. Paul Walker. Mark in Connecticut gets a point. All right, we move on. Are you ready?
What am I, 2 for 4 now?
Yes, you are. You did very well at the Ale House last night. I must admit, that was very un-Roscoe-like.
He is en fuego.
You just did that because Steve Bryant was there. You really were into it last night.
Well, no, your first quarter was an actual first quarter for a change.
Well, thank you, Roscoe.
Hey, no problem.
You heard your 38 seconds.
Yeah. All right.
Cue the funky music, please.
Cue that funky music. White boy. All right, let's see.
Get ready to match this.
I don't care that you might have that on record. Let's see. Florida Nate says, oh my, no effing way. Diamond Joe says, no.
Who was that, Diamond Joe?
Yes. Jim Williams says, yo, bitches, I be keeping it real in this mug and breaking out the chains with a nizzo. In English, no.
Oh, thank you. I had no idea what that was. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Paul Walker says, but
fascism a nizzle.
Mark says, hell no.
Paul Walker.
Paul. Hello. He says, but he'll... If I know what?
Steve Bryant, you can't possibly say yes again.
No, he will not.
Okay.
Know
he says,
will not know this.
Okay.
Paul says no.
Paul says no. Kyle.
I have no idea. Who
I too say no.
I'm looking at the screen.
There is no way in hell.
And I know
this. Kyle and I know it because
I can tell you who he will guess.
Roscoe?
I will also say no. Roscoe does not know it.
But you can't say no. Every vote you have is yes. Is another bad creation.
Are you Icelandic?
I'll agree with that.
Everybody gets a point except for Roscoe.
Diamond Joe and I both said you would say crisscross. But if you listen in the very beginning, they say ABC.
Yes.
Which stands for another bad creation.
Now, was that... I knew it was another bad creation, but...
I've never even heard of that.
Or was that Playground?
At the Playground.
Playground.
You know?
I've never even heard of that group.
Consider yourself just as rich.
Yes.
I do.
They cut 3.
All right. Oh, that sounds like a good one.
So cold in here, the space-time continuum is slowing down.
Yes, it is.
Are you really chilly?
It's
a little nippy.
Absolutely.
In a world where the studio is freezing cold.
That's right.
Come on without, come on in. You will not see nothing.
Extra credit if you know the songwriter. get a twofer.
Get your granola.
Nothing like the mighty Quinn. Everybody's building ships and boats.
All right, halfway through the final ever Stump the Roscoe, and that was song number 6. No funky music?
Hold, please.
Okay, let's see about this, see what the Racketeers have to say. Florida Nate going into the game tonight in the lead. Will he be able to maintain that lead? That is yet to be seen.
Hey.
Doing well right now. Tied for the top spot at 4.
Paul says... What? Jim Williams says no. Survey says no.
Okay, Jim Williams says no.
Paul Walker says he'll get it. Florida Nate says he won't get it. Mark in Connecticut will say no as well.
Diamond Joe, we're waiting on.
Let's see. Diamond Joe. We were typing back lyrics back and forth to Aisha, so sorry.
Well, that's important.
It is. What DJ? That doesn't make sense.
Steve Bryant.
He says Roscoe will say yes. So that doesn't make sense.
He will know the song. He will not know the songwriter.
Okay, but he'll know the artist.
The artist. He will not know the person who originally wrote the song.
Okay, Diamond Joe. Last call for Diamond Joe.
What do you say?
Now, Diamond Joe should know better.
I know.
It's his game after all.
Is the chat on a delay or something?
No. Kyle? I guess that means I should vote.
Yeah, Kyle, what do you think?
I'm going to say no.
Kyle says no.
Diamond Joe says yes.
Okay, well, we have a split decision here.
He should know it.
What was Steve Bryant's vote?
Steve Bryant said you would know who it is. Now, this, so far tonight, is the most difficult one to decide for me. He's very good with this era. Very good.
Yes.
Not too big of a hit in the Philadelphia area. Steve, you probably can acknowledge that. And certainly not in oldies radio in Philadelphia.
No.
But Jeff has done oldies in Providence, which is probably more accurate a representation of oldies radio elsewhere. This is a really tough call.
Because Providence is elsewhere.
You know, this is a really
Don't get sucked in.
Tough call.
Jeez. Do you want me to duct tape that to the stand for you, Kyle?
I caught it.
That would be nice.
Come on. Good reflexes for an old guy.
All right, I will put in my vote.
You need a boom, Kyle.
I'm going to say yes.
Well, look at this thing. See how uneven that is?
What's the matter?
See how it's bent and broken? And it doesn't hold it very well.
When did that happen? That's the newest one of all of the ones we have here. It's
been like that since I remember.
Maybe because the microphone curvature does not fit the...
Yeah. Well, wait, is the stand broken? I can't see from here.
What's your vote, George?
I already said my vote is yes. Roscoe, first tell me who you think it is.
Well, the name of the song is The Mighty Quinn, which I think actually I heard in the lyrics, so it doesn't really tell much, but this should be Manfred Mann.
That is correct. Now, is this plus or minus the Earth Band? This is before the Earth Band, right? Or is
this is, I think it was the Earth Band.
It was the Earth Band.
Well, no, this is Manfred Mann. This is Manfred... I'm old.
I forget when that started and stuff.
Now the songwriter?
Yes. Do you want to guess at that? Because I would like to guess if you don't know.
I'm drawing a blank.
I'm sorry, I didn't think you would know the songwriter. Not meaning it negatively, but you had to sort of...
No, may I guess?
Yes.
Is it Van Morrison?
Oh. Come on with it.
I was going to say it's either Bob Dylan or Van Morrison. But Van Morrison wrote a lot of hit songs around that time before he really became a big solo artist. I know he wrote Gloria for Shadows of Night. But it was I had it down either that or Bob Dylan, but admittedly I thought it was more so Van Morrison. So
that was Dylan. It was
hello.
His song about Jesus.
All right, so George gets a point, and do I still have a perfect record? Yes, I do. Kyle does not get a point.
He's gloating over there.
Roscoe gets his 3rd point.
Thank you. 3 for 6. I'm batting 500.
Steve Bryant
Hall
with
of
a
Famer.
point. Diamond Joe.
I have a better batting average than Ted Williams.
You'd have a wing.
Paul Walker.
Yeah.
All right. So, here's where we're at.
36.
George is in the lead. The only one who comes close is Diamond Joe. He can't win, though. Everyone else is tied at 4 except for Kyle, who's not doing very well tonight.
I've shit the bed for the last 3 weeks. I don't know what the hell's
And he hasn't even changed the sheets.
All right. What cut number, Kyle?
36.
Oh, that sounds like a good one.
You enjoying Stump the Roscoe, Steve?
Is that what this is? I'm sorry. I thought we were... No, actually, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
Being beat up and battered around. Being sent up and I've been shut down. You're the best thing that I've ever found. Handle me with care. Reputation's changeable. Situation's horrible. Baby, you're a ghost.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, faded it out before the best part of the song.
I know.
All right. Funky music, funky music. All right. Every time you play this bed, I keep thinking it's Tighten Up from Archie Bell and the Drells.
Yeah.
It starts out the same
All
way.
right.
Hi, everybody. We're Archie Bell, the illiterates from Philadelphia.
Florida Nate says yes.
Now, keep in mind, Roscoe, this would be a Watch the Artist or group on it, and it must be correct. Florida Nate saying yes.
Paul Walker says I farted, and
But
I'll
that's
say
not necessary.
I'm just telling you what he said.
I don't need
he'll
to
say
hear
he'll say no. Mark from Connecticut.
Well, you won't have to disinfect.
Mark in Connecticut.
No.
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams says his chat is dimpled, but no.
Diamond Joe.
Diamond Joe says in Houston we came up with a song called the Tighten Up. What? Diamond. What? I don't know.
That's Archie Bell and the Drells. That's how the song goes.
Yeah. Diamond Joe says no.
Diamond Joe says no. Steve Bryant.
Does he have to know the song and the artist?
No, just the artist, but it must be exact.
Oh, just the artist? Oh, absolutely he'll know this.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he's not good like that.
Thank you, George.
I come here for the love and the camaraderie.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm showing up.
Kyle?
I'm aging less rapidly because of the temperature here.
You're cold? I mean, you're really cold.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's miserable in here.
It is.
What's it called? Downright cryogenics, I believe.
Yeah, I'm me and Walt Disney, except he's open about his anti-Semitism.
I am going to say yes.
And you give Kyle such a hard time for complaining about the temperature in here. Steve Bryant, and we're
He's
all
our
very
guest,
I
though,
know,
this week.
but we're all. It's just making
we need
the point
his
that
parodies and stuff.
we're all.
Then you should go turn the heat up.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. It's already at 60. You want me to try 62?
Jesus, already
60.
Well, I never like to break the 60 barrier, only for special
I'll
guests.
put $5 on the table, and you can add it to your PO budget.
Roscoe, go put it on 62 for Steve.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
Put on
Bless
66.
Have an old man.
First of all, I'll know if it's on 66. If I start breaking out into a sweat, I'll know.
I'm so fucking old, man. If it stays this cold, bones are going to start shattering.
See,
We can't have that.
Blows my mind, though. You guys are really cold. Like, I know you guys are always bitching about the temperature, but Steve is an unbiased...
This is the only place I ever get cold, is the Sonic Set building.
It's not even that cold out.
I have to confess, it was RJ who called me and said, "Look, I need you to be my man on the inside. Keep boosting the temperature. Let's tap his resources so he can't run the show." Thank you. I kind of like where that was coming from too.
All right.
Okay.
George says there's no way in hell he's going to get this one right, and No, I'll leave it at that. Roscoe, do you know... Oh, boy. Oh, no. First of all, what is the title? Not that it counts, but...
Actually, I don't know the title.
Now, you know, I did play this last night at the bar. It was after you guys left, but I had a request for this.
I actually wouldn't know the title.
The artist is, I haven't a friggin' clue.
You
really? Oh, you
son of a bitch.
The Traveling Wilburys. Did I spell Wilburys right, or is it I-E-S? Is it Y-S or I-E-S?
That's right.
Well. George Brewstar still has a perfect score tonight.
Interesting little sidebar.
Don't worry, I'll get you on the last one, George.
They released a Traveling Wilburys guitar, and they brought it to QVC. And since none of the buyers had any experience with guitars, they gave it to me, and it had like a decoupage thing of all the Traveling Wilburys on the guitar. Never sold at retail, so they were looking to do it as a closeout. And it was the biggest piece of shit I had ever tried to play in my life.
Really?
It was horrible.
That's a shame.
It was, well, the merchandise got out of their control, and I'm sure they said, we're going to do a guitar. Okay, fine. So we never carried it, because I said, guys, this is an awful piece of shit. This is an unplayable instrument.
I guess my next question to Roscoe to name the Traveling Wilburys would be a moot point now.
Very much so, yeah.
All right.
Next song, please.
George Harrison,
31.
Bob Dylan, Tom Petty,
Roy Orbison.
Well, I didn't hear what you... I know you know who they are.
No, I said, I was just saying, I was giving their name. I said Roy Orbison, Tom Petty, George Harrison, Bob Dylan, Pinky Kravitz. No, I'm sorry.
Wasn't Jeff Lynne one of them?
Jeff Lynne, that's right, the yellow.
All right, 31.
31.
Barry Levine.
Stop.
Hear the instrument.
I played trombone in grade school, high school, and
I love the way he's playing the album version. So he can play the whole ramp and yet we get none of the vocals. Come on, fade it out, Diamond Joe. Fade it out.
Children play in the park. They don't know.
I'm alone in the dark.
All right, let's see. Florida Nate says, hell, he ain't gonna get it. It's like the open to the Cosby Show.
This is Know the Group?
Yes.
Oh. I doubt in my mind.
So, Kyle, I'm just curious. I mean, I don't really care. Are you on strike with the funky music?
No, I'm just slow.
Oh, it's okay.
It's cold.
Okay. Did you bump up the thermostat?
I did.
What did you put it to?
106.
We'll find out soon enough.
Yes, we will, because I'll know if it's a notch above 62.
They asked for 66, you asked for 62, so
Split the
we're doing 64.
We're doing a pork roast.
Mark,
You put my thermostat on 64 degrees?
You have a baby in this house. In this.
Oh.
All right. Mark from Connecticut says no.
Mark in Connecticut says no.
Paul Walker, he says he won't get it. He also added poop. I don't.
No need. Jim Williams?
It's not funny anymore.
In honor of George Michael, let me take you out to Noville. It's the Jim Williams No Machine. Hell effing no. I guess
Diamond Joe.
he retired this week. I would say no.
Is that what Diamond Joe said?
But it's an oldie. Heck, I'll stick with no, he says.
All right, Steve Bryant. Just the artist.
If he doesn't know it, he's an idiot.
He should be drawn and quartered.
He should be drummed out of radio.
Is that a yes or a...
That-
well,
that
I think
is
the
yes.
previous 3 weeks already proved that.
No, absolutely. He will know this.
Okay, Kyle.
I'm really torn. I really am. Because he absolutely should know.
Only because Diamond Joe played the album version. But no, he did leave a bit of the vocal. Yeah.
They don't know. I sing dramatically. I sing like Cher.
I'm going to say, again, against my better judgment, yes.
Okay. Well, all of the racketeers saying no.
I'm a racketeer.
But you are here right now, though.
Okay, all right.
Yes, you are. You're a very good racketeer. Yes, sir. But everyone in the room saying yes. And this is very difficult for me because I have a perfect score.
You do?
And he could screw me out of that. Even if he knows it, he might just get it wrong just to make me feel badly.
Yeah, I could do that. But then, of course, I'd have to know it to... Well, no, I wouldn't have to know it.
All right. Roscoe?
Hello.
I'm kind of surprised there's so many no's on this one.
As am I. I'm very surprised.
I'm very surprised with that many no's.
I don't know if it's the age of some of the participants, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, this song
came out before any of us existed. Well, with the exception of Steve, of course.
Yeah, fuck you.
Roscoe, who is it?
This is Chicago.
Hey,
Chicago. I will show you.
You had that queued up at like 7 o'clock today.
How would I have done that? I don't know what
you didn't know the song. That's right. Had you know, you would have.
I started trying to do the artwork of the Chicago on here, but I gave up after the C. I'm like, you know what? This is stupid. All right.
Okay.
So George maintains his perfect score. Kyle gets his third point of the night. Whoop-de-doo, huh?
Whoop-de-doo.
Roscoe gets a point. He's still beating Kyle. And Steve Bryant with a point. Everyone else, nothing.
Cut 35.
45.
35.
Oh, 35. Yes. 35. Ninth song on the final ever. Stump the Roscoe.
I love this.
Oh my.
Oh my is right.
Oh my.
Rico. Suave. Rico. Suave.
Seguro que han oído.
Will he know the lyrics?
Un caballerito, un chico bien portado, un joven reposado y siempre bien vestido. Yo no sé quién ha mentido.
I don't know what is more disturbing, the fact that this piece of shit made it into the Billboard Top 10 or the fact that it's being played on a radio station or an audio station I'm involved with.
You swore.
Did I? What did I say?
You said the S word.
Did I?
Yeah. You said piece of S.
You said piece of shit.
Oh, I meant to say piece of crap. I'm sorry.
Well, it must have been the room. Now it's warm.
It's getting really hot in here.
No, it's not.
I can feel the heat. It's getting really warm in here.
You know, George, you
did you put it at 64?
I put it at 64. No, I put it at 64.
Okay.
Jim Williams says, I'm sipping that wine that Steve's been having, and he says yes.
You know, it's funny, George. You've told us off the air that these temperature conversations have to stop. I think it's kind of funny.
Diamond Joe says,
taking my sweatshirt off. This is ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
Steve, I hope this is just for you. You know, it's for Steve. I don't care about them. It's for you.
Turn it down, for God's
sake.
No. Diamond Joe says no.
Joe says
Florida Nate says he'll get it.
What?
Because you know how cold it was. I farted, and it must have been a little juicy. I was frozen to the chair.
Steve.
Oh, is that what that block of ice was?
Yeah.
Disinfection.
No.
George is going to be busy all day tomorrow.
Your chair needs to be disinfected too.
I'm only kidding, George.
You guys are trying to emulate the Howard Stern show.
Mark from Connecticut says he will.
It's better than
get it.
Better than emulating Glenn Beck.
And Paul Walker
says no.
Steve Bryant. Do you know who that is?
No, I don't know.
I would be proud of that.
I do not know who that is.
Will he know?
I believe he will.
Okay.
I think you're a fool.
No way.
well, ain't no debate about that. He said he was a fool all the time. I heard him say it on the air. I'm sorry.
Steve Bryant said yes for every single one except which one? That song 5. Which was the one you said he would not know?
I forget.
There was one you said
5, 8, ABC.
Traveling Elevator?
Yeah,
ABC. He didn't.
All right, Kyle.
I said.
Do I even need to ask you?
Yeah, I said no, not a chance.
All right, there's no way. Steve Bryant, Jim Williams, Florida Nate, all smoking Marion Barry crack tonight. Roscoe?
This is a tough one, but I'm going to make a guess. I believe it is a very good guess. I'm going to say Rob Bass.
Rob Bass is wrong.
Gerardo, USA.
Gerardo. Rico.
Suave.
And Weird Al Yankovic, if I recall.
I love that song, by the way.
He the Weird Al or the one you just played?
The Gerardo, I love that song. So funny.
Well, then you should be.
No, that is
Rumba. That is so funny.
No, Weird Al Yankovic did Taco Grande from that. Taco Grande.
The song it came out when I was in high school.
Bruce Star maintains his perfect score. Kyle finally gets his 4th point.
Oh, yeah.
Now tied for the basement with Roscoe. Kyle and Roscoe together, the basement. Diamond Joe.
Rumba.
Paul Walker. Mark in Connecticut. And Florida Nate pissing away his T-shirt. And Mike from South Philly, if he were allowed to stay up past his bedtime, would really be doing well right now because he was on the heels.
Yes, he was.
Of winning the shirt, but not now.
All right.
Final ever song, and this stupid bit goes away, even though some fools on Radio Info said, watch them keep doing it despite me.
Cut 38.
As if any of you people were that important.
Spite me or spite May?
May.
Cut 38.
38. All right, let's see about this.
Last ever.
He started playing air piano before I even hit the song.
I know.
Oh, that's right. You can see the answers from over there. Okay.
Well, no, yeah.
Okay.
I have the track to this. I'm going to parody it someday.
I think that would be nice.
I just haven't come up with the right one yet.
Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else.
Believe it or not, I'm buying my time. I never thought it's got places to go. It's got places to go. I just have to use vice grips on my testicles so I can hit the notes.
1,000 watts.
All right.
What can I say? Something to say. It's me.
All right.
I'm Orange.
Final ever set of votes, and then we never do this again.
Jim Williams says he will get this.
All right.
Mark?
Funky music? No funky music for the final time ever?
I like this one. All right.
This is all unlicensed music, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Sure.
Diamond Joe says Roscoe will not know.
All right.
Florida Nate says he won't get this as he crosses his fingers. Mark from Connecticut says no.
It's getting really warm in here.
It feels good. Diamond Joe says
no. In
Diamond
fairness,
Joe said no.
In fairness, George, you do have extra padding.
Yeah, I know. You say that every week, thinking it's going to get funny one of these weeks. Paul Walker.
Am I wrong though?
Am I wrong?
No.
Paul Walker.
He says
I asked first.
No. All right. Final
Steve Bryant.
Steve Bryant.
Absolutely, he'll know it. Probably even the artist, but probably even the song, but certainly the artist.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Now, the heat is up now, so there's no excuse.
I understand. I've got the 4 or 5 active brain cells I have are actually functioning
Keep
quite
in
well.
mind, Roscoe, before you let your ego get inflated because of Steve's confidence, remember, he is a professional salesman.
That's right, and I'm a pitchman and a charlatan.
Charlatan,
so
quack.
don't, quack. And I want to talk to you later about investing your fortune.
I have a fortune?
What about Amway?
Amway? What's Amway? Oh, sorry.
I say there is zero chance that he knows this.
It's just not happening.
He doesn't even know the show.
He doesn't even know the show.
Sure he does.
No, he doesn't.
No, he does not know the show.
No.
The answer is no. This will make the perfect score for May. And that's never happened on this game for anyone.
Okay.
I thought I had a perfect week.
You never had. Nobody ever had a perfect week. You had 8 one week, maybe 9. The scores are up at the Philly Talk.
And it's on the internet, so it wouldn't lie.
Right.
You are an ass.
He makes a good point. Those of you who play on the internet should stay on the internet.
She should be reading your Bibles.
I wonder if I did a parody about the Radio Racket, if he would play it. I wonder if I said
ripping on us.
Send it to him. I mean, making myself a target too, and doing it as somebody else.
It would have to be like a disco song, though.
Well, yeah, I could do. They tried to do a show on the internet.
He's got that. He's like a 15 or 16-year-old girl from the club.
Right.
Who always who sings songs. And he's always playing them.
Yeah.
So if you could find a way to get her to record the song, then he would play.
Oh yeah.
Roscoe, final ever guess for something, Roscoe. At least until next sweeps. When is that? May, right?
May or July. We're not sure yet.
Roscoe.
Well, you're right. I don't know the TV show.
There's no way he's going to get the artist.
I don't know the artist.
I'm fucked.
I have a perfect score. That was the theme to the grand finale. It's like the fireworks at the end of the fireworks.
I did pretty well this week.
No,
to a TV show.
Doing okay, but
I got 5 right.
That was sued by DC Comics for copyright infringement.
Yes. The theme from The Greatest American Hero, starring William Cat. Joey Scarberry, that was.
And co-starring Robert Culp and John Tesh's wife.
John Tesh's wife? Who's John Tesh's wife?
What's her name? I've talked to her many times. Not Victoria.
Is she famous? Someone I would know?
Very famous. Yeah, she's a great actress.
Who's John Tesh's wife?
That's terrible. I should
know.
I sat in rooms and talked to her.
Well,
I sat in her breath.
You've never been in the breath of John Tesh's wife. Well, what would she have done that we would know?
Greatest American Hero?
Connie Sellecca?
Connie Sellecca.
I was going to say, was she on Dynasty?
No, but she looks like she could have been. She was pretty enough to be on Dynasty.
Why did I think Connie Sellecca was on Dynasty? What was she on?
What were you doing watching Dynasty?
No, Connie Sellecca was on. Was she on Hotel? She was on one of them.
She was on Hotel. Yes, she was Hotel.
What was the full title? That was Arthur Something's Hotel.
Yeah, Arthur. Not Miller, but
Fonzarelli.
Arthur Fonzarelli. Arthur Fonzarelli's Hotel.
Well. That is how the game ends. Kyle, you get a point there.
All right.
Diamond Joe gets a point. Florida Nate, Paul Walker, and Mark in Connecticut. These are the finals. George has a perfect score, but he can't win. Kyle, you only got 5, but that's okay because Roscoe only got 4.
Yeah.
Steve Bryant only got 5 because you just put so much confidence in the fool. All right, I'm sorry. You're right. That wasn't. That was.
That was not very nice.
That was not very nice. I'm not good. Jim Williams 5, not a good showing for Joe. Florida Nate 5, and that could have cost him the shirt. We'll figure this out right now. Paul Walker 7, Mark in Connecticut 7. Now, I'm going to need some help here because I am not good with math.
It's up to
despite
it's
my
a 2-digit number now, so it's going to be.
All right, stump the Roscoe.
But he only has 10 fingers.
That's true.
Right. Okay, so Bruce Star. Bruce Star's 31. Diamond Joe had 18, and now he has 26. Kyle had 17, and now he's 22. Roscoe had 10, now he's 14. Steve Bryant,
1 week.
Yeah. Jim Williams, 13 plus 5 is 18. Florida Nate, he might still... No. Wait a minute. Florida Nate, 20. Paul Walker had 9, now he has 16. Mark in Connecticut had 12. And now he has... Oh, please let there not be a tie. Overtime. No. Actually, he did give us 2 bonus songs.
Coin toss.
Mark in Connecticut had what? 12 plus 7 is 19.
Yeah, he definitely will flip a coin.
Well, and who was that? And Tom Lawler was not in tonight, so he stays at 13. And Brandon Vegas stays at 5. And who are we forgetting? Mike from South Philly stays at 14. So,
new items up at the Radio Racket store, by the way.
These are the finals in reverse order. Brandon Vegas 5. This is the final event. Brandon Vegas 5. Tom Lawler 13. Mike from South Philly 14. Roscoe 14. You tied Mike from South Philly. Of course, Mike didn't even play tonight.
He was effing the cat.
Paul Walker 16. Jim Williams 18. Mark in Connecticut 19. Florida Nate 20. Florida Nate 20. Kyle 22. Diamond Joe 26. Brewstar 31. Florida Nate hangs on.
He's the winner.
Unless am I missing something? Yeah, Florida Nate 20. And that is the highest non-Kyle George Roscoe Diamond Joe score. Florida Nate did better than Roscoe, so that wasn't applicable.
I don't find that funny.
So Florida Nate wins.
All right, congratulations.
So Florida Nate, you pick out something at the...
pick out your T-shirt and
Radio Racket store.
All right.
All right, well, to tie up loose ends, because we need to exit,
yes.
We need to talk about the big announcement, the major-minor announcement, concerning someone in this room.
Oh, my.
Now, I don't understand this. I don't claim to understand this. But that's okay, because I don't need to understand it. Somebody in this room is going back
to the dark side.
Terrestrial radio. And, see, I know it means a lot to you, Roscoe, so I'm happy for you.
Well, you didn't really build that up very well.
Well, because you're sensing a butt coming here. I don't get it. I don't know why you would... I understand you're being financially compensated, and that's obviously...
Quite nicely, too.
Good motivator. But I don't understand the desire to do it. That being said, people go skydiving, and I don't understand it. People go rock climbing. People do scuba diving. They do all kinds of things. Even various, the occasional goofy sex act that I don't understand the appeal of.
Or know how to do.
He did one of those 15 months ago or so.
So, Jeff, tell everyone, or do you want me to tell everyone?
I'll leave it up to you. You're the host of the show.
Jeff is going back to the Beasleys.
I'll be with the Beasleys.
Once again, be with the Beasleys.
I was doing that all week last week.
And
I'm with the Beasleys.
Jeff will be going back to doing weekend shifts every weekend, or fill in, or what?
At least one shift a weekend.
So, but not a consistent shift, or
it never. When I was there the first time, it always rotated. So there's never a set schedule.
All right. So Jeff is going back to the country station WXTU in Philly, and.
Did you want me to answer the questions? Because you were curious as to why I was going back, what my motivation was.
Well, I know you had said money because you kept your after dues up. Now, Steve, were you ever after?
No, I never was.
What about you, Kyle?
No.
Okay, so you're the only one in the room who's ever been after. And you kept your membership current. So you...
Didn't cost much.
Initially it did, but once you were in, then the renewals are what, $100 a year or something?
120.
Yeah. Okay, so you go back, and you're going on Sunday, I guess, right? Sunday afternoon? Now, are you going to be on air, or are you doing a NASCAR?
No, I'll be on the air.
Okay.
NASCAR will actually conclude right at the beginning of my shift.
Oh.
Let's hope for a rain delay.
Yeah. I'm going to be down there. I'm going down there and make a left.
I am not feeling the love.
I'm sorry. I'm
making a little left.
I am Writers Guild. Does that count?
Are you really?
Well, it's not AFTRA, but yeah.
So if we pull up IMDb, if we punch in your name, you'll come up.
Theoretically, I should, but I won't. Because I was.
All SAG members are on there.
Mm-hmm.
SAG members are there.
SAG.
I'm not SAG. I'm Writers Guild. Writers Guild.
Okay.
Yeah. If I had a screenwriting credit, I would pop up. What I have is a TV credit that I cannot. Well, actually, I will not talk about.
Why?
I was asked to write a sketch about something I knew very, very well, and to write a very funny sketch about something. It had nothing to do with Ron Popeil. Just thought I'd get that right out there. But they actually, this enterprise contacted me to do a little research, and I provided them with the research. And they said, "Well, are you Writers Guild? Because you could write this and we'll pay you for it." And I said, "I'm not Guild," and they got me in. Because Guild is, you can't get in unless you've written something that was broadcast, but you can't get something on broadcast unless you've written
exactly.
That catch-22. But they got me in the Guild, and I got very nicely compensated for a 4.5-minute comedy sketch. So
and did it ever run on American television?
It certainly ran on American television.
Why won't you say?
Because there are people who love to get on the internet and take everything that is said on this show and just rip it to shreds.
Fred Flintstone.
I didn't say. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. So I just.
We'll wait till the show is turned off.
Yes, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it was. But it was interesting, and it was very. It poked fun at somebody, and this person knows that I did it. I told this person that I did it.
And how was this person about it?
At first they were a little funny about it, but since this person and I weren't working together anymore, and that had already been decided by me, it was fine. Was it
regarding radio?
No.
Television?
Yeah.
Home shopping?
Something.
Was it network television that the comedy sketch ran on?
Oh, it definitely was network television.
Was it a
heritage show, perhaps?
I was going to say,
it was definitely a heritage show.
Was it a pre-recorded program or not?
No, it was not a pre-recorded program.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Oh, we'll have to talk. Was it referred to ever on this show tonight?
I'm old and stupid. So he said he was old and stupid. Oh, I know he would do that. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't know if we talked about that tonight or not. I don't know if we talked about that.
All right. Well, we'll look into hearing about that.
So I'm not saying, but that was a boring 10 minutes. I apologize for that. But I'm.
No, it's okay. We were looking for a way to get away from this XTU stuff anyway.
I think it's terrific that you're on.
You're worse than Kyle tonight.
You're on a major market FM top-rated effing station, and I think that's terrific. What is that? What did I do?
No. The people can't see this because it will be visual radio. When Jeff just said, you're being just like Kyle tonight.
I said you were worse than Kyle.
Or you were worse than Kyle. And at that moment, to set this up, we have a lamp in the studio, and Kyle sits in front of the lamp. So because the bulb is in my face, I can't really see Kyle's face very well,
Not a big loss.
But when you said that, I could see through the silhouette of Kyle. There was this kind of almost like a mildly sinister grin at the very moment that you said that, and it was very funny. And then when I looked at your face compared to his, it was like a compare and contrast.
That's funny.
It was just funny.
That's funny.
One day I'm just going to walk off this show.
You did already.
Well, no, not in an anger-filled rage.
Not in a tirade that will be cut up and used ad nauseum.
You've got to promise me that if you do, you need to give us, because the RJ stuff's getting old.
There'll be at least 3 parody songs that come out of my eventual resignation from the show.
It'll be, I'm Roscoe and I'm walking, and that's just what I'll do.
Don't work on it until it actually happens, okay?
I want to be ready. Do you know, there were, when I was in college, I wrote an Elvis tribute song before he died, and had it recorded and had it pressed into 45s.
Nice.
It was called Long Live the King. Long Live the King.
Did it speak about him in the past tense?
Oh, yeah, that he was dead. It was because I knew the son of a bitch was going. I've got
That's like when they print the World Championship T-shirts before the game is over.
Oh, yeah, well, I have several collector's items from QVC because we always had both teams winning.
Right.
So I have several losing teams T-shirts that said Super Bowl champions, and they were the losers. But I recorded it, and we actually made a little money on it. We sold it via direct response once he died. But there was a huge, major national hit called "Long Live the King," that was also sitting in the can, ready to go. And that got national. It was a national record label, and that got
the BBC has all of the Queen's death stuff all in the can.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We were at COJ. We got all the Art Douglas stuff ready. It was very macabre.
Did he die while you were there?
No, he died after I.
Do you think we should get the George Brewster stuff ready?
Oh, I have it.
It's already done. I believe it's already.
It's.
Okay, so Jeff, we're very happy for you, but now the next question is how.
Why did I do it?
Well, no, you already said that.
Money and girls.
Yeah, it's like
nothing wrong with that. I think that's great. I think
wants to use that condom.
How many people who are either A, involved in the show, or B, listen to the show, or C, post about it on the internet, have ever hosted a regular radio show on a major market, on a top 10 radio station? I think we might be able to say one.
Well, thank you. It's very nice of you.
That's a cool thing.
It is cool, but is it a show or a shift, though?
Well, it doesn't matter. Except for the occasional morning drive show. There are no shows anymore.
Yeah,
that's true.
Look, the way I look at it is, it's as insignificant as it is in this day and age, it's still an accomplishment.
Okay, you get nicely compensated because you're in the union, which is good.
And it could grow into something because it's a business where, in major markets, people are listening and they go, hey, I like that.
Okay,
get him over here.
Would you be interested in it growing into something?
If it had decent dollars behind it.
What could it grow into, though? You already said you don't want to do full-time radio. You've said that many times. And you never have.
I mean, I would take a passive approach to it. If like,
could you call yourself Roundup Brian?
If Don LaFontaine was listening to my shift one day driving through Philadelphia and say, I want you to come out to Beverly Hills and voice some spots for me. Well, that'd be kind of cool.
All right, so that starts Sunday, and what the Racketeers want to know is, how will this affect your appearance on this show?
It won't.
All right, let me type that back here.
Damn it.
Oh, wait. Is that out loud?
No, we were just trying to answer the question. I know it's come up on the chat. Now,
I am going to walk off this show one day.
No. Now,
busting balls, so.
Okay, so wait a minute. Now, are you concerned about the Beasleys?
Why would I be? I've met Bruce Beasley, a very nice man. Why would I be concerned?
Them being upset about your participation.
Nobody listens to this.
Okay.
But did they tell you they were upset about your participation in this?
No, they don't know anything about it.
Okay.
They didn't know.
Oh, they do now.
There's no conflict.
Come on, for God's sake. It's
I would hope.
And I've never spoken ill of the Beasleys. They've always treated me
really
well.
That is true. He has never said one bad word.
Nor have I, and they fired me.
That says it all right there.
I got nothing against them.
You can't talk about me that way. I was with the Beasleys.
I mean, considering that they're paying what they're paying, I certainly can't say anything. But even if you just given that just a normal circumstance where everything else is equal, they've treated me well. I have no. I'm very happy to be back.
Why do you think that in the year 2007? In the year 2007.
Tell me, Kyle. Boom.
Why do you think the Beasleys keep XTU as a union shop?
That I don't know.
Probably don't have an option.
Yeah, it's tough to ununionize.
The way I understand it, talking with some of the people,
but it's been done though at other stations.
Well,
right?
The way I understand it from some of the people that I talked to when I was there the first time, is that everybody has to. What is the rule? As soon as the most senior person on staff leaves, that's the only time that they can leave the union or just completely disband from the union.
The radio station.
Right.
Now, I thought isn't there a deal, like a contract that specifies an expiration date?
Now, keep in mind, that's just what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know I have the contract at home. I just don't. I don't understand. I've never read it or anything.
Why would it be so difficult? I'm just curious. Isn't there an exit date and an expiration date on the deal?
I don't believe so. I know QVC was courted by AFTRA for a long, long time, and there were people who used to. I learned a lot about this because there were people who were inviting the union to come in and talk to us. And if you're going to do that, if you ever decide you want the union to come into your shop or your station, whatever it may be, radio or TV, make sure you write all the letters on your computer and you print them out on your printer and you distribute the letters in person, not during work time. And you use no information you have ever gathered from work, because there were people at QVC that sent out like emails on the company email system, and oh God, they got reamed in a half for using company facilities. Because if we had been a union shop, the host would have been paid millions. So the hours we put in.
Yeah. Now, one of the questions you've always asked me is, well, what has the union done for you? And the only way I can really answer that question is, if it weren't for the union, I wouldn't be getting paid when I'm getting paid there.
Okay, but that brings me to my next question, because most of the stations in all of radio are now non-union, and I think now in Philadelphia more than not are non-union. Am I correct?
Oh, yeah. The only other ones I can think of are KYW and WIP.
Talent only.
No, I understand OGL's union, too.
I thought OGL was no longer. I thought it was.
That's maybe since the Exodus. It's not.
I thought it was previously, but wasn't anymore.
Did you say WIP?
Yes. Talent only.
Right.
Are we missing any?
Not that I know.
Okay, so you're telling me that there's no way the Beasleys could take back their own station?
I don't know for sure, but what I was told by someone else who works there is that because there are people that have been there for such a long time, that's the reason that they can't disassociate with the union.
Right.
I don't know. I don't understand how these processes work, but that's what I was told. I could be completely wrong.
So if they just decided that no one on the air staff was of interest anymore, what, they're stuck paying them forever, or what? I mean, I don't know how that works.
No, I mean the individual talent would have contracts and their own individual contracts. There'd be stipulations for payouts and what have you, but I don't believe if they came in and fired the entire air staff.
If they said if you don't get out of the union or whatever,
they can't do that.
I know by law they can't do that. So you're just stuck.
Well, you're stuck. You're stuck in the union at that point. But if they fired everybody, they could go non-union. The real fear is if you try to go non-union, that the union will go on strike while they're there, and you're shit out of luck, because now you're shut down because there's a picket line and the union guys won't cross the picket line. I know when I was going to college in Philadelphia, there was an AFTRA strike, and they were picketing KYW TV.
Well, yeah, that was a big strike when Channel 3 got hit.
That's right.
In the early 70s.
It was huge, and Mike Douglas was still being done from there, and Roy Rogers was going to be a guest on his show, and he would not cross the picket line. That was pretty cool.
So, but you're saying, though, that the station would be shut down, but would it? With automation and the computers and everything, would anyone even notice?
Well, if
hasn't AFTRA lost its bargaining power when it comes to radio talent?
I don't think so. I mean, you're in the union, but I maybe to some extent in some of the markets.
No listeners would bat an eye.
Okay, don't take this wrong. I'm not trying to sound like a union buster here or anything. I'm just really curious. Do you think? I'll ask you, Roscoe. Well, maybe I shouldn't ask you now.
Sally Starr was on the 10 show this morning.
Can you tell me, do you think that the overall air talent on WXTU is any better than the air talent on any other Philadelphia FM radio station? Quality-wise. To the point where they should be paid 2 to 3 times as much on average. That's a tough one.
It is tough. I mean, because everybody I've ever heard on XTU has been like razor sharp and dead on.
It's a good sounding radio station.
It is a good sounding radio station. But if you were to go, let's just say if you were to replace everyone with, not that I'm endorsing this, I'm just hypothetically,
right,
with good, talented, non-after air talent,
right,
would the station lose a penny in revenue or a single shaving of ratings?
In today's radio, no.
Of course not.
Yeah,
not at all. That's what I thought. Right.
Yeah, and maybe it's some deal at corporate with the union. I mean, I'm totally speculating.
Because Wired 96.5 is non-union.
Non-union.
Right. But maybe the union says to the groups, okay, if you give us this station, and this station, we guarantee you no work stoppages, we guarantee you no strikes, we guarantee you easy bargaining, easy access, etc.
There are deals like that go on.
Oh, absolutely, all the time. I know. I was amazed they were able to keep the union out of QVC, but there's no televised shopping channel that's unionized, and I know it's a pain in the ass in television because a couple of times I performed on a union television station. And I can't even carry my guitar into the studio.
Yeah, no.
I have to put it down. The prop man has to come in, pick it up, and carry it in.
Oh, yeah, I've heard stories about that where you can't even plug. You can't plug.
No, you know, my favorite story, I was doing a couple of shows in the old Mike Douglas studio. About 10 years, actually more than that. It was about 12, 13 years ago. And the old, before the move to Independence Mall at 1619 Walnut. And there were a few electrical outlets. I think I've told this story on the show before. There were a few electrical outlets that were not hot, that had no juice running to them. And for logistics purposes, trying to figure out the wiring of our studio lights and cameras, meanwhile, I'm back in King of Prussia trying to map this out on paper. I just needed to know if a certain outlet worked. And I called over there, and I said, I just need to know if the outlet works. Well, we don't know. I said, can you just take a lamp or something? Just take anything and just plug it in. Just tell me if it works. And they would not do it. So I said, I'm driving down there. I drive all the way down to 1619 Walnut. And I say, I brought like a clock radio or something. I just need to know if the outlet works. They would not let me test it because the IBEW person on staff was not there. He was gone for the day. And I stood right there and probably should have just done it real quickly.
So effing ridiculous.
But they would not let me do it because I was non-union.
Absolutely.
I'm standing right there holding the plug an inch away from the outlet.
Yeah.
And I'm told, I cannot let you do that.
And you wonder why this town is the way it is.
Yeah. So it's crap like that I think, I've said before.
Look at the folks that are running for mayor.
I have no problem with the concept of organized labor, but stuff like that doesn't exactly turn people on to.
No, if there were not organized labor, the employers would just absolutely abuse the employees to the max. But if everything were organized labor, then it would be a freaking nightmare. Nothing would get done.
But most American businesses are no longer organized. Do you think it's the threat of possible organization that keeps some of them?
I'm sure if they, we take care of it. Look at Google, companies like that. Let's take care of everybody. When I trained out at Traffic Pulse many years ago.
I didn't know you did that.
Oh yeah, they were going to do traffic for Air America, and I ran into somebody in Westchester who recognized me, and we got to talking, and he said, "Hey, I'm with Traffic Pulse, and I had just left QVC, and it was something I still had a non-compete in effect." And he said, "Well, would you just like to, come up? We'll pay you to train." And their facility's amazing. They have food, meals and food and all kinds of crap for their employees. That's always because they're all code writers. It's a software company,
right?
And these guys are working around the clock, and they have showers and foosball games and everything.
Which company is this?
Traffic Pulse, the people that do the traffic on Channel 10. What happened to the guy reporter for Channel 10?
The contest winner?
Yeah.
John Ogden?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was gone.
Well, maybe he was off today. I haven't seen Philly TV.
That's right. You were only here for a couple of days.
I just saw that. I'm amazed at how sad Channel 10 has become. What a sad, sorry excuse for a major market television.
Since when?
Well,
since you left?
Since I left. Yeah. They were headed Oh, they were on the high road to hell.
I was going to say, since NBC took over, though, the whole, the Tabloid 10 and all of that started.
But now they just, it's like nobody gives a fat rat's ass about anything they're doing.
What specifically has changed in the short time since you left? I know the 4 o'clock show is now all consumer
lifestyle
news.
and stuff. The joie de vivre, the joy of life, the energy is just totally gone. It's gutted.
I think it is nice that they have more local programming, though.
Well, it is nice, but they just nobody.
What are they doing other than that 10 show? They're doing away with that, right?
The Tracy Davidson show.
Speaking of,
but that was already
lifestyle thing.
That was already there. They were already doing a news block
at
from
4 o'clock
to 6:30 p.m. So there's really not more local hours.
I've got the soundbite of Sally on the 10 show.
Oh, go!
Why?
What
happened? Well, go ahead.
She takes a shot.
I'm taking personal appearances now, but I'm not doing. I cut out my radio show.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a little aggravating for me because it took me 2 hours to make it up.
All right.
And it didn't pay that much.
Of course, WVLT.
Radio station.
And the transmitter kept catching on fire.
How funny is that?
Do you know?
Was that? I don't even remember. And I was PDing the place at the time. She was like, I don't remember. Was that a brokered show?
I thought it was. I thought she was. I thought she was selling the time, but she probably wasn't selling. I'm almost positive she was brokered. I'm almost positive. I might be wrong. I do know this. This I'm not. I know you worked there, but years ago I knew a broadcaster who worked there. Really fine, in my opinion, very fine broadcaster. Still working in the industry, still doing very, very well. But one day they were all huddled in the main lobby. Where the studio's off to the left and the Taco Bell's off to the right or whatever the hell that is. I have no idea. I mean,
the Spanish AM station.
Yeah, exactly. He and a bunch of his fellow jocks were out there bad-mouthing the station. And the manager, who's in the trailer behind to the side.
Oh, so this must have been fairly recent then.
This is fairly recent. This is in the last maybe 3 years.
I was going to say, this had to have been after I left.
Oh, this is after you left. 3 or 4 years. And it was in the summertime, but the guy had the place bugged.
Yes, well...
And heard them and came in and fired them all on the spot.
Yeah, well, that was... all right, funny you bring this up.
Okay.
That was there when I was there.
Okay. Interesting.
It was billed as an intercom system.
Oh, yes.
So that in case there was only one person on the premises...
Right.
And the other in the trailer, they could hear if there was a problem going on in the other room.
Right.
Yeah, it was bugged. That's the bottom line.
And they fired. And then the person called me, and he said, do I have a case? And I said, well, I don't know. I said, call an attorney.
Everyone knew it was. I mean, nobody didn't know that, though, because as soon as you'd walk in the trailer, the speaker was right there, and you could hear every conversation going on, although I still heard all kinds of things that I wasn't supposed to hear, so people were very stupid.
It's very, very sad. But boy,
I think I know who you're talking about, too.
Yes,
I think so.
Good
He's
guy.
a very good guy.
Damn it. I mean,
and I'm glad to see he's back on his feet now at a much better station.
Much better station, much better position, something much better suited to his expertise as well. So, no, but I heard that and I thought, you're paying these people shit.
Yeah.
You're treating them like shit. And then you pull shit like that. It made me livid because I had gone down there. And
it is called the Shit Shack. For a reason.
I went down there.
I still have friends there.
And one of their executives had purchased a guitar, and he said he was having trouble playing it. And this friend of mine said, "Well, I know somebody who knows how to adjust guitars, and he knows a lot about them." So I actually drove from Chester Springs all the way down there to adjust this guy's guitar, and I believe it was the guy who did the firing. I just felt like an idiot.
I'm trying to think of who would be even playing a guitar. Who was there? Oh, Oh, that son of a bitch.
I know. It's like, I had to work like an hour to get his neck. I had to use the Allen wrench on the neck to get it aligned and stuff.
Yeah, when we finish up here, I'm sure I'm sure it's the same.
By the way, I have a crack of dawn flight. So
I know we're all getting out of here. But to sum up, Roscoe, congratulations.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Thank you.
You start Sunday at 4?
Break the microphone.
Sunday, I will do that. Sunday, much like you have tonight. Sunday, 4 to 8.
Invulnerable, Mike.
4 p.m. to 8 p.m.
And I want the Racketeers within earshot of WXTU, which is 92.5, the old Wi-Fi. I want you guys, if possible, to try to check out some of Roscoe's airwork. Not because I'm trying to bring you more listeners. XTU already does very well with listeners.
I think so.
One highest cuming station.
Second highest cuming country station in the entire country.
There you go.
Excellent, man.
Behind WUSN in Chicago.
Wow.
But now that there's no more Stump the Roscoe, we're starting a new feature next week. We start Air Check the Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
And, Jeff, it's funny because you always made the mistake of asking me what I thought of your shifts back when you were on before.
And now you're going to hear.
And then 2 hours later, I'd walk away in disappointment.
Well, I don't know why you would even care what I thought. You know how I am.
No, actually, you were very fair in your criticism.
And
very complimentary, too.
Yeah, there were things that I thought were very good, and I would always point them out. But there were a few nagging things that I really thought you needed to work on.
On the side of your radio?
Work on eliminating. And I'm surprised he didn't laugh when I said eliminating.
I didn't make the connection, but thank you, George.
But it's my understanding that when you were taken back, what were you told?
To talk less.
You were told a few specific things that we would bring back.
No, that's really the only specific thing, just to talk less.
Well, that was the main thing, because you were talking seemingly in and out of every song, or every other song.
Well, yeah, but that's the way it was scheduled in the audio vault system.
But no, that's not what you told me. You told me that there were
trying to get girls, George.
You told me there was no guidelines.
Actually, talking less will I'll be able to spend more time on the telephone.
I would think so.
I kind of look like Beyonce, and
why are you listening to this station?
Yeah, I was just about to say. And I was thinking the same thing.
They're calling Roscoe. How smart can they be?
Power 99's up the dial a little bit.
I look a lot like a young Reba McEntire, except I wax.
Oh man, QVC story.
I love your voice. I just love your voice. Your voice just does something to me. And I'm staying here at the Holiday Inn.
I want to see if the curtains match the drapes.
But you sound like a middle-aged white guy
from QVC.
From QVC. First name, I believe, being Steve.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
You have to come back and visit.
This has been great, guys. Thank you so much.
Steve, it was good to finally meet you, and thank you for dinner last night.
Oh, you're welcome.
And thank you for dinner tonight, too.
Is there still food sitting
out there?
The
cheeseburger and French fries.
I was going to say it probably spoiled by now, but it's as old as you're claiming it.
Trust me, that didn't spoil it here tonight.
Not at all.
I told Steve off the air the best way for him to sell me anything at all is to feed me.
Feed me, that's it.
Oh, yeah. We're definitely food whores. Hey, all right, well, Steve, it was very...
And there's really cool beer here, too. There's really a really
cool...
I
forgot you had mentioned
that. Yeah, I'll be taking that home.
Steve Bryant, the book is called Selling the Way America Buys, and it is on Amazon, right? But
it is, and it's starting to make it into the stores now, which I'm really excited about.
Any of the big chains that we can speak of?
Well, all the big chains, but it's just a matter, it has to go through distribution, as I proudly self-published it. And
is this a brokered book?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do I have to insert a quarter when I open the book?
The other three, that's right, Mr. Brokered Book. I'm going to read this. Wait. Mr. Brokered Book. Put a quarter in the slot. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Now you open the book and all the print is fuzzy until you see it.
Oh, there it is.
Roscoe, now the show's over, he's getting funny now.
It used to be in motels back in the 50s and 60s. motels, because that's where I would take my dates back then. No, in motels. I was 8 years old. Come with me, honey. Yeah.
In the 50s, you were taking women to motels?
No. Well, when our family would go on vacation, some of the motels had pay TVs, and it was insidious.
Yes,
they had little quarter slots, and so you'd say, "Oh, I want to watch so and so." You put the quarter in, and it would run for 26 minutes.
Yeah.
So to see the end of the damn show, you had to put another quarter in.
Yeah, I remember that the bus stations used to all have those. Right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, airports.
And it would be, you're right, like just short of the full show, just to screw you into paying double.
Put another quarter in, yep.
Well, biggest story of the week in Clear Channel's encoding. We didn't even talk about it tonight. But what is there to say, though? I mean,
it's
they saw the numbers and they couldn't.
They said, "Oops,"
and put out a list, and there were no Clear Channel stations. I'm like, son of a bitch, they did it.
And a couple. I did speak with a couple of folks at various outlets late this afternoon, early this evening, and they all pretty much to a T said that. This was all about money, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
And
nobody's talking about any kind of idea of how much was conceded on what side.
Right. And when this started to get talked about, weeks ago when we had on Katie Bachman from Media Week and whatnot, they knew. I think she had told us the drop-dead date of March 8th. Well, it's March 3rd.
Yep.
It was that you knew they were going to wait until last week, and they did it. So,
all right. So another thing I just realized that we never talked about. You realize, for the most part, your time at COJ wasn't really a big thing to discuss.
No, it wasn't. Well, there wasn't. As scintillating as I found the talk about the microvolt output of Part 15 transmitters, I thought I was fucking boring. Anyway, Paul, we love you.
Actually,
we love you.
I was knocking Paul.
Paul, we love you. No, we love you. Just
don't understand that whole stool.
Nobody gives a fat rat's ass about the output of. Anyway, no.
Okay.
But most of what I would have talked about was trying to prepare for a 2-hour PM drive show while trying to find somebody to operate the board for the next Phillies game. Nobody told me that when you're program director at WCOJ,
you're also
this board operator scheduler. And I said, isn't that the GM? No, that's the program director. I said, no, Lloyd, that's the GM. No, it's always been the program director. And goddamn it, I don't break any paradigms. Then he took Lloyd's name in vain. He had to beat himself. It's just not a great thing.
Well, Steve,
picture a field of flowers.
We finally got a chance to meet.
It was great. This was great.
We met last night at the Ale House. But
I love this show. If you haven't been to the Audubon Ale House on Thursday night, that is the most fun, unique thing I have ever seen at a bar, and I'm an old drunk. Yeah. Come on.
And then there's George's show too.
Oh, well, there's that one too. Yeah,
show up despite my appearance there.
And I am exceedingly proud to be associated with this show when you have talented people like Jim Williams, who is just brilliantly gifted, Diamond Joe, who is also brilliantly gifted.
And hardworking, too.
The Cockroach is such an incredible radio station. And Florida Nate, who's a young man in his... Well, I don't want to give anything away, but this is a young man working in radio.
I admire the time they take to put all this stuff together for us.
Something I'm not doing.
No, it's just everybody who I've heard, and yes, as someone would say, the circle jerk continues. But
absolutely, let it flail.
But I don't like many people. So I think I'm a pretty good judge of character.
But you like us.
I like you. I like you.
You really
I like you.
Us.
I like my wife. I like Ron Popeil.
It's his wife, Ron Popeil.
I like Ron. Yeah. I like Esteban. He was just a better businessman than I was. That was all. I mean, I didn't know when it was the first infomercial I did, and I didn't know anything about the back end.
So wait.
I had no
idea.
That
almost sounds jerky.
I know it.
So when are we going down to? I was going to say that, and I stopped myself, but thank you.
That's that old hymn.
When
pushing in the stool.
Double entendre alert has been going off all night.
On being in Nashville permanently for a while.
I don't believe so. I was offered without going into specifics, because I don't need somebody trailing me on the internet.
Yes.
I was offered a pretty interesting job in the public sector.
Working for the government?
Working for the government in a very interesting capacity.
And, like the Grease Man did, or something, or maybe.
or no wonder they drag those people behind trucks, which is the line that got him. What an idiot to say that line.
20 years of making semen noises didn't do it, but the one comment.
The one comment took him down. So, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I really want to get back to this area. I am having some discussions, and I don't know. I don't know if my abilities would fit a Philadelphia radio station, a Philadelphia morning show. I think there are a couple that it would be a good fit.
Do you want to come back to this area?
Yes, my wife and I fell in love with Monterey, the whole Monterey, Carmel area, and San Francisco. We really fell in love with that whole area, and that's a possibility. That's why I keep. There's a couple of stations I'm talking to there, and it's a good. It's not just there's a Steve's version of talking to them. Hi, can I talk to your program director? It's him again. Get rid of him. No. So either there or here. I want to get back to the area, and whatever years I have left in the workforce, I want to spend them in radio. Because I love radio. I've always loved radio. I've always worked in radio in some capacity or another.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily mean terrestrial radio.
If it's
audio content.
It could be audio content for... and I want to thank WCHE, one of the coolest daytime stations. I meant to bring
that up. You were on with Randy.
With Randy this morning.
How'd it go?
It was a great show. It was funny. It was fun. They do incredible work there. They're 1,000 watts now. They're playing alternative rock after the morning show. It's a very ambitious project. I don't know if it's going to work, but damn it, they're doing something, and they're pushing the envelope.
I need to ask you a question, George. WCHE would like to be our friend on MySpace, and I have not yet approved it. I was just wondering what I should do.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. I thought I'd run it by you.
Why would it even be?
They plug the Racket all the time.
Yeah,
Randy plugs it.
Randy, show.
All right, I'll hit the approve button then.
It's funny. Randy was an intern to the station, an unpaid intern for like a couple of years.
They want to be our friend.
and he inherited the morning show when the owner of the station, David, passed away.
Deceased, yeah.
And so he does this show now with David's brother, Jay. And it really is. They stream on the internet, too, at WCHE1520.com.
Oh, really?
So you can listen to them in the morning.
So I was actually up, and I was frustrated I couldn't pick up the station. Never even occurred to me.
WCHE1520.com. They stream on the internet. Damn it. That's, I think, one of the things that infuriates me about the negativity on the message boards. If somebody's out there and they're plugging and they're trying really hard, and you come out there and tear them down, fuck you.
Well, yeah, but what if they're just giving a realistic opinion of the likelihood of something's success, though?
Fuck you.
Well said, Steve.
I like that. No, not you. Not you specifically.
And on that.
And on that note, no. But you look at something like COJ. I mean, COJ is just falling apart. There's no program director. And
not unlike WILM.
Exactly.
Would you go back to WCOJ? No Lloyd Roach anymore. Things have changed.
If I were allowed to be a real program director,
where you would call the shots,
where I could, because I was this close to hiring Kathy Donnelly.
Oh, really?
To do middays. I was getting rid of that goddamn classic.
I know. It was
the music.
The old music of what was that?
Radio, not Radio Classics, but
was it Ron McNeil?
The golden age of radio.
Yeah.
All the crappy songs. I was going to get rid of that, which we did get rid of, and we brought a syndicated show in.
Right.
But Kathy had just been let go from New Jersey 101.5, and she was doing some work at IP, and I think she's incredible. I think she's.
I'm just amazed that she would be willing to go to
COJ. The same thought crossed my mind.
Hey, well, no, because I was.
No offense to you personally from the time. I just.
Thanks. I know what you mean.
Kind of shitty now that I think.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I wanted to pay her damn near what I was getting. And that's what it would have taken to get her into the station.
Right.
And I made the presentation to station ownership and management, said I really, really want her, and she's great, and she'll spike up the middays. And I said, because eventually I wanted to migrate. I thought Doug Sterling did an incredible job in the morning for what he had to work with, but he wasn't the morning guy that station needed. I was going to migrate Doug probably into the middays. I was going to get Kathy get her feet wet middays and then slam her into the mornings and let her just go nuts and have fun and be interactive and do edgy stuff and piss people off and make people laugh. I was going to stay in the afternoons. The swap shop, God love it, it's a powerhouse. It's sold out virtually. I mean, people just love to advertise on it for whatever reason. I would keep that there and probably go syndicated talk at night when the power drops.
What else to do anyway?
You're virtually talking to yourself at that point. But if they would let me, because I got this crap all the time, we don't have the money. And I said, you told me, because they sold me this bill of goods when I went in there and said, we have the money now, we have the group, you have the budget, you can hire the talent you need, and you can do, and basically I was a glorified freaking scheduler. Yeah. That's all I got to do. I mean, I got Dave Ramsey on the station. I was proud of that. I took the swap shop to 2 hours because we didn't have room. And this was so weird because they said, we can't run all the commercials we want to run in the swap shop. And I said, because there's too many. I said, well, make it longer. They said, 2 hours? I said, well, if you've got the spots sitting there,
people are going to pay,
use your inventory wisely. So, yeah, I'm passionate about this, I guess, because I wasn't really allowed. Neither was Joe Thomas. I thought he did an incredible job with what he had to work with, because he faced the same crap that I faced. But then when Lloyd and Gavin left, he at least had a chance.
Yeah.
Still no money. Still no money and no funding to do what...
Well, at least minus a bit of the stress.
Exactly. Yeah. Minus what I used to call the utility closet raids.
Yeah.
Somebody would come into the utility closet and rip all the cables out and curse us and our very existence and our entire lineage because we'd wrap the cables incorrectly.
Oh, yes, yeah. You told us that story last night at dinner. Yeah,
that was okay.
Funny stuff.
So I would go back to it. It was a long answer, but yes, I would go back to it.
Well, there you have it.
Thank you, sir.
And I don't know, we'll get a wager going or something.
All right.
I'll make a few phone calls.
Diamond Joe can set that up really well.
We should have a couple of guests next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, next week, big show. Watch the message boards.
Real guests.
Watch
real guests, not Steve Bryant.
Yeah,
Watch the
You're a warm-up for the real guests.
I got no place to go.
Watch the Radio Racket Forum, powered by Philly Talk. We'll see you during the week on the Radio Racket Forum. Thanks to all of you beautiful people for participating tonight. Thanks, of course, to Steve Bryant for hanging out with us. Finally get a chance to meet. Maybe we'll take a drive down to Nashville sometime.
I can't believe I drove through the whole state of Tennessee and didn't even think to give you a call.
I deliberately told them not to remind you. Oh, no. Tell them I live there.
Also, thanks to Rap City for letting Diamond Joe put up those signs, and thanks to you people for putting the stuff together. Steve Bryant even on vacation you cranked something out. I don't know how you did that when you had no studio, but thank you. Of course, thanks to Kyle and Roscoe.
WXTU on Sunday.
Roscoe on Sunday at
4 to 8. And actually, you mentioned for people that are only in the Signal area, but we do stream. So, Brian in Pittsburgh and Florida at 8 and Brandon in Vegas can all listen. 925xtu.com.
There you go. And then you'll know when we do air check the Roscoe.
That's going to be fun.
Which will be me, and not just me. I mean, all of you. We're going to take his airship, not the whole shift, but a few key breaks. And we're going to rip it to shreds.
He's going to take all the breaks he doesn't like.
Well, of course. So that would be fun.
Or if it's good, we'll compliment it.
Very quickly. I forgot. The circle jerk is incomplete. No.
Jerk some more.
George Brewstar, you are one of the most gifted broadcasters I have ever met. And the fact that you are not working full-time in broadcasting and making a gajillion dollars is a crime. And Mr. DeWitt.
Yes, sir.
The same to you as a talent and a producer. The stuff you have been able to do for this show.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
The guests you've been able to bring in, the caliber of guests you've been able to do, the fact that you only made me pay you $100 to be on the show tonight. I mean, I was please, I got no place to go.
A hell of a bargain.
Yeah. So no, I am just so impressed with everybody.
Well, thanks, Steve. And as I said to you last night, and you're someone that when I met you at Scrapple Fest back in '99, 2000, I was just in awe that I was meeting Steve Bryant because I was 11 when QVC launched, and we watched it. We watched it incessantly, and just corresponding with you over since we started the show, and to finally meet you again, and it's awesome to have you involved with the show, And
same here. No, we were so excited when when you first put the parody together. We said, "Wow, he put this together just for us." Right. And then when more and more came, then we just start taking it for granted once like the 10th one came in. But no, it was really it was quite a thrill. Does Joe what was his name? Joe Siegel? Who's the guy?
Joe Siegel.
If he had known Kyle's household was watching you every single day, he would have given you double the salary.
He would have. Joe Siegel hated the ground under the ground I walked on.
I was going to ask you about him.
It wasn't until Barry Diller came to QVC that I got off overnights. Because the phones were, when I was on the air in the overnights, they had so few operators on and no automated ordering, they couldn't take the calls. And
that's good, though.
It was a very good thing, but they hated me because
you're getting too much response, asshole.
I'm not telegenic. I look like shit on television. I have always admitted that.
No, I've seen you on television.
No, trust me. I look
like shit now, but I'm you've got
I don't know. But I didn't look like the archetypical TV type like they wanted, and I also didn't kiss ass, and they hated that. And Diller came in, and Diller just said, "We're making fucking money. Who's making the money?" I said, "Well, he said, "Well, then he goes prime time." Yeah, but he's, Mr. Siegel, and the words were actually spoken. Mr. Siegel, he doesn't look that good on the air. He said, "I don't care if he looks like fucking Quasimodo. He's going prime time. If he's selling, put him on prime time. You idiots, you moron." He went out.
Barry Diller, someone who actually knew, and wasn't he one of Rupert Murdoch's main guys for the Fox network?
Yeah,
and,
he created the
Fox network, and he had the Home Shopping Network. He owned a lot of the stations that HSN was cleared on. I know he owned the Philadelphia, the 65.
Yeah.
And he had a very eclectic station in, I think, Miami. I think it was Channel 69 in Miami, was it?
That's funny.
And it did, unless I'm thinking of something else.
Well, we were so antiquated when he got us. We used to do these 24-hour gold shows, like celebrating the Wild West Gold Rush, and we all had to dress like Wild West characters.
I remember that.
Oh, it was so awful. It was so embarrassing. I'm a fucking cavalry lieutenant. I have a saber. I have a sidearm.
I totally remember that. See, I don't remember that.
And I was like, oh, here's another gold chain. And the first, I remember being in the hallway on one of those Gold Rush days, and I'm in costume. I got the fucking lieutenant's uniform on, and he walks by me, and he grabs my arm, and he was a man of very few words. He grabs my arm, and he points to the monitor on the wall. He said, "What the fuck is this shit?" I said, "It's Gold Rush, Mr. Diller."
It's Gold
Rush. And he said, "What the fuck's everybody dressed like the Wild Wild West?" He said, "What the hell? What the hell is this?" I said, "Well, they always." I said, "Because I was the one arguing, saying we look like assholes. We're selling gold. Nobody's going to wear a cavalry lieutenant's outfit while they wear this shit, or dress like a school marm with 15 bustles, so when they sit down they can see their snatch. I mean, this is it was so he just said. He uttered the words. He said, "I'm going to drag this network kicking and screaming into the 20th century, whether it wants to or not." And
I don't remember any
skyrocketed.
of this.
It absolutely skyrocketed.
Did I hear the word snatch?
And
yes.
The thing was,
get out your condom.
QVC had a good dial position when I had cable.
We had a great cable. We had a former Philly was one of our affiliate relations guys, and he'd go out and press the flesh of these cable guys and get them on a low channel.
Were you there when Comcast took over, or were you?
Oh yes,
by the
I was.
So you worked for the evil
I worked for the evil Comcast Empire, and because I worked for the evil Comcast monopoly, I got to go to a Sixers game to take video, and it was the Sixers versus the Utah Jazz. So I'm sitting on the sidelines, sitting under the hoop with all the photographers with their $25,000 lenses, and I have a $300 JVC camcorder. And one of the guys, I think from the Inquirer, said to me, "Who are you shooting for?" I said, "Comcast." And he's looking at this JVC camcorder. So they all kind of moved away from me. Absolute true story. Matt Geiger, God bless his soul, the biggest, heaviest 76er ever. He was like 275 pounds. And the reason I know this is because he went to block a Utah Jazz member, I forget the guy's name, player, from making a shot, and he missed, and he fell on me, slammed my head against the hardwood on my nose, and the jazz player he went to block fell on top of him, slammed my nose into the. I came up, blood is gushing out of my nose onto my shirt. The Utah bench throws me a towel. I put the towel up, and I came up and I was laughing because I'm thinking, of all the people to break my fucking nose, it has to be the most untalented 76er in the history of organized basketball.
Oh, Sean Bradley.
Oh, that's anyway. So they took me back into the. It was cool. I got to go to the locker room. I got to hang out with the guys and stuff. It was during the Croce era, and the team doctor, because I was a Comcast employee, the team doctor looked at me, and my nose at this point is like the size of Karl Malden, and he said, "Has your nose been broken before?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, it's broken again." He said, "You really should." He said, and he put the tape on, and he said, I can do that. He said, but you really should have that looked at. But it was broken, and I still had stuff to do, so I went back out.
So you finished?
I finished, and I wound up on ESPN Sports Highlights.
Nice.
And they called me the Laughing Man. Because I came up and you see the blood gushing out of my nose and I'm laughing.
I hope to see this on YouTube. I hope someone out there.
I keep looking for it. I keep hoping to see it.
Someone's got to have that.
It was called the Laughing Man because I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding so badly, and then I'm just laughing because I just thought it was funny. Okay, on that note.
You know what?
See, poop isn't funny. Blood's funny.
Blood's funny.
See, yeah, poop is so 3 weeks ago.
Blood in your poop is really funny.
Now that's funny. That is funny.
I was trying to end the show on a nice...
I think that's a perfect way to end the show.
What's wrong with bloody poop?
End of the show with a good story and Comcast, Barry Diller, and now it's back to poop and stool. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you for...
wait. There's got to be something in this. Wait a minute. I got to keep a straight face. I got blood in my poop.
Steve, do you carry a harmonica with you everywhere you go?
Everywhere I go, because
you never know when you're going to need it. Right?
It's a character you have yet to be introduced to, but it's a legendary blues singer, Cucumber Johnson, who's also going to have a theater on the Delsey Drive just outside the Violence City.
All right.
There's so much I have to write in so little time.
Have you seen the Jim Williams, the poster of the just outside the Violence City limits?
We need that for the studio.
No. Trust me, it's going right there. It's going right there.
Cucumber Johnson is the world's only cross-dressing blues man. It's his whole, and he'll have his because there's really a vision.
It's a shame Walter left early. He would really like that.
There's a vision now.
What are you saying, George?
The greater just outside the Violence City limits Chamber of Commerce. There's a vision that many members, including Don Vito, really envision the area just outside the Violent City limits becoming the next Branson.
I'm laughing because he's telling me this with a straight face about Don Vito as a real people.
I'm sorry. We're all better now.
I can't see Wayne Newton coming to South Jersey.
He would, but he had to change the lyrics of the song. Donkey shit. There's just donkey shit. Okay.
All right, Steve. What time's your flight?
Soon. I got to run.
Are you even going to sleep, or are you just?
Oh no, I'm going back to the hotel, throw the stuff in a suitcase, and back to the airport.
Really? That soon?
Yeah, I'm leaving at like 6 a.m.
Oh, my. Okay. Well, then we need to go. Thank you, everybody. Don't forget, Roscoe's on Sunday afternoon at 4 WXTU. And, don't forget The Idiot tomorrow at 3.
Yeah.
I expect to hear some good... Not that I condone it, but...
But
it'll be interesting.
I know Walter was very upset because, when he called... Walter, do you remember I told you Walter did call back after RJ hung up?
Oh, yeah. He lashed out at the phone screener.
The call screener yelled at him.
Oh, really? Well, the reason he was calling back was to yell at the call screener.
Well, he was calling back, yelled at the call screener what happened, and the call screener said, I specifically asked you if you were legitimate, and you said yes.
Yeah, like he's going to say, I'm not legitimate.
And Walter was legit. Let's go.
All right.
This is a prank call.
Steve, your complimentary words about me are unfounded, but very nice, and I do appreciate it.
Tremendously founded.
I agree with Steve.
Well, thank you. And we'll be listening, Roscoe, on Sunday.
Thank you.
So.
What does the switch do? Oh.
Steve, I hope you have
don't mute.
a good flight, and I hope we see you soon, even if we just show up on your doorstep one day. We'll
always welcome. Except for Roscoe.
We'll be with you next week.
Says it was coming anyway.
As Kyle alluded to, next week, good show. Not to suggest this is not one, but we've got a couple of good guests, and I don't even know what all of this is.
One definite, two more than likely.
And is this timely, topical stuff, or just
timely, topical, and I think they're going to be big hits.
Yeah, big hits.
Oh my! I need to get up to speed. All right, well, we've got lots of talking to do. We'll see you on the message boards. If you missed any portion of this program,
what will happen?
It will repeat.
Oh,
whether you want it to or not.
One of the most overlooked parts of any party plan is the entertainment. To ensure great party memories, call the professionals at Mixmaster Studios. Mixmaster Studios' full-service DJs provide sounds for all tastes, from the oldies to today's top hits. And our dance club-style light show will keep the action going and your guests dancing. Our reasonable rates allow everyone to sample the Delaware Valley's top party DJs. 215-824-3777. Let us put together a package for you. Mixmaster Studios, making your party an event to remember.
I have 4 national sponsors.